The beautiful teacher gave birth to a child for me. The whole school was shocked. Blue star. Magic Capital Jiaoda University, boys' dormitory. Xiao Fei sat at his desk, frantically hammering away at his keyboard, his hands nearly smoking from the speed. Rushing against the clock. He finally managed to upload the last 2 chapters just before the end of the month. Phew. Xiao Fei let out a long sigh of relief. He finally secured his full attendance bonus for the month. A third-year university student, Xiao Fei was also a web novel author. Coming from a poor family, he had started writing online fiction to make money after moving to the bustling magic capital for college, relying solely on his unique talent, his shameless way with words. At first, of course, no one read his work. But with sheer persistence, he soon earned his first bucket of gold. It was too much, but for a still enrolled student like Xiao Fei, it was enough. At least he no longer had to ask his family for living expenses. Just as he was about to shut his laptop and stretch, his roommate Zhangbo patted him on the shoulder and said sleazily, "Xiao Ji, stop typing for a sec, come check out the hot new teacher at our school. She's a real stunner, and that body, chef's kiss. Those long legs, tsk tsk tsk." Hearing Zhangbo's lewd tone, the 2 other single dogs in the dorm immediately stopped whatever they were doing and poked their heads out from their beds. "Where's the beauty? Let me see. No way that's the new teacher at our school. She's way too good looking. Honestly, she looks younger than me. Are you kidding me? That 9-head figure and those 36 ds. I'd believe it if you told me she was a model. How could someone like that be a teacher here?" Seeing his roommates drooling, Zhangbo smugly flipped his bangs and said, He, not bad, right? She's the new teaching assistant in our department, named Tang Yusin. I had to wait outside the admin office all morning just to sneak this photo. Anyway, I'll upload it to the dorm group chat. Take a good look, but don't spread it around." As soon as he said that, the other 2 whipped out their phones and tapped on the photo. In the picture, a tall, curvy beauty was stepping gracefully out of the administrative office. She wore a tight black pencil skirt, her long legs wrapped in sheer stockings, and stilettos clicking on the ground. That enchanting silhouette was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Her delicate oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, cherry red lips. Not only was she drop-dead gorgeous, but her body was top tier. Most captivating were her eyes, bright and deep like autumn waters, so mesmerizing one could drown in a single glance. Everything about her was breathtaking. The 3 roommates swallowed hard as they stared at the photo. Curious, Xiao Fei also pulled out his phone and opened the group chat. But the moment he saw the photo, he froze. No way. Why did this woman look so familiar? Xiao Fei's brain kicked into overdrive and in a flash, it all came back to him. Crap. Wasn't this the same girl he met a year ago, back in his hometown, after a friend's birthday party? He'd drunk a bit too much that night, his alcohol tolerance wasn't great. Planning to sneak home early, he slipped out of the bar to get a taxi. But just as he was leaving, he bumped into a drunk woman outside. What happened after that was a blur. When he woke up the next morning, he was in a hotel room, with an insanely hot woman lying beside him. She looked no older than 30. The woman woke up soon after, gave him a complicated look, and said, "Just pretend last night never happened. I won't hold you responsible." Then she got up, leaned against the wall for balance, and quietly left the hotel. Since then, Xiao Fei had never seen her again. Who would ve thought they'd meet again at school? And that she'd become his teacher. What the actual hell? The next day. It was the first day of freshman orientation. As usual, upperclassmen were assigned to help welcome the new students. Xiao Fei was among them. Half of the junior students from the finance department were dispatched to the school gate. Many volunteered, especially Zhangbo. After 3 years of being single, he was desperate to find love in college. After grabbing breakfast at the cafeteria, Xiao Fei and Zhangbo headed to the gate. Thanks to Xiao Fei's good looks and tall figure, he was over 180 centimeters, he quickly drew the attention of the freshmen. OMG! That senior over there is so handsome. Right? He is killing me with that smile. I'm going over to get his WeChat before someone else snatches him up. Back off. I saw him first. Within minutes, Xiao Fei was swarmed by a pack of hungry she-wolves. Overwhelmed, he could only smile bitterly and step back, letting Zhang Bo deal with the eager fangirls. Just then. Click click click. The sharp sound of high heels hitting the ground cut through the chatter. A graceful figure emerged from the crowd. Xiao Fei looked up and froze. A stunning woman in a professional outfit was striding toward them, hips swaying, her slim waist accentuating her curves. Despite the admiring stares from nearby guys, her face remained calm, even a bit distant. Who asked that beauty? A senior from our department. No idea, but that body is fire. Stop drooling. That's our new teacher Tang Yusen. You guys are out of luck. At that last sentence, the guys around them sighed in disappointment. As they stared at her, Tang Yusen walked gracefully up to the group. Since Xiao Fei was still surrounded by girls, she didn't notice her old acquaintance. She raised her hand and calmly said, "Hello everyone, I'm Tang Yusen. I'll be your academic advisor for the freshman finance class. I hope we'll all work well together." As soon as she finished, the students burst into applause. Especially the guys, they clapped like their lives depended on it. Clap 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 clap. Welcome, Ms. Tang. We'll totally cooperate with you from now on. Tang Yusen gave a faint nod in response and prepared to leave. But just as she turned, the crowd of girls surrounding Xiao Fei parted. And there he was. His chiseled face instantly caught her attention. She stopped in her tracks, stunned. The calm on her face shattered. "You. Just like that night a year ago." She stared wide-eyed at Xiao Fei, who was also staring right back at her. As their eyes locked, memories rushed into Xiao Fei's mind like a tidal wave. The two of them stood there in mutual shock. They didn't even notice the crowd still watching. The students around them were equally stunned. What was going on? Could it be that Ms. Tang and that senior already knew each other? Knew each other? They literally slept in the same bed. Chapter 2, A Father's Love is as Steadfast as a Mountain. Seeing the strange looks from the students, Tang Yusen cleared her throat twice, composed herself, and pretended not to know Xiao Fei. Don't just stand around here. Grab your luggage and follow the upperclassmen to find your dorms." Tang Yusen spoke calmly. After speaking, she shot Xiao Fei a look, then turned and walked away. Xiao Fei got the message and nodded slightly. Only after the new students had all left did he silently head in the direction Tang Yusen had gone. The two of them walked in silence, one in front, one behind. Leaving the school grounds, they finally stopped in a secluded street. Their eyes met, and both felt a little awkward. The atmosphere was strange. After all, they hadn't seen each other in a year, and they didn't have any real connection, only that one fleeting night. "Are you doing okay?" Tang Yusen broke the silence first. "Yeah, I'm doing fine." Xiao Fei replied calmly, not trying to be dramatic. "What about you? How have you been this past year?" A simple question. But it seemed to strike a nerve in Tang Yusen. Her expression suddenly collapsed, her eyes turning red. Woo-woo. Tears began to flow freely from her eyes. Even while crying, she still looked breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing her cry out of nowhere threw Xiao Fei into a panic. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he fumbled to pull out a tissue while asking, "What's wrong? Don't cry." Tang Yusen took the tissue and wiped away her tears. Then she lifted her head and said seriously, "I gave birth to 3 children. They are all yours." "Xiao Fei? 3 children?" Her words struck him like a bolt of lightning out of a clear sky. Xiao Fei stared at Tang Yusen in disbelief. Was this some kind of sick joke? 3 kids? Could that one encounter a year ago really have resulted in 3? It was too absurd to believe. "You don't believe me?" Tang Yusen seemed to have expected his reaction when she saw his stunned face. Clenching her fists tightly, she said a bit shyly, "It was right after that night I got pregnant. And you're the only man I've ever been with." Xiao Fei stood frozen, still unable to wrap his head around it. The news was just too explosive. Becoming a father out of the blue, he had to be cautious. He couldn't let himself get tricked into raising someone else's children. If the kids were truly his, he would take full responsibility. But if they weren't? Tang Yusen knew that her words alone wouldn't convince him. So she flagged down a taxi and motioned for him to follow. Xiao Fei had no idea what she was planning. But to figure out whether he was really a father, he got in the car with her. Half an hour later. The two of them arrived at a residential complex in the suburbs. Tang Yusin lived 20 kilometers away from the school. Her daily commute took over an hour each way. To save money, she got up very early every day, transferring 3 times on the subway just to reach campus. She never complained, on the contrary, she seemed content with the routine. "We're here." Tang Yusin led Xiao Fei to a rundown apartment building. They climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor and entered a small rental unit. Xiao Fei looked around the living room. The place was small but laid out well, 2 bedrooms and a living room. The furniture and decor were simple, a wooden sofa, a few chairs, and 2 beds. There wasn't even a TV. What caught Xiao Fei's attention, though, was the coffee table in the living room, stacked with diapers and cans of baby formula. Just then, a bedroom door opened. A middle-aged woman in her 40s stepped out. "Miss Tang, you're back. I just changed the baby's diapers, they are all asleep." Tang Yusin nodded and introduced her to Xiao Fei. "This is the nanny I hired, Auntie Wang." "Hello." Xiao Fei greeted politely. "Hello." Auntie Wang gave Xiao Fei a once-over, seemed to realize something, and smiled knowingly. "I'll leave you two to talk. I'm heading out to buy groceries." With that, she sensibly left the room. Then Tang Yusin led Xiao Fei into the bedroom. The moment he stepped inside, Xiao Fei was stunned. Lying on a large double bed were 3 chubby babies. They were peacefully sleeping in a neat row. Each of them looked like a little porcelain doll. The boy in the middle, especially, looked like a plump little dumpling. Xiao Fei couldn't help but want to reach out and poke him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fei was completely dumbfounded. "These are all my kids?" he asked in shock. "Yes." Tang Yusin nodded. Just then, a strange voice rang in Xiao Fei's mind. Ding! The father's love is as steadfast as a mountain system has been activated. Congratulations, host, for meeting your children. You have been rewarded with 500,000 renminbi in cash. Note, all future funds will be legally and compliantly deposited into your account. Please use them with peace of mind. A system. As an online fiction writer, Xiao Fei was all too familiar with this trope. But he never thought, after writing so many stories, that he'd actually be bound to one himself. He quickly calmed down and silently asked, "System, can you explain your functions?" "Certainly, host. This is the father's love is as steadfast as a mountain system, designed to help you become a qualified and outstanding stay-at-home dad. As long as you care for your children with love, you'll receive various rewards. The system will also issue tasks from time to time, and completing them will earn you even greater rewards." After hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Fei more or less understood how it worked. Take good care of the kids and earn rewards. The better he performed, the bigger the rewards. And right now, he had 3 kids under his care. Though Xiao Fei had no idea how to look after children. For the sake of the rewards, he decided to give it a try. Chapter 3 Stock Market Trend Chart. Drop. New Dad's Task 1 released, please feed the child. Reward, Stock Market Trend Chart. With this function, you can get the detailed trend of any stock in the next 7 days. Just when Xiao Fei was stunned, the system suddenly issued a task. Stock Market Trend Chart. This is a good thing. The stock market is so hot recently. With this function, making money in the stock market wouldn't be a piece of cake, right? Thinking this, Xiao Fei slowly walked to the bed. He leaned over and looked at the 3 babies on the bed with gentle eyes. They all look so cute. The round head and pink face are like 2 little balls of flesh, making people want to kiss them. I don't know why, but I saw them sleeping sweetly in bed. A feeling of blood connection instantly emerged in Xiao Fei's heart, making him feel extremely happy. At this time, Tang Yusin came over. She sat on the bed and introduced them to Xiao Fei. They are triplets. The one on the far left is Debao, he is a boy, the one in the middle is Erbao, and the one on the right is Sanbao, they are all girls. What are they called? Xiao Fei asked with a trembling voice. Tang Yusin lowered her head and did not answer the question. Not long after the child was born, she was busy working again. Besides, she didn't know where the child's father was, so she naturally had no intention of naming the child. Can I hug them? Xiao Fei continued to ask. I don't know if I sense my father's arrival. The babies who were originally sleeping soundly opened their eyes one by one and stared at Xiao Fei intently. Well, be careful. Tang Yusin could see that Xiao Fei really liked children, so she agreed to let him hold the child. She first picked up Dabao and put him in Xiao Fei's arms. Raise your arms higher, yes. Hold your head like this. Tang Yusin explained to Xiao Fei patiently. Xiao Fei learned quickly and in no time he knew how to hold a baby. Although this was his first time holding a child, he felt very safe. Dabao didn't cry or make a fuss, he just stared at the man in front of him who looked somewhat similar to him. Looking at Dabao in his arms, Xiao Fei felt indescribably excited. This is my own child. Ayer. Dabao seemed to know that the man in front of him was his father, and suddenly began to babble. Seeing this, Xiao Fei couldn't help but scratch Dabao's nose, with an indulgent smile on his face. See this heartwarming scene. Tang Yusin, who was standing aside, suddenly had tears in her eyes. After 10 months of pregnancy, I finally gave birth to 3 babies. I thought they would grow up without fatherly love. Now, by chance, I meet him again. It seems that all this is arranged by God. Xiao Fei carefully put Dabao back on the bed, and then picked up Erbao. Then, when he was about to pick up Sanbao. Don't. Sanbao is very shy. Besides me, even if Aunt Wan holds her, she will. Before Tang Yusin could finish her words, Xiao Fei had already picked up Sanbao. He turned around and looked at Tang Yusin in confusion. What? Nothing. Tang Yusin frowned and looked at Sanbao who was laughing so hard in Xiao Fei's arms. She was speechless for a moment. Why is this girl suddenly not shy anymore? It was obvious that before, no one could hold her except her, and even Aunt Wang would cry uncontrollably when she held her. Is this what they call a blood connection? Xiao Fei lowered his head and looked at Sanbao in his arms, his expression seeming somewhat proud. That's not. Don't you even look at whose baby it is. I saw Xiao Fei sitting by the bed, having a lot of fun playing with the 3 babies. Tang Yusin seemed to have thought of something embarrassing, and walked over while biting her lip lightly. That. Can you lend me some money? Speaking of this, Tang Yusin's pretty face suddenly turned red. I haven't received my salary for this month yet, and I have to pay the rent tomorrow. I'm still a few hundred yuan short, so. Xiao Fei put down the 3 treasures, stood up and looked at Tang Yusin. What's your WeChat? I'll add you. Tang Yusin didn't hesitate and directly took out her mobile phone and opened her WeChat QR code. Xiao Fei scanned and added Tang Yusin's WeChat. Not long after, Tang Yusin saw Xiao Fei transfer 50,000 yuan to her. Before she could be surprised. Then, there were several more transfers. Without exception, all of them were large transfers of 50,000 yuan. A total of 4 payments, adding up to 200,000. The highest amount of money transferred on WeChat in a single day is 200,000. I'll give you this much today. When you run out of it after a while, I'll give you more. When I saw the child just now. The system rewarded Xiao Fei with 500,000. Xiao Fei didn't feel sorry at all when he gave 200,000 yuan to Tang Yusin. What's more, this money is for the children. Raising 3 children requires a lot of daily expenses. Thanks. Looking at the WeChat transfer interface, Tang Yusin was so moved that she was speechless for a moment. But soon, she remembered something and asked in confusion, I met you at school today. You should also be a student of Jiaoda University, right? How do you have so much money? I earned it myself. Xiao Fei said confidently. You earned it yourself. How did you earn it? Tang Yusin was a little bit unconvinced. I'm trading stocks. The stock market has been hot lately. Xiao Fei explained with a smile. He couldn't tell Tang Yusin that the money was a reward from the system, right? After all, he didn't plan to tell anyone that he had the system. After hearing what Xiao Fei said, Tang Yusin didn't ask any more questions. Although she doesn't trade stocks, she has heard from others how hot the stock market has been recently. It seems that as long as you invest money, you can make a lot of money. Her family doesn't have much money. Her father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise and her mother is a housewife. The family's monthly income is less than 10,000 yuan. So after she became pregnant, she didn't dare tell her family. She could only rely on herself, earn money quietly, and give birth to 3 children. As a result, now, this man with whom I had an accidental relationship is actually so good at making money. However, Tang Yusin also knows that stock trading is still very risky. Therefore, she kindly reminded him, the stock market is risky, you'd better. I know. Xiao Fei nodded, don't worry, although I'm not as good as Buffett, I still have a thorough understanding of the stock market. Speaking of stock trading, Xiao Fei suddenly remembered the task that the system had just issued. Just feed your baby and you can get a weekly stock market trend chart. If you own this thing, even if Buffett comes, he won't be able to outsell you. Thinking of this reward, Xiao Fei suddenly said, Yushin, how about this? I don't have many classes in my junior year now. Starting tomorrow, I will take a leave of absence and come home to take care of the children. You can also work with peace of mind, and save money on hiring a confinement nanny. Don't. Tang Yusin shook her head and refused, study is more important. I can work harder to save the money for hiring a confinement nanny. Seeing this, Xiao Fei did not insist. Some things can't be rushed, you have to take your time. He could see that Tang Yusin was still a little wary of him. Okay, but as a father, I also need to learn how to take care of a child. Can you teach me how to feed them? Sure. Tang Yusin nodded, even a little happy. Then, under her guidance, Xiao Fei quickly prepared milk powder for the babies. The babies were not picky and drank it all with gulps. Looking at the 3 babies feeding, Xiao Fei felt his heart was about to melt. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing the mission. Get reward, stock market trend chart. Chapter for sorry, we both have a baby. New daddy task 2 released, please change the diapers of 3 babies. Completion reward, 1 million cash. Just finished the first mission. Immediately afterwards, the system released the second task. And the reward for this mission is actually 1 million in cash. This is so cool. Hearing the prompt sound of the system in his mind, Xiao Fei's mouth corners unconsciously raised. See the smile on Xiao Fei's face. Tang Yusin asked, very cute, right? My child, of course he's cute. Xiao Fei looked down at Sanbao who was drinking milk and said proudly. Finally, he looked up at Tang Yusin and added, besides, the mother of the child is so beautiful, isn't it normal for the child to be cute? Tang Yusin glared at Xiao Fei shyly. At this moment, she felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Before meeting Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin hadn't felt this happy for a long time. That's right. I'll rent you a suite near the school tomorrow. You live so far away now, it's not convenient for you to go to school, and it's very tiring to go back and forth. Xiao Fei suggested. Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Tang Yusin felt warm in her heart. However, she still shook her head and said, forget it. You are still studying now, so save as much as you can. As for the 200,000 yuan that Xiao Fei gave her, she decided to save the money, plan it well, and spend it all on her children. It doesn't matter if I work harder. Seeing that she refused, Xiao Fei didn't say anything more. By then, I will rent the house myself and finalize the matter. She will have no way to refuse even if she wants to. After feeding your baby. Tang Yusin looked at the time and it was already late. So he said, you still have classes in the afternoon, why don't you go back first? Are you in such a hurry to get me out? Tang Yusin didn't say anything. Faced with this sudden happiness, she seemed a little overwhelmed. Just as she was stunned, Xiao Fei suddenly reached out and held her soft hand tightly. Tang Yusin wanted to pull her hand out. But Xiao Fei held on tightly and refused to let her pull it out. I know you may think that I am being nice to you because of the baby, but you don't know, actually, I have never forgotten you since that night. In the past year, several girls have confessed their love to me, but I rejected them all. Because I've always been looking forward to meeting you again someday. And the day I've been waiting for has finally come. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Yusin affectionately. Hearing this confession, Tang Yusin blushed slightly. A ripple arose deep in her heart, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. I have to admit that Xiao Fei is indeed excellent. Not only is he handsome, but he is also very responsible. That night, we were all drunk. Tang Yusin lowered her head and murmured softly. I know. I attended a friend's birthday party that night and accidentally drank too much. What about you? Why are you drunk? Hearing this question, Tang Yusin was slightly stunned, shook her head and said nothing. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Xiao Fei didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he continued, maybe you don't believe what I just said, but time will prove everything. In the days ahead, I will learn to be a good husband and a good father, and provide a warm haven for you and the children. Actually, since that night, I have decided. Stop talking. Tang Yusin's voice was a little choked up. She couldn't help wanting to cry. I gave my first time to the man in front of me. If she said that she had no feelings for Xiao Fei, she would definitely be lying. She took a deep breath, looked at Xiao Fei, and said slowly, "The reason why I got drunk that day was because a good friend of mine jumped off a building. She's one of my two best friends. She had a boyfriend before, and they were engaged. They were going to have their wedding in 2 months. But the night before, I saw that man coming out of the hotel with a woman. I told this to my friend. As a result, she jumped from her building that night. At that time, she was only 26 years old, in the prime of her life, but she left the world like this. This is all my fault. If I hadn't told her, she wouldn't." At this point, Tang Yusin burst into tears. Seeing her crying like this, Xiao Fei felt distressed and held her in his arms, patting her back gently and comforting her. "It's not your fault. If you don't tell her, it's like pushing her into the fire, and she will find out sooner or later after marriage." Tang Yusin wiped her tears and broke free from Xiao Fei's arms. She blushed and nodded. "Well, you go back first. I want to be alone for a while." Although Xiao Fei didn't want to leave. But it was obvious that Tang Yusin didn't want him to stay here. Xiao Fei had no choice but to get up and leave. Tang Yusin walked him to the door. Only when Xiao Fei's figure disappeared in the corridor did she sigh and return to the bedroom. After leaving the rental house, Xiao Fei called a Didi and went straight back to school. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I heard the sounds of several roommates playing games. "Come on, Bozy. Don't be scared, just do it to him. You F-king bastard, this is so empty. I told you to watch less movies, but you can even spare Angela's big one. I really admire you." The three roommates were so absorbed in gaining points that they didn't even notice Xiao Fei had returned. Xiao Fei didn't care. He returned to his seat, turned on the computer on the desk, logged into the school's official website, and searched for Tang Yusin's information in the faculty and staff column. Soon, detailed information about Tang Yusin popped up on the screen. Looking at the blue background photo of Tang Yusin on the screen, Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile foolishly. Master's degree from Peking University, 27 years old this year. It seems that she is still a top student. But think about it, anyone who can come to teach at Shanghai Jiaoda University must at least have a master's degree from a key university. Even if you have a PhD, you may not be able to get into an ordinary school. At this moment, Zhang Bo, who had just finished a game, suddenly came over and saw the photo on the computer screen. He smiled frivolously and said, "Oh, isn't this Goddess Tang? Brother Xiao, tell me the truth, are you planning to take advantage of Goddess Tang? When I was picking up the new students today, I noticed that the way you looked at her was not right. Let me tell you, if you want to pursue Goddess Tang, the competition is extremely fierce. I heard that many male teachers are madly pursuing her." Hearing this, Xiao Fei smiled. "Is the competition fierce? Sorry, she and I both have a baby. Is it still necessary to compete with them? You're dreaming." Chapter 5: Moving to a new home. The next day, Xiao Fei got up very early. Today is a rare day without classes. After a quick wash, he changed his clothes and prepared to go out. "Brother Xiao, where are you going so early in the morning?" Wu Zitao, Xiao Fei's roommate who was sleeping in the bed opposite him, heard the noise and asked in a half-asleep state. "Something happened. I need to go out for a while." Xiao Fei answered perfunctorily. "Oh." Wu Zitao turned over and fell asleep again. The three of them played games until the early hours of the morning last night and are now so sleepy that they can't even open their eyes. Xiao Fei didn't pay much attention to his roommate and turned to leave the dormitory. On their way, as he walked, he opened the house rental app he had just downloaded and searched for houses near the school. It would be best if it could accommodate 2 adults and 3 children. The price is easy to negotiate. After all, the money rewarded by the system is more than enough. If you are going to live with your wife and children, you must choose a better one. If you encounter an unscrupulous landlord who rents out your room to another and uses decoration materials that are harmful to your health, then it will not be worth it. Xiao Fei quickly browsed the rental software and soon found a rental house he liked. He contacted the agent and went to see the property immediately. It's really good, and not much different from what is described in the software. The community is very quiet, surrounded by green trees and beautifully maintained flower beds. Although the flat community is not as luxurious and comfortable as a single-family villa, it is quiet and clean. Moreover, the layout is reasonable and the apartment type is also very good. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, plus an entrance garden, made Xiao Fei very satisfied. So, in less than half an hour, Xiao Fei decided on this house. The monthly rent is 5,000 yuan, 2 deposits and 1 payment. In Shanghai, this rent is already very cheap. After renting a house, the time came to 12 noon. Xiao Fei took out his cell phone and called Tang Yusin directly. Not long after, the call was connected. "Hey, Yusin. Where are you now?" Xiao Fei asked with concern. I'm eating in the staff cafeteria." Tang Yusin's voice seemed a little flustered. "I see." Xiao Fei said with some regret, "I wanted to ask you to come out for dinner together." No need. The food in the staff cafeteria is delicious and cheap." Tang Yusin quickly refused. "All right." Xiao Fei nodded and said, "I just rented a house near the school. If you don't have classes in the afternoon, let's go back and move in together." Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Tang Yusin said in surprise, "Why do you rent a house? Didn't I tell you that you don't have to rent a house for me? You're wasting money." Xiao Fei said forcefully, "What's the waste? You live so far away from school now. It will waste several hours every day to come to school. If you can move closer to the school, it will be convenient for me to take care of the baby. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" "All right." Xiao Fei's tough attitude forced Tang Yusin to compromise. Soon, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Yusin called Xiao Fei and said that she had finished her class for the day. The two agreed to meet at the snack street outside the school. Not long after, Tang Yusin appeared in Xiao Fei's sight. Xiao Fei smiled and greeted her. Looking at Tang Yusin's shy face, he asked softly, "How was your first day of class? Those junior brothers and sisters shouldn't have made things difficult for you, right?" "Fine." Tang Yusin raised her head and lowered her eyes and asked, "Is the house you rented expensive?" Xiao Fei shook his head and said, "It's not expensive, you can live here without worry. I rented a regular apartment in a residential complex, only 2 kilometers away from the school. It's a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house, with enough rooms." Hearing that the school was so close, Tang Yusin looked a little happy. After all, it's close. After class, she will be able to see the babies earlier. She looked at Xiao Fei tenderly and whispered, "Thank you. Why are you being so polite to me? Come on, I'll take you to move." In order to save money, Tang Yusin originally wanted to take the subway back. But Xiao Fei didn't give her the chance to practice at all, and just reached out to stop a taxi. Half an hour later, the two returned to Tang Yusin's apartment together. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Antoine in the living room, coaxing her 3 children. "Ms. Tang, Mr. Xiao. You guys are back." Seeing the 2 people appear, Antoine came out to greet them warmly. After Xiao Fei left yesterday, she deliberately pulled Tang Yusin aside to chat for a while. Soon, she found out that Xiao Fei was the father of the child who had never appeared. Although she didn't know much. But as soon as they met Xiao Fei, he gave Tang Yusin a large sum of money. Her opinion of Xiao Fei, the irresponsible father, also changed a lot in an instant. After all, during this period of time, I have to take care of 3 babies. She knew only too well how hard Tang Yusin worked. Now that the child's father has finally appeared and is so responsible to Tang Yusin, Antoine is happy for Tang Yusin from the bottom of her heart. "By the way, Antoine." Just as Antoine was stunned, Xiao Fei suddenly said, "Thank you so much for taking care of our Yusin during this period." When Tang Yusin heard Xiao Fei calling her like that, her pretty face suddenly turned red. "Oh, what are you thanking me for?" When Antoine saw Xiao Fei coming over and taking Sanbao from her arms, she smiled even more brightly. "That's right, Antoine. Yusin and I rented a house near Shanghai Jiaoda University. It's much bigger than this apartment, and the community environment is also very good. Look, can you go over there and help us take care of the kids?" While teasing Sanbao, Xiao Fei talked to Antoine. "Of course. To be honest, it's closer for me to go to Shanghai Jiaoda University than to come here." Hearing Antoine say this, Xiao Fei immediately made the decision, "Okay, let's move there now. Antoine, you can come with us." I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yushin and the 3 babies in the future. To celebrate our move to a new home, Aunt Wang, I will increase your salary by 50% from the original amount. Hearing this, Aunt Wang laughed so hard that she couldn't stop smiling. Work is moving closer to home. Salaries have also increased, who would be unhappy? Tang Yusin had no objection to this. Because Aunt Wang has really taken good care of her during this period, it is only right that she gets a salary increase. Immediately, the 3 of them began to pack their luggage. Tang Yusin didn't have much stuff, so it could all fit in one suitcase. The most common things in the house are the 3 babies' things. Things like milk powder, diapers, and clothes cannot be packed into several large cardboard boxes. The strong contrast made Xiao Fei feel a little distressed. After packing up, Xiao Fei called the moving company. Then he took Tang Yusin and Aunt Wang to the rose garden community near the school. Entering the living room and looking at the spacious house in front of her, Tang Yusin could hardly close her eyes. She looked at the door, where Xiao Fei was busy moving luggage, and suddenly heard Aunt Wang behind her say, "Miss Tang, you have a really good eye. Mr. Xiao is a good man. Now that your family is finally reunited, your future will surely get better and better." Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Tang Yusin's pretty face turned slightly red. "Thank you, Aunt Wang," Tang Yusin said softly. At this moment, her heart was full of happiness. Chapter 6. Complete the assessment and get double rewards. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fei packed up all the things he brought. Just at this moment, Erbao, who was held in Aunt Wang's arms, suddenly burst into tears. "Ouch. My dear, did you poop?" As she said this, Aunt Wang prepared to pick up the second baby and go find a replacement diaper. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fei suddenly remembered the task released by the system yesterday. So he hurriedly stopped Aunt Wang and said, "Auntie Wang, let me do it. Teach me how to change a baby's diaper. After all, I have to learn how to take care of the baby in the future, right?" Hearing this, Aunt Wang was even happier. Because few new dads are willing to take the initiative to change their baby's diapers. "Okay. Go get the diaper and I'll teach you how to change your baby's diaper." As soon as Aunt Wang finished speaking, Xiao Fei took out a large bag of diapers from the cabinet. With Aunt Wang's patient teaching, Xiao Fei quickly learned how to change diapers for his baby. In just a few minutes, he changed the diaper for the second baby. Just then, the system's voice sounded. "Drop. Congratulations to their host, you have completed the Novice Dad 2 mission and will be rewarded with 1 million cash. Since their host has successfully completed all the assessments for a novice nanny and has become a qualified novice nanny, special rewards, advanced cooking skills and a marrow cleansing pill." Advanced cooking skills. As an all-around nanny, you must have excellent cooking skills. With this skill, their host will gain skills that are no less than those of a state banquet chef. Marrow cleansing pill. Raising 3 babies requires tremendous energy. After taking this pill, their host will undergo a baptism from the inside out, gaining powerful physical strength, and also greatly improving the host's appearance. The system has just finished speaking. Xiao Fei felt a bottle-shaped object in his pocket. At the same time, a lot of knowledge about cooking flooded into my mind. Soon, he absorbed all this knowledge. Xiao Fei felt that even if he went to a 5-star hotel and applied for the position of head chef there would probably be no problem. Having acquired new skills, Xiao Fei naturally wanted to show them off. He put down the second baby in his arms, looked at Tang Yusin and said, "Yusin, there is a vegetable market nearby. I'm going to buy some groceries now, and I'll cook for you guys tonight." Hearing this, Tang Yusin turned her head in surprise. "You can also cook?" "Of course." Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Whatever you want to eat tonight, I can make it for you. I can do anything." Tang Yusin said with a smile. Aunt Wang also nodded, but naturally did not dare to make any requests. So, under the expectant gaze of the 2 people, Xiao Fei left home humming a little tune. After Xiao Fei left, Aunt Wang couldn't help but turn around and said to Tang Yusin, "Miss Tang, it seems that you really found a good husband." "No way." After hearing what Aunt Wang said, Tang Yusin blushed with shyness. "Ms. Tang, please stop being so modest. Look at my wife, don't even think about cooking for the children. I've been married to him for so many years, and I've only seen him enter the kitchen a few times." As soon as the topic came up, Aunt Wang seemed to be able to talk. In front of Tang Yusin, she kept complaining about her husband. while at the same time not forgetting to praise Xiao Fei. Faced with Aunt Wang's flattery, Tang Yusin appeared calm on the surface, but she was already beaming with joy in her heart. After all, her man is so outstanding, how can she not be happy? Next, the two of them sat on the sofa. I started playing with the three babies, touching the eldest baby's head, scratching the second baby's nose, and pinching the third baby's ears. The three babies were so amused that they couldn't stop laughing. Soon, Xiao Fei came back after buying groceries. He was carrying large and small bags containing all kinds of food. Seeing this, Aunt Wang and Tang Yusin were both dumbfounded. "You're going to cook all these dishes?" "Yes." Faced with Tang Yusin's nonsense question, Xiao Fei replied helplessly. Then he carried the ingredients, walked into the kitchen, and started working. Out of curiosity, Tang Yusin put on her slippers and quietly walked to the kitchen door. Want to see how good Xiao Fei's cooking skills are? Result: you won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. In the kitchen, Xiao Fei was seen holding a kitchen knife, chopping left and right with a very skillful technique. In just a few minutes, several portions of meat and vegetables were prepared. Then he picked up the radishes beside him, placed them neatly on the chopping board, and began to slice them. Da. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a kitchen knife hitting a chopping board could be heard. Xiao Fei standing in the kitchen looked like the Chinese chef boy. The kitchen knife in his hand was so fast that an afterimage was almost left. He placed all the processed ingredients neatly on the plate. Next, heat the oil in a pan. Add ingredients to pot. A crackling sound was heard in the kitchen. Seeing this scene, Tang Yusin was completely dumbfounded. She never thought that Xiao Fei was such a good cook. On the other side, Aunt Wang, who was taking care of three babies in the living room, also smelled a strong fragrance. Gulp. She couldn't help swallowing. Then he put down the three treasures in his hand and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing Xiao Fei showing off his skills in the kitchen, Aunt Wang was stunned. This boy is amazing. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. If ordinary people cook, it is just to fill their stomachs. Xiao Fei in front of him has obviously turned cooking into an art. I saw him waving the spatula in his hand, like a conductor of an orchestra, directing the ingredients to play a beautiful piece of music in the iron pot. That's not all. Every movement of Xiao Fei was so smooth and pleasing to the eye. Watching him cook is like watching an art performance. What are you doing standing at the door? Realizing there was someone behind him, Xiao Fei looked back and asked in confusion. You? Tang Yusin opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "How come you are so good at cooking? Look at the movements you made just now, it was like you were filming a movie." "No, not even in movies is this exaggerated." Antoine was standing aside and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Regarding Xiao Fei's cooking skills, she said that she had never seen such a thing in her entire life. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Xiao Fei smiled and joked. Although he can cook, he received rewards from the system. His cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Even better than those so-called Michelin 3-star chefs. At this time, Xiao Fei even developed a sense of confidence that no one could surpass him in the field of cooking. See the confident smile on Xiao Fei's face. Tang Yusin's heart, which had been silent for a long time, seemed to be hit by something. When she met Xiao Fei's gaze again, she felt a little confused and wanted to run away shyly. But she couldn't bear to miss such a wonderful moment. Watching Xiao Fei cook is simply a visual feast. Chapter 7: Land Rover Defender. Not long after, 8 delicious meals were freshly prepared. Tang Yusin and Aunt Wang walked into the kitchen and brought the dishes to the table one by one. Finally, Xiao Fei came out with 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Sitting at the dining table, looking at the delicious food in front of her, Tang Yusin couldn't help but whet her appetite. She couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in her mouth. It's delicious. Tang Yusin ate and nodded in praise. The ribs have a crispy skin, the sauce is sweet but not greasy, and the meat is tender and fresh, leaving you with an unforgettable aftertaste. Tang Yusin ate 3 pieces in a row before stopping, feeling unsatisfied. Seeing Tang Yusin eating with relish, Xiao Fei felt very satisfied. Don't just eat the ribs, have some fish head soup. Xiao Fei picked up the soup spoon and served Tang Yusin a large bowl of fish head and tofu soup. Seeing this scene, Aunt Wang opposite was full of envy. Ms. Tang, Mr. Xiao is so kind to you. This fish head soup is best for breastfeeding women. Tang Yusin glanced at Xiao Fei beside her with tenderness. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. This sentence also applies to women. After eating the food made by Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin felt that what she had eaten before was simply pig food. At this moment, the three babies in the crib suddenly made babbling sounds. Does the little guy smell the fragrance too? How is that possible? Xiao Fei flicked Tang Yusin's forehead with his finger and said with a smile, the babies are only 2 months old, their eyesight is not well developed, how can they have a sense of smell? Right now, they are probably only interested in milk powder. After a pause, Xiao Fei continued, speaking of which, they should be hungry now. You guys continue eating, and I'll go feed the children. After saying that, Xiao Fei put down his chopsticks and walked towards the living room. I saw Xiao Fei standing in front of the stroller, preparing milk powder skillfully. Tang Yusin felt as if her heart was filled with something, and a happy smile appeared on her face. After dinner. Finish feeding the babies. It's about time for Aunt Wang to go home. Just as Aunt Wang was picking up her bag and preparing to leave the house, Xiao Fei suddenly called her, then took out a thick envelope and handed it to Aunt Wang. Auntie Wang, this is your salary for last month. Go slowly on your way back. Aunt Wang took the envelope, touched it casually, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she quickly thanked Xiao Fei. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Then I'll go back first. After expressing her gratitude, Aunt Wang turned and left. Xiao Fei closed the door and returned to the bedroom, just in time to see Tang Yusin changing Sambao's diaper. You're pooping again. Tang Yusin changed the diapers for the three babies skillfully, and then said to Xiao Fei, I'm going to wash the babies' butts later, can you help me? Certainly. Xiao Fei walked over, got close to Tang Yusin, and said seriously, don't be so polite when talking to me in the future, understand? Okay. Tang Yusin lowered her head shyly. Xiao Fei then asked, just wash the babies' butts, don't they need to take a bath? Need not. Tang Yusin shook her head and explained, the babies are still young, so they don't need to take a bath every day. Twice a week is enough, but their buttocks need to be washed every day. Okay, you teach me how to do it. Let me help you. Soon, Xiao Fei followed Tang Yusin into the bathroom. Although the weather is still very hot, Tang Yusin still closed the windows to prevent wind from blowing in just to be on the safe side. The babies are still young. It would be troublesome if you accidentally catch a cold. Tang Yusin said as she started to fill the bathtub with water. It is best to keep the water temperature for bathing babies at around 40. Not too high, not too low. There's a thermometer here. The temperature is about right. You can bring Dabao over first. Xiao Fei stood up and ran to the living room, carrying Dabao in. With the help of Tang Yusin, Xiao Fei pulled down Dabao's pants, revealing his smooth and elastic little butt. Come, I'll teach you how to wash their butts. Hold the baby first, then take out a baby towel and wet it with warm water from the tub. And when you scrub, be sure to be gentle. Baby's skin is very delicate and can be easily scratched. While Tang Yusin was wiping Dabao's butt, she was explaining precautions to Xiao Fei, radiating the glow of motherhood. During the whole process, Dabao was very well behaved and hardly moved. Occasionally, he would wave his little hands and make cute, baby sounds. See this scene. Xiao Fei felt like he was being touched by cuteness again. Okay, Dabao has finished washing. Put on his pants first, don't let him catch a cold. After receiving the instruction, Xiao Fei quickly put pants on Dabao and then brought Erbao over. As for Erbao, you can wash her. But you have to be careful, Erbao is a little afraid of water and may not cooperate. Okay, I'll give it a try. Xiao Fei rolled up his sleeves, looking eager to try. Tang Yusin picked up Erbao, gently unbuttoned her pants, and assisted Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei followed Tang Yusin's steps, first wetting the towel, then wringing out the water, and carefully wiping Erbao's butt. Really? Just as Tang Yusin said. When the towel touched Erbao's little butt, the little guy began to twist restlessly. Fortunately, Erbao was not very strong, and Tang Yusin was still able to control him. Seeing Erbao resisting, Xiao Fei immediately said softly, "Good boy, Daddy will wash your butt. After that, you can go to sleep." I don't know if Xiao Fei's words worked, but Erbao really became well behaved. Erbao is really Tang Yusin was both angry and amused. Why do I have to slap myself in the face every time? When I was washing her, she was so noisy. How come you are so well behaved now? Who makes me her father? Snort. Tang Yusin snorted softly. After washing the second baby, they brought the third baby over. According to the previous process, Tang Yusin held the baby while Xiao Fei washed it. As he was washing, Xiao Fei suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, "You were the only one there before, so it must have been troublesome to give them a bath, right?" Good. Tang Yusin smiled bitterly. Sometimes, Aunt Wine would help me. Washing the butt is fine, but giving the baby a bath is too much for me to handle by myself. Then I'll help you. Tang Yusin looked up at Xiao Fei, her eyes full of sweetness. She suddenly felt that the encounter that night might be a gift from God to her. Let her meet Xiao Fei, such a good man. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing their washing the babies but for the first time mission. Reward, Land Rover Defender 130 Collector's Edition. Extra reward, a 100,000 yuan fuel card. Note, the car has been parked in the underground parking lot of their host's residential area. The relevant documents, driving license, and information have all been placed in the car. Please go and check it in time. Hear the sound of the system. Xiao Fei was stunned, then became a little excited. Just by washing your baby's butt, you can drive such a luxury car? This is so fucking cool. This is a Land Rover Defender worth millions. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei couldn't help but kissed Sanbao on the face. Chapter 8. Does he want to sleep here tonight? After washing the baby's butts, Xiao Fei couldn't help it and wanted to go and check his car. He carried the 3 babies back to the crib, then said to Tang Yusin, who was cleaning the bathroom, "I have something arriving, let's go downstairs." Good. Although Tang Yusin was a little confused about what Xiao Fei had delivered. But she thought about it and thought it was probably a courier or something, so she didn't ask any more questions. Is there anything you want me to buy? Before leaving, Xiao Fei asked again. No, go ahead. Tang Yusin shook her head and said. So Xiao Fei put on his shoes and left home. Just closed the door. He pulled a medicine bottle and a car key from his pocket. What was in the medicine bottle was the marrow cleansing pill that the system had rewarded him with before. Not knowing what would happen after eating it, Xiao Fei decided to wait until night before eating it. With a happy mood, Xiao Fei took the elevator to the underground parking lot of the community, and soon found the Land Rover Defender worth 1 million yuan rewarded by the system. The black body and tough outline make it look very domineering. Under the light, it reflects a dazzling light. Xiao Fei was a little stunned by what he saw. Open the car door, and you will see that the interior decoration is very luxurious and the interior space is very large. This Land Rover Defender 130 is a 2+2+3 7-seater layout. Compared with the 8-seater layout, the second row passengers can have a better riding experience, and the third row passengers can also get in and out more conveniently. After all, now I am a father of 3 children. Add in my future wife Tang Yusin, and my parents, a car is just right for 7 people. Xiao Fei sat in the driving seat and stepped on the accelerator. The engine suddenly roared. Very pleasant to the ear. On the co-pilot seat, there was a file bag containing various documents. Among them, there is one most important thing. That SA gas card worth 100,000 yuan. With this card, you won't have to worry about gas money in the next few years. The system is really considerate. Keep the documents away. Xiao Fei took the car keys and returned home. At this time in the house, Tang Yusin was sitting on the sofa, taking care of 3 babies. When Tang Yusin saw Xiao Fei coming back, she smiled at first. But soon, she discovered the car keys in Xiao Fei's hand. This is. The car I bought has arrived. Xiao Fei walked over to Tang Yusin, put the car keys on the table, and explained, I made some money from stock trading before, so I ordered a car from the 4S store. They delivered the car today. Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei in shock. You bought a car while you were still in college. What kind of car is this? Tang Yusin picked up the car keys and took a look at them. She didn't recognize the Land Rover logo. In fact, for girls, apart from BBA, they basically don't know much about other cars. This is the 7-seater version of the Land Rover Defender. About 1 million. Hearing this, Tang Yusin was even more shocked. 1 million. How much money did you make from stock trading? Tang Yusin widened her eyes, a look of disbelief on her face. Xiao Fei really enjoyed Tang Yusin's expression. He reached out and pinched Tang Yusin's face and said with a smile. Not much, but as your man. It's not a problem to support you and the child. Tang Yusin's pretty face turned red. She slapped Xiao Fei's hand away and said unhappily. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. We already have a child. Am I not still your man? Xiao Fei looked at Tang Yusin and said jokingly. Forehead. Although what Xiao Fei said was true, Tang Yusin still felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head shyly. Seeing her charming appearance, Xiao Fei's heart was moved. But he also knew that some things could not be rushed. Tang Yusin has not truly accepted herself yet. So he changed the subject and said, Wife, do you think this house is quite big? What do you want to do? Tang Yusin suddenly took a step back and got goosebumps all over her body. She stared at Xiao Fei with some fear and shyness. Look. Xiao Fei pointed to the 3 bedrooms in the house and said, I specially rented a larger house with 3 bedrooms, so. So what? Could it be that he wants to sleep here tonight? I don't know what Tang Yusin was thinking about, but she suddenly became confused. She is not ready to live with Xiao Fei now. No, I can't. Tang Yusin subconsciously wanted to refuse. But before she could finish her words, she paused again. Although the two had only known each other for less than 2 days, Xiao Fei's performance had completely exceeded Tang Yusin's expectations and could almost be said to be perfect. Tang Yusin could also see it. Xiao Fei is sincere to himself and his baby. So now, she was a little hesitant. Seeing Tang Yusin hesitate to speak, Xiao Fei walked over and said softly, Don't think too much. I stayed here to help you take care of the baby. The babies are still young, you have to take care of the 3 of them by yourself. I have to go to class during the day and feed them at night. It's impossible for me to get a good rest. So I want to stay and help you take care of them at night so that you can get a good night's sleep. Having said that, Xiao Fei moved closer to Tang Yusin and gently stroked her eye bags with his hand. Tang Yusin's breathing suddenly became rapid. Look at you. You have dark circles under your eyes from staying up late. How can you take good care of the baby without a good rest? I learned that Xiao Fei wanted to stay to help me take care of the baby. Tang Yusin felt a sweet feeling in her heart. But soon, she felt something was wrong and waved her hand. No, you're still a student, and you have classes in your 3rd year tomorrow. Speaking of this, Tang Yusin frowned as if she had thought of something. I say, you didn't make a little money from stock trading and you don't even want your diploma anymore, right? I'm warning you, I'm a teacher and I will never allow you to skip class. Seeing Tang Yusin's serious expression, Xiao Fei smiled and joked. Why, now you remember that you are a teacher. You? Tang Yusin was extremely embarrassed and angry. She glared at Xiao Fei fiercely and scolded him, I'm not kidding you. Okay. Seeing this, Xiao Fei immediately surrendered and said, I promise you, I will never fall behind in my studies. If I score less than 60 points in one subject in the final exam, I will go back to school immediately and study hard. After hearing this, Tang Yusin nodded with satisfaction. That's what you said. If you fall behind in your studies because of taking care of the baby, then you should move back to school immediately, study hard, and get your diploma no matter what. From Tang Yusin's words, Xiao Fei could tell that she still cared about him very much. No problem, wife. I will definitely not let you worry. Xiao Fei replied with a grin. Who is your wife? Don't talk nonsense. Tang Yusin's pretty face turned red and she turned away in panic. Soon. Xiao Fei muttered something under his breath, then said, No more talking, I'm going back to the dormitory to move my luggage. Then he picked up his car keys and left the house. Chapter 9 Hidden Rich Second Generation. After leaving home, Xiao Fei went directly to the underground garage, drove the Land Rover Defender rewarded by the system, and returned to school. Although the community is very close to the school. But in order to transport things more conveniently, Xiao Fei still chose to drive. However, just as he was about to enter the school, he was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Xiao Fei rolled down the window, took out his student ID and showed it to the security guard. The security guard then let him go, feeling resentful in his heart. I wonder which rich second generation actually drives such a luxury car to come to school for classes. Fuck. Isn't this brother Xiao? Just as Xiao Feisheng rolled up the car window and prepared to drive in, Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard not far away. Xiao Fei turned around and found that they were his three roommates. Hey, good boy. Are you surprised to see your dad? Zhang Bo, who was a bit fat, almost dropped his jaw when he saw Xiao Fei sitting in the Land Rover Defender. Brother Xiao, is this your car? Wu Zitao walked up directly, stroked the tough body of the Land Rover Defender, and said excitedly, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a Land Rover Defender, right? Oh my god, this is a luxury car worth millions. Wu Zitao is the most knowledgeable about cars in the dormitory, and he can handle all kinds of car models with ease. But he just understood it and couldn't afford it at all. The last roommate from northeast China, Liu Chao, had just walked around the car and was about to say something. The security guard came over and shouted, drive the car away quickly, don't block the door. Okay. Hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you back to the dormitory. Xiao Fei first said something to the security guard, and then waved to the other three good guys. The three of them jumped into the car without saying a word. As soon as they got into the car, the three guys were like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, looking left and right, touching things, and drooling. Xiao Fei drove the car steadily towards the dormitory. Taozi, you just said that Brother Xiao's car costs 1 million. I never thought that our Brother Xiao is actually a hidden rich second generation. On the way, Zhang Bo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but tease. Wu Zitao and Liu Chao also looked over. Fuck rich second generation. Xiao Fei rolled his eyes at the three guys and said speechlessly, if I were a rich second generation, I would have come here in a luxury car when I first entered university. Why would I have to wait until now? So you bought this car yourself? Zhang Bo couldn't help swallowing. Oh shit. I never thought writing online articles could make so much money. Faced with Zhang Bo's doubts, Xiao Fei was too lazy to explain and changed the subject. What were you three doing just now? Playing games in the internet cafe. The atmosphere in the dormitory is not fun enough. At this point, Wu Zitao suddenly sighed and continued, we three losers can only play on the computer. Unlike you, Brother Xiao, you earn money to buy a luxury car. This is my dream car. Looking at this Land Rover Defender, Wu Zitao was full of envy. By the way, let me tell you something. Xiao Fei suddenly said, I rented a house outside the school and I will move out today. You want to move out? Zhang Bo was stunned, then nodded. After all, Xiao Fei is making money now, and it is only natural for him to want to move out and improve his environment. The three of them can't stop us, right? Okay. Then when we get back to the dormitory, we'll help you pack your luggage. Zhang Bo looked a little disappointed, and then asked, where is your house? It's not far from the school. After all, I still have to go to school, right? If you are free some other day, I will invite you to come over to my place and play. As for now, that is definitely not possible. Xiao Fei planned to wait until Tang Yusin completely accepted him before announcing this matter to the public. Otherwise, it is likely to cause trouble to Tang Yusin. After all, their identities are clear, one is a student and the other is a teacher. Not long after, the Land Rover Defender arrived downstairs of the dormitory. After parking the car, the four of them quickly ran back to the dormitory and started packing. Xiao Fei didn't have much stuff, so he could put everything in one suitcase. He then put the laptop into the bag and he was done. Xiao Fei dragged his suitcase and left the dormitory. Looking at Xiao Fei's departing back, Zhang Bo couldn't help but sigh, suddenly I feel that the game is not so interesting anymore. Yes, we are all juniors, and it's time to think about what will happen after graduation. Actually, I'm preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Lao Liu, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? That's right. The least valuable thing now is college. Even though they are students of Shanghai Jiaoda University. But in this age of devaluation of academic qualifications, it is not easy to find a decent job. Now Xiao Fei suddenly stood up and even bought a Land Rover Defender. Inspired by him, the three of them also thought about what they would do after graduation and decided to work hard to get out of poverty and become rich as soon as possible. The other side. After putting the luggage in the car, Xiao Fei was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, they went to a maternity and baby supplies store and prepared to buy a few strollers and 3 child safety seats for the children. The Land Rover Defender is large and spacious. But considering the safety of babies, it is still necessary to install a safety seat. After parking the car on the side of the road, Xiao Fei walked straight into the store. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" As soon as I entered the store, a sweet-looking saleswoman came to greet me. When she saw Xiao Fei, her eyes suddenly lit up. Although Xiao Fei's clothes were a bit ordinary, he was handsome and exuded an elegant air. He is simply a Prince Charming. He is even more handsome than the male stars on TV. The salesperson has already started fantasizing in his mind, thinking how wonderful it would be if he could be with him. "Do you have baby strollers for sale?" Xiao Fei said bluntly. "Have. Sir, are you buying this for your child?" Xiao Fei nodded. Seeing this, the girl was immediately disappointed. Why do all the high-quality handsome guys want to get married early, and even have kids? Although I feel a little lost. But the girl still enthusiastically took Xiao Fei to the area where the baby strollers were placed. "Sir, these are the latest models in our store, you can choose any of them." Looking at the baby carriage in front of him, Xiao Fei frowned. "There are 3 babies in the family. If I buy 3 strollers, it will be very inconvenient to travel. It's like this, my kids are triplets." "So, do you have those multi-seat strollers here?" "Triplets." The sales girl looked at Xiao Fei in surprise. Unexpectedly, this young man is not only handsome. Her ability in that area was so strong that she even gave birth to triplets in her lifetime. It's amazing. Soon, she regained her composure and said, "I'm sorry, sir. The most we have in our store are double seats. After all, there are very few twins. We don't have triple seats in stock." "Then let's get a 2-seater and then a single-seater." After a pause, Xiao Fei continued, "By the way, give me 3 more child safety seats that can be placed in the car." The sales girl nodded and smiled sweetly. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll get the goods for you right away." The sales girl quickly packed up everything Xiao Fei wanted. After paying the bill, Xiao Fei left the maternity and baby store carrying several large boxes. Put the stroller in the trunk and install the safety seat directly on it. Then, Xiao Fei drove back to the Rose Garden community. Chapter 10: Effects of the Marrow Cleansing Pill. Inside the house, I saw Xiao Fei carrying a lot of bags back home. Tang Yusin hurried forward and took the thing from Xiao Fei's hand. "Hey, you bought a stroller?" Xiao Fei nodded. "The babies are already 2 months old, so it's time to take them out. Get some sun and get close to nature." Tang Yusin smiled and nodded. "I know, but the sunshade and seat cushion of the stroller need to be cleaned with water. I'll take them in and wash them now." As she spoke, Tang Yusin removed the sunshades and seat cushions of the 2 strollers and took them to the bathroom to wash. Xiao Fei carried the suitcase and computer and put them in his bedroom. Then he went back to the living room and started to entertain the 3 little angels. "Dabao, I'm your dad, come on and call me Dad tilde. Erbao, you little cutie, come and give me a kiss tilde. Sanbao, little lazy pig, is still sleeping in." Just when Xiao Fei was teasing the 3 babies, Tang Yusin had already cleaned the sunshade and seat cushions and put them on the balcony to dry. When she returned to the living room, she saw Xiao Fei playing with the children, and she felt warm in her heart. I really hope that days like this can continue forever. She hadn't experienced this kind of long-lost warmth for a long time. Let the baby sleep in my room at night. At this moment, Xiao Fei suddenly raised his head, looked at Tang Yusin and said, "From now on, I will take care of the baby at night. You should have a good rest and stay alert so that you won't feel sleepy during class. You're alone, okay?" Tang Yusin was still a little worried. After all, Xiao Fei had just started dealing with babies and had no experience. "No problem, don't worry," Xiao Fei said confidently. "Thanks." Seeing Xiao Fei's firm attitude, Tang Yusin had no choice but to follow his wishes. Hearing this, Xiao Fei frowned, stood up, walked to Tang Yusin, and hugged her in his arms. Tang Yusin tensed up instantly, and her soft body suddenly became stiff. What are you going to do?" Xiao Fei lowered his head, looked at Tang Yusin and said, "Didn't I tell you that there's no need to say thank you between you and me? These are what I should do. Since I said I would give you and the baby a happy life, I can definitely do it." As he spoke, Xiao Fei kissed Tang Yusin's red lips. Tang Yusin shuddered all over. An unprecedented throbbing suddenly spread throughout my body. Tang Yusin couldn't help but moan and tried to push him away. But he was firmly imprisoned by Xiao Fei and could not move. Finally, Xiao Fei kissed her hard several times before slowly letting her go. Tang Yusin's pretty face flushed red and she glared at Xiao Fei fiercely. Seeing Tang Yusin's shy look, Xiao Fei felt extremely proud. He didn't expect that his sudden attack would actually be successful. You are so bad. From now on, you are not allowed to kiss me without my consent. Tang Yusin blushed and said in a low voice. Yes, wife. Xiao Fei agreed with pretended respect. Who is your wife? Tang Yusin blushed slightly when she heard this. Although Xiao Fei had called her that more than once. But every time she heard it, she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Xiao Fei chuckled and continued to joke, whoever spoke just now is my wife. Tang Yusin glared at Xiao Fei angrily, wishing she could bite him. But seeing Xiao Fei looked harmless. Tang Yusin couldn't bring herself to do it, so she could only pinch him, then said, Xiao Fei, can you please not do this at school, because... Of course Xiao Fei knew what Tang Yusin wanted to say. Before she could finish her words, he said, don't worry, in school you are the teacher and I am the student, that's all. Xiao Fei, thank you. Tang Yusin was deeply moved when she heard this. But at home, you are my wife. Tang Yusin spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Then she turned around shyly and ran into the bedroom. Xiao Fei never expected that this time, Tang Yusin would actually agree. It seems that it is time to advance the relationship between them. Night. Tang Yusin was a little worried. But they still put the 3 babies on Xiao Fei's bed. Then he explained some precautions to him, looked at the baby reluctantly, and returned to his bedroom. Lying in bed, Tang Yusin tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Can Xiao Fei take good care of the baby? Won't they have trouble sleeping without their mother's company? How about going in and taking a look? But in this way, will Xiao Fei think that I don't trust him? Tang Yusin widened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling, all kinds of thoughts flashing through her mind. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. The other side. Xiao Fei covered the babies with blankets. Then he put the diapers and bottles next to the bed. After all preparations were ready, Xiao Fei took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, which contained the marrow cleansing pill. He glanced at the baby, then took out the pill and swallowed it directly. Take the marrow cleansing pill into your stomach. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into every part of my body. This feeling is simply amazing. Xiao Fei closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the effects of the marrow cleansing pill. As time went by, a layer of black impurities slowly emerged from Xiao Fei's body. Xiao Fei knew that the marrow cleansing pill was starting to take effect. About 5 minutes later, Xiao Fei seemed to be wrapped in mud. He quickly ran to the bathroom and took a quick shower to wash off the dirt on his body. Standing in front of the mirror, Xiao Fei looked at his body. Height increased by 2 centimeters. His figure became taller and more muscular, and his muscles became much stronger. Moreover, the skin becomes whiter, and even the facial features become more 3-dimensional, and the overall appearance of the person has reached a higher level. He clenched his fists and felt endless power in his body. He picked up a mouthwash cup and, with a little force, crushed the cup. It seems that this marrow cleansing pill is effective. It's much stronger than I thought. Xiao Fei nodded with satisfaction, then put on his pants and walked out of the bathroom with his upper body naked. Yes. He admitted that he was a bit conceited. With such a perfect figure, even if no one appreciates it, it is still extremely pleasing to the eye. Chapter 11. If you want to touch it, you can do it openly. One night. Xiao Fei spends all his time taking care of 3 babies. The next day, around 6 in the morning, Xiao Fei fed the baby for the last time and changed the diaper before leaning against the bed and taking a nap. When he woke up again, it was already past 8 in the morning. The 3 babies are still sleeping soundly. Xiao Fei's energy was also fully restored, and he didn't feel tired at all. Good. It seems that the effect of this marrow cleansing pill is really powerful. Even if you have stayed up all night, you can instantly restore your energy by taking a 2-hour nap. Just as Xiao Fei was sighing inwardly, the voice of the system suddenly came from his mind. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing their Guarding the Baby at Night mission. Reward, high-quality sleep. High-quality sleep, taking care of a baby is an extremely laborious task. With high-quality sleep, the host's sleep quality will be greatly improved. Just half an hour of sleep can achieve the same sleep effect as a normal person's 8 hours. Hearing the voice of the system, Xiao Fei couldn't help but be shocked. High quality sleep. This reward is very useful to me now. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, Xiao Fei's physical functions were greatly improved. Just 2 hours of sleep can restore your physical strength. However, staying up late continuously is probably too much for most people. But now, with this skill, I only need to sleep for half an hour to achieve the same sleep effect as a normal person's 8 hours. Now, I don't have to worry about feeling sleepy when taking care of the baby at night. It feels so good. Just then, Xiao Fei's ears moved. He heard a faint rustling sound coming from the next room. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, Xiao Fei not only became stronger, but his vision and hearing also improved significantly. Even though the room was well soundproofed, he could still detect movement in the next room. Obviously, Tang Yusin had woken up at this time. Really? Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Fei said it subconsciously. Come in. The door opened and Tang Yusin walked in from outside in her pajamas. Her face still looked a little sleepy, obviously she had just woken up. Xiao Fei's eyes swept over and fell on Tang Yusin's exquisite and delicate body, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Today, Tang Yusin was wearing a white suspender pajamas. Her 2 long, white legs were exposed to the air without reservation, making her look extremely sexy and seductive. Even wearing loose pajamas, it couldn't hide the magnificence of her chest. Xiao Fei, you? Seeing Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin was also stunned. Because last night, after taking a shower, Xiao Fei came out of the bathroom naked. At this time, he was only wearing a pair of shorts, revealing the strong muscles of his upper body. Perfect body, full of male hormones. How's it going? Is it okay? Xiao Fei grinned. Tang Yusin looked a little dazed and nodded subconsciously. But soon, she felt that her words seemed a little too ambiguous. She hurriedly shook her head, and her pretty face suddenly flushed with a charming blush, making her look particularly attractive. Seeing Tang Yusin like this, Xiao Fei rushed forward, grabbed her waist, laid her on the bed, and said in a low voice, "What do you think? It's still early, should we?" You, a hooligan. Feel the changes in Xiao Fei's body. Tang Yusin was filled with shame and anger. She pushed Xiao Fei away and fled back to her room. After closing the door, Tang Yusin touched her cheek. So hot. My heart was beating wildly. This guy Xiao Fei is so shameless. We've only known each other for 2 days, but you already want to do that kind of thing. But I haven't seen Xiao Fei for 1 night, how come he suddenly becomes so handsome? So handsome that it's stunning. Even those popular young actors pale in comparison to him. And his figure, is that something a college student can have? It's so astringent. Oh. No, I must be reserved. But I can't let him think that I'm a casual woman. Tang Yusin patted her face, trying to wake herself up. But all that filled his mind was the image of Xiao Fei with his upper body naked. And just now, he pressed me on the bed, that thick feeling. Wow. Just then, crying sounds came from the room, bringing Tang Yusin back to reality. She quickly opened the door and ran to Xiao Fei's bedroom. At this time, Xiao Fei had already gone to wash up. Only 3 babies were left, lying in the cribs. 2 of the little ones were still sleeping soundly, only Sanbao had his mouth open and was crying loudly. Seeing this, Tang Yusin hurriedly picked up Sanbao. I checked the diaper first. He didn't poop, so it seems he's hungry. At this time, Xiao Fei, who had just finished washing and putting on his clothes, also returned to the bedroom. Seeing Sanbao crying, he did not continue teasing Tang Yusin, but picked up the bottle and started making milk powder for the baby. Tang Yusin held Sanbao in her arms and couldn't help but glance at Xiao Fei. What kind of magic does this man have? Why did I fall so quickly? Tang Yusin felt that her girlish heart was gradually being captured by the man in front of her. Soon, Xiao Fei prepared the milk powder. He handed the bottle to Tang Yusin and said with a smile, "Feed the baby first, I'll make breakfast for you." Tang Yusin blushed and nodded. Looking at Xiao Fei's departing back, Tang Yusin's heart beat even faster and she almost dropped the bottle in her hand. Forehead. I am so embarrassed. In the kitchen. Xiao Fei is working hard to make breakfast for Tang Yusin. Not long after, a rich fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. Tang Yusin smelled the fragrance and walked to the kitchen door curiously, and saw Xiao Fei busy inside. She said softly, breakfast doesn't have to be so sumptuous. Not just breakfast. Xiao Fei turned around and smiled warmly, you eat in the cafeteria every day, so the nutrition is not enough. This is the lunch I prepared for you. After hearing this, Tang Yusin suddenly realized. It turned out that Xiao Fei not only cooked breakfast for himself, but also prepared lunch. Tang Yusin was extremely moved, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. She gritted her teeth, walked forward for the first time, and hugged Xiao Fei tightly from behind. Thanks. Are you still so polite to me? Xiao Fei smiled and scratched the tip of her nose. Gradually, Xiao Fei sensed something strange. Tang Yusin held her hands and seemed to be touching her abdomen. Wife, if you want to touch it, you can do it openly. Well. Tang Yusin's pretty face turned red immediately when Xiao Fei saw through her thoughts. She hastily pulled her hand away and fled the kitchen in panic. Xiao Fei smiled helplessly and moved his hands faster. After breakfast, Aunt Wang just arrived at work. Auntie Wang, thank you for your hard work today. You are so polite, Mr. Xiao. This is what I should do. Xiao Fei nodded. Before going out, he handed the lunchbox to Tang Yusin and so that Tang Yusin didn't seem to be wearing any makeup. Xiao Fei felt a little guilty. How can my woman live such a simple life? It seems that I should not only buy things for the baby, but also buy some daily necessities for the mother. Chapter 12 Love Bento. After Tang Yusin left, Xiao Fei also came to the school. There is an international finance class this morning. He promised Tang Yusin that she would not fall behind in her studies, so he would not skip class without reason. Walking in the school, Xiao Fei thought about his future plans. In total, the system rewarded him 1.5 million. He took out 200,000 yuan and gave it to Tang Yusin as living expenses, and now he has less than 1.3 million yuan in savings left. This money seems like a lot. But it is definitely not enough to raise 3 children. Not to mention, Xiao Fei is now in the Magic City and will have to buy a house in the future. So, he must find a way to make more money. The children are growing up day by day, and we definitely want to be able to move away at will. He remembered a parenting expert saying that frequent moves might have an adverse effect on the baby's growth and development. Babies are very sensitive to their surroundings and they need time to adjust to new environments. A sudden change in environment will not only make your baby feel uneasy, but it may also affect their physical and mental health. The quality of a baby's sleep is closely related to their sense of security. In a familiar environment, your baby will feel safer and sleep better. However, after moving, babies may need time to adapt to the new environment, which may cause their sleep quality to decline and affect their growth. Considering the above points, Xiao Fei must make money as soon as possible and buy a house in Shanghai. The money he has now is definitely not enough. But fortunately, Xiao Fei has a stock market trend chart as a system reward. Using this 1.3 million as capital and taking advantage of the stock market trend chart, it should be very easy to make tens of millions in a shares. I believe it won't be long before he can earn enough money to buy a house. In addition, the babies were born not long ago. You also need to get a birth certificate and register your household registration. It is best to get a birth certificate within 3 months of the child's birth, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome. And the most important thing is to take them for vaccination. Xiao Fei remembered that Tang Yusin told him that the babies had already received hepatitis B vaccine and BCG vaccine. Next, you need to get the first and second doses of the polio vaccine, as well as the first and second doses of the diphtheria, pertussis and tetanus vaccine. While walking towards the classroom, Xiao Fei was looking up relevant information on his mobile phone. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. There are so many kinds of vaccines that babies need to receive. A total of 18 vaccinations are required. Raising a baby is not easy. Xiao Fei couldn't help but sigh. I'll go. That little brother is so handsome. When did such a handsome boy appear in our school? Isn't he a freshman? He's so handsome, even more handsome than our Gigi. Just as Xiao Fei was walking in the school, he suddenly heard a lot of girls talking around him. He looked up and found that many female classmates around him were secretly glancing at him. Looking at the gazes from the girls around him, Xiao Fei felt a little uncomfortable. He coughed lightly and quickened his pace towards the classroom. But at this moment, a bold girl ran up and blocked his way. Handsome guy Tilder. Can I add you on WeChat? The girl was wearing a tube-top miniskirt and had a very hot body. She lifted the hair beside her ear and spoke to Xiao Fei with an extremely confident expression. In her opinion, with her looks, as long as she took the initiative, she would basically not fail. Unless, the other person is not straight. I'm sorry. I'm married and I even have a baby. Xiao Fei shook his head and spoke calmly. Hearing this, the girl collapsed instantly. Even have a baby? Are you kidding me? Looking at Xiao Fei's departing back, the girl clenched her fists and stomped her feet hard. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fei walked into the classroom. Because several classes are mixed together for class. So at the beginning, no one noticed Xiao Fei and thought he was a student from another class. But soon, Zhang Bo discovered something strange. Fuck. Brother Xiao, did you go for plastic surgery? Zhang Bo, who was sitting in the back row of the classroom, looked at Xiao Fei at the door and shouted. The classmates who had not noticed Xiao Fei at first were also attracted by his voice. Is this Xiao Fei? How did you become so handsome? I heard from people in the group yesterday that he seemed to have earned his own money and bought a Land Rover Defender. I'm so envious. The classmates were talking about it, and Xiao Fei frowned when he heard it. He could only pretend nothing happened and walked towards where the 3 dormitory members were. Just at this moment, Professor Mediterranean walked in. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became silent. However, during class, female classmates would occasionally turn their heads and secretly look at Xiao Fei. Brother Xiao. What's going on with you? Wu Zitao looked at Xiao Fei curiously and asked. I guess it's because I wasn't woken up by your snoring last night. So you are in extra high spirits today. Xiao Fei spread his hands and made up an excuse. Grass. Is it possible? Wu Zitao complained, then looked envious. TSK TSK TSK. Brother Xiao, you are already so handsome. And you're still angry about your appearance. How can we play with you in the future? That's right. If I walk with you from now on, we will look like supporting characters in a novel. No lady will even look at us straight in the eye. The remaining 2 roommates also started complaining. Xiao Fei could only smile bitterly. Without the system, you are just supporting roles. The other side. Near noon, in the teacher's office. The female teacher Jiang Yu, who was sitting opposite Tang Yusen, stood up suddenly and shouted, Get off work, Teacher Tang, let's go out together to improve our meals at noon today. Tang Yusen, who was correcting homework, smiled bitterly when she heard this. No, I brought some food today. Did you bring food? The female teacher Jiang Yu looked surprised. During the school term, Tang Yusen went to the staff cafeteria to eat every day. Why do you suddenly bring your own lunch today? Did you do this yourself? No. Tang Yusen smiled sweetly, it was the child's father who did it. Your husband. Jiang Yu suddenly opened his mouth wide. Wow. Teacher Tang, does your husband still make love bento for you? I really admire you. My damn bastard, he's still sleeping in bed while I'm at work. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. As soon as these words were spoken, all the teachers in the office looked over. They all knew that Tang Yusen had a child, but they had never seen the child, nor had they heard her mention her husband. So everyone thought that she was divorced and had a child. But now, she actually brought a love bento to work. This is really killing the dog. Facing everyone's envious gazes, Tang Yusen silently took out the lunchbox and opened the lid. The aroma of food instantly filled the entire office. Jiang Yu, who had the best relationship with Tang Yusen, suddenly jumped over from his chair and looked at the lunchbox in Tang Yusen's hand eagerly. This smells so good. There's braised chicken, my favorite. Teacher Tang, can I have a taste? Like Tang Yusen, Jiang Yu is a female teacher who has just joined Deepening University. In addition, the 2 were of similar age, so they quickly became good friends who could talk about anything. Tang Yusen knew that Jiang Yu was a foodie. So he picked up the spoon, scooped a piece of chicken and handed it to Jiang Yu. Teacher Jiang. Come, have a taste. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and put the chicken directly into his mouth. The sauce is rich and the chicken is tender. Add the vegetable aroma of green peppers and potatoes and it's absolutely delicious. Jiang Yu's eyes widened immediately, and he praised hurriedly, the taste is first rate, 10,000 times better than those made in other shops. She is starting to feel jealous now. Teacher Tang was able to find such a loving husband. Think about myself, I am still a single dog now. Damn it. At this time, Jiang Yu looked at another insulated box and couldn't help asking, Teacher Tang, what's in your box? Tang Yusin smiled and opened another box. The fragrance spread instantly. Inside is a big bowl of my mother's pig's trotter soup, which is rich in collagen. Gulp. Tang Yusin seemed to be able to hear the sound of Jiang Yu secretly swallowing his saliva. Otherwise, you'd better not go out to eat. Shall we eat together? Tang Yusin suggested. The lunchbox Xiao Fei prepared for her was very filling. There is no problem eating for 2 people. Is it really possible? Although Jiang Yu said this, he had already sat down. And so, the two began to eat. There is no harm without comparison. Compared with the usual takeout, the meals Xiao Fei cooks are simply delicacies. As Jiang Yu ate, he was about to orgasm. The sound of praise kept coming out of my mouth. Chapter 13: Entering the Stock Market. At the same time, after finishing the morning classes, Xiao Fei did not rush home, but found a cool place to sit down and opened the stock trading app on his mobile phone. He looked at the time. There was still more than half an hour before the lunch break. He wants to take advantage of this time to study the stock market carefully. I want to earn enough money to buy a house in a short period of time. He must make use of the stock market trend chart to make a fortune in the stock market. Xiao Fei opened the stock trading software, filled in the basic information, and then communicated with the account manager via video. Soon, he successfully opened an account with a brokerage firm. We can finally begin. Xiao Fei took a deep breath and quickly opened the main interface. The stock market trend chart is equivalent to a passive skill, as long as you have this function. The profit curves of all the stocks that Xiao Fei sees in the next 7 days will be presented in front of him. When various stocks pop up on the mobile phone screen, Xiao Fei discovered that next to these stocks, there was a line of small words that only he could see. Taihao Technology 600590, earnings in the next 7 days. iFlyTech 002230, earnings in the next 7 days. Lion Biotech 002166, earnings in the next 7 days. See the small print. Xiao Fei could hardly suppress the smile on his face. This is so awesome. With these hints, isn't it equivalent to an open book exam? If you still lose money by investing in stocks like this, you can only say that you are blind. Xiao Fei clicked on one of the stocks. Soon, the line of small words next to it disappeared. What follows is the trend chart of this stock in the next week. This trend chart is even very considerate, marking for Xiao Fei which point is best for buying at the bottom and which point is best for selling out with the highest profit in the next 7 days. With a plugin like this, it's hard not to make money. But I'm in urgent need of money now. With the 1 million yuan I have, after paying the down payment on a house, there is basically not much left. In addition, there is a series of issues such as registering the child, obtaining a birth certificate, and daily expenses. So Xiao Fei now has to make quick money. In a short time. The more money you make, the better. Xiao Fei began to scan the stock market, looking for the stock with the most turbulent curve in the next few days. Soon, he found the target stock and bought all 1 million. Buy this stock now. In 2 days, it will reach its peak, but soon, it will fall to the bottom again. What Xiao Fei needs to do is to short this stock before it plummets. Buy 1 million now. By then, you can earn at least several million. Buy the stocks. Xiao Fei put his cell phone in his pocket and walked towards the school gate whistling. When he returned home, he heard a baby crying in the house. He quickly changed into slippers and walked into the bedroom. I saw Antoine holding one of the babies and coaxing her. Who's crying? Xiao Fei came over. Antoine was surprised when she saw Xiao Fei coming back. Mr. Xiao, you got off work so early. Xiao Fei nodded. He didn't explain that he was still a student. Instead, he reached out his hand and took the child from Antoine's arms. I was thinking about the child, so I came back early to see him. Mr. Xiao, you are such a good father. Antoine praised generously. Xiao Fei smiled, said nothing, and looked down at the child. I found out that the one crying was indeed my second baby. Among the 3 babies, the second one cries the most. Compared to her, Debao and Sanbao are stronger. Especially Debao, maybe it's because he is a boy, but in all the days they have been together, Xiao Fei has never seen him cry. As for the second baby, he cries almost every day. I just finished feeding the baby. I checked the diaper, and it's not pooped. I just don't know why Erbao is crying. Antoine explained in a low voice. Xiao Fei nodded and gently coaxed the second baby in his arms. When Erbao saw his father coming, he stopped crying immediately, then stared at Xiao Fei with big eyes, looking aggrieved. It seemed like she was complaining to him, "Why did you come back just now? Be good, don't cry." Xiao Fei touched Erbao's chubby little face. At this time, Dabao and Sanbao saw Xiao Fei coming back, and they stretched out their chubby little hands and waved at him. Xiao Fei put Erbao back on the bed, and then hugged Dabao and Erbao. After leaving a kiss on their faces, Xiao Fei walked into the kitchen and started preparing lunch. Soon, a fragrance came from the kitchen. Aunt Wang, who was looking after the child, couldn't help swallowing. "Auntie Wang, come and eat together." "Mr. Xiao, this is so embarrassing." Aunt Wang said this, but her body walked over honestly. Originally, she was planning to just make some noodles to get by, but unfortunately, Xiao Fei's cooking skills were just too amazing. Anyone who has tasted his cooking will be unable to resist the temptation. Finish lunch. Xiao Fei played with the three babies for a while. Then he went back to his room, took out his computer, and began to study the stock market situation. An afternoon passed quickly. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Tang Yusin returned home on time. "Baby's Tilder. Mom is back." As soon as she entered the door, Tang Yusin shouted into their house. I didn't notice at all that Xiao Fei was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding the baby and smiling at me. On the side, Antoine was holding another baby. On the sofa in the middle, the strong Dabao was playing alone. Seeing this heartwarming scene, a long-lost smile appeared on Tang Yusin's face. "Yusin, you're back." Tilde. When she saw Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin's pretty face turned a little hot. She quickly changed into slippers, walked into their house, and picked up Dabao, the only one who was not held by anyone. Dabao is so pitiful. Everyone is being hugged except Dabao. "Come and let mommy hug you, Tilde." Dabao, who was held in Tang Yusin's arms, clutched the clothes on her chest with his little hands and made babbling sounds. I don't know if it was because it was hungry, but its round head was rubbing against Tang Yusin's chest desperately. This action made Tang Yusin blush. After all, Xiao Fei is still here. "You kid. Are you hungry?" Having said that, Tang Yusin put Dabao down and went to prepare milk powder for him. Xiao Fei looked at the time and it was almost time for dinner, so he got up and went into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of ping-pong was heard in the kitchen. Tang Yusin, who was feeding her baby, saw Xiao Fei busy in the kitchen. Subconsciously thinking of what happened this afternoon, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a sweet smile. "Miss Tang, what happy things do you think of?" Just for lunch." Tang Yusin briefly told Aunt Wang what happened at noon. He imitated Jiang Yu's exaggerated expression when eating so vividly that Aunt Wang burst into laughter. "Mr. Xiao's craftsmanship is indeed good. At noon today, I couldn't help myself and ate a few more bowls of rice. Ms. Tang, your husband is so outstanding." "Husband? I guess so." Tang Yusin glanced at Xiao Fei in the kitchen, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 14 Reward, a large flat. After dinner, Antoine greeted the two of them and then left. Inside the house, Tang Yusin was washing dishes in the kitchen. Xiao Fei took the opportunity to come in and said to her, "Wife, why don't you let me wash it?" When Tang Yusin heard the word, wife, her body froze and the dishes and chopsticks in her hands almost fell to the ground. No need." Tang Yusin replied in a panic. "Yeah, very good." He actually didn't reject the title of wife. "It seems that we can go a step further." Xiao Fei came closer and gently hugged Tang Yusin's waist from behind. "Wife Tilde." Xiao Fei's low voice sounded in Tang Yusin's ears. Tang Yusin's body trembled, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. "What does this guy want to do?" Xiao Fei whispered, "When we are free some other day, let's go get the baby's birth certificate together, okay?" Tang Yusin nodded obediently. I didn't expect that he hugged me just to talk about this. However, we really need to hurry up and get the baby's birth certificate. Now the baby only has a temporary medical certificate and has not yet applied for a formal birth certificate. Originally, Tang Yusin was still worried about this matter. Even if you are alone, you can still apply for a birth certificate. But Tang Yusin doesn't want the father's column on the child's birth certificate to be empty. Originally, she had given up hope and was prepared to raise her 3 babies by herself. Result: Xiao Fei's appearance gave her a glimmer of hope. Seeing that Tang Yusin agreed, Xiao Fei continued, in addition to the birth certificate, there is also the matter of the baby's household registration. When Tang Yusin heard Xiao Fei talking about registering their household registration, her brows immediately frowned. I plan to tell my parents about our situation in 2 days. What about you? Tang Yusin looked a little worried. The relationship between her and Xiao Fei is really bizarre. Can Xiao Fei's parents accept him? Moreover, Tang Yusin had already had a falling out with her parents. Don't worry, my parents are easy to talk to. They have long wanted me to get married and give birth to grandchildren for them to take care of. But, are your father-in-law and mother-in-law easy to talk to? Upon hearing this, Tang Yusin lowered her head. She didn't know how to tell Xiao Fei. Seeing this, Xiao Fei could guess something. Tang Yusin must have had a falling out with her parents because of something. Otherwise, how could she rent a house and live alone after just giving birth to a child? A year ago, my parents had a falling out with me when they found out I was unexpectedly pregnant. I ran away from home and gave birth to 3 babies. As Tang Yusin spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Xiao Fei felt very distressed when he saw this. He opened his arms, hugged Tang Yusin tightly from behind, and then wiped Tang Yusin's tears with his hands. I'm sorry I made you suffer. But don't worry, I'm here. No matter how unhappy my parents-in-law are with me, I will solve it. Tang Yusin shook her head and said, No, it's not your fault. You didn't know about it at the time. Speaking of this, Xiao Fei felt a little strange. Normally speaking, if a woman has sex with a strange man and becomes pregnant unexpectedly, shouldn't she abort the child immediately? Why did Tang Yusin give birth to the child? Perhaps sensing Xiao Fei's doubts, Tang Yusin slowly spoke. When I found out I was pregnant, I went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor told me that my cervix is relatively small and it is not easy to get pregnant. If I abort the child, I may never get pregnant again. That's why After listening to Tang Yusin's explanation, Xiao Fei suddenly realized. He turned his head, gently kissed Tang Yusin's red lips, and said softly, Wife, thank you for your hard work. After saying this, Xiao Fei became a little proud again. But speaking of which, I am pretty awesome too. Honey, it's not easy for you to get pregnant, but I can help you have 3 babies at once. You bastard. Tang Yusin was both embarrassed and annoyed, and pinched Xiao Fei hard. I'm feeling sad. After being interrupted by Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin could no longer feel sad. They both quickly washed the dishes. Then they returned to the living room and gathered around the 3 babies. Honey, it's still early, why don't we drive the baby to a nearby park? Let them get in touch with nature and bask in the sun. Xiao Fei glanced out the window. The sun had not yet completely set. The afterglow of the setting sun shines over the city, emitting colorful light. It looks magnificent, like a paradise on earth. In response to Xiao Fei's proposal, Tang Yusin nodded in agreement. The babies are already 2 months old, so it's totally okay to take them out and get some fresh air. So the 2 of them packed up and pushed the stroller downstairs. This is that new car you bought. When she came downstairs and saw the brand new Land Rover Defender in front of her, Tang Yusin was surprised. Although she knew that Xiao Fei bought a luxury car worth 1 million. But seeing it with my own eyes, I still felt a little shocked. Xiao Fei put the 3 babies in safety seats, then folded the stroller and put it in the trunk. Then he turned around, hugged Tang Yusin, and said with a smile. This car is not only mine, it's yours too. Tang Yusin blushed slightly when she heard this. Looking at the gentle look in Xiao Fei's eyes, Tang Yusin felt so happy. Just then, someone walked over from a distance. Tang Yusin subconsciously pushed Xiao Fei away and said hurriedly, Let's get in the car quickly. Xiao Fei smiled and didn't say much. After the 2 got in the car, Xiao Fei started the car and slowly stepped on the accelerator. Because there were 3 babies in the car, Xiao Fei drove very carefully. When he drove the car onto the street, he unlocked the safety lock and turned on the car stereo, playing soothing classical music. The babies sat in the back row, looking around curiously. Everything outside is so new to them. Tang Yusin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around to look at the baby and found that there was nothing unusual about them. He seems to like riding in the car very much. Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Fei, who was concentrating on driving. This man. You are getting more and more handsome. After spending these few days together, Tang Yusin has completely let go of the grudge in her heart. Now she really likes Xiao Fei. If he hadn't appeared. I have to take the subway 3 times a day to go to work. Living alone with 3 children in a dirty and messy rental house. Because of Xiao Fei's arrival, the living environment of herself and her baby has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Tang Yusin felt very lucky. I am so lucky to have such an outstanding man. Thanks. What? Xiao Fei turned his head and asked in confusion. No, nothing. Tang Yusin waved her hands hurriedly. Xiao Fei drove seriously and didn't think too much about what Tang Yusin wanted to say just now. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing their first outing with wife and children mission. Reward, a 280 large flat in Jinyu Huafu. All relevant documents and keys have been placed in the vehicle storage box. The house is fully furnished and the environment is good. You can move in at any time. Extra bonus, 2 parking spaces, plus 5 years of property fees. Chapter 15. How are you going to thank me tonight? Golden Domain, Washington. A 280 large flat. 2 parking spaces are also provided, plus 5 years of property management fees. Oh my god. System, aren't you too generous? You know, Jinyu Huafu is a famous real estate project in Shanghai, with a price of 80,000 yuan per square meter. This large flat, converted into cash, would be worth more than 20 million. System. I love you so much. Xiao Fei. What are you grinning about? Seeing Xiao Fei holding the steering wheel and grinning foolishly, Tang Yusin couldn't help but ask curiously. No, nothing. Just at this moment, the red light at the intersection turned green. Xiao Fei turned the car around and drove directly towards another road. Oh, we went the wrong way. Shouldn't we go straight through the park? Tang Yusin reminded hurriedly. Yes, this is the road. Xiao Fei smiled and said mysteriously, I bought you a gift, now I will take you to see it. Gift? What gift? Tang Yusin asked curiously. Xiao Fei didn't say anything, just smiled mysteriously at her. Judging from the look on his face, he obviously wanted to give himself a surprise. What on earth is that? Why are you being so secretive? Tang Yusin muttered something quietly and didn't ask any further questions. You'll know when you get there. Xiao Fei smiled and continued driving forward. Golden Domain is located on the bank of the Huangpu River, a place where every inch of land is valuable. It is one of the most upscale residential areas in Shanghai. The distance between Shanghai Jiaoda University and the Huangpu River is about 10 kilometers. It takes more than 20 minutes by subway. It's rush hour now. The road is very congested. Xiao Fei drove for about half an hour before he and his family arrived at the gate of Jinyu Huafu. Since the vehicle was not registered, the security guard naturally would not let Xiao Fei in. Wife, there's a document bag in your storage box over there. Give it to me. Oh. Tang Yusin opened the storage box and saw a cowhide bag inside. She took out the cowhide bag and handed it to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei took the bag, tore it open and took a look. It contains the property certificate, purchase contract, keys, access cards, etc., everything is in there. Xiao Fei took out the door card and handed it to the security guard to look at. When the security guard saw the door card, he immediately saluted Xiao Fei respectfully. Welcome home, sir. Immediately afterwards, the community railings slowly rose. Xiao Fei drove a Land Rover Defender, carrying Tang Yusin and 3 others, into the residential area. Xiao Fei. Hearing what the security guard just said, Tang Yusin was stunned. She looked at Xiao Fei beside her in disbelief, and asked with trembling lips, just now, the security guard said, welcome home, what does that mean? That's what you mean. Xiao Fei handed over the cowhide bag in his hand. Tang Yusin took the bag and saw a property certificate inside. When she opened it, she found the words Xiao Fei written on the property certificate. Moreover, the floor area of this house is more than 280 square meters. Seeing this, she was so shocked that she was speechless. You know, this is a community on the bank of the Huangpu River. The minimum price per square meter is 80,000. Xiao Fei. How much did you spend on this house? Tang Yusin swallowed, her eyes wide open, and looked at Xiao Fei. This house. Xiao Fei smiled. He really wanted to say that he didn't spend a penny. But Tang Yusin would definitely not believe it. So he smiled and said, not much, just over 20 million. More than 20 million, is that not a lot? Even in my heart, I had already guessed that this house was worth a lot of money. But when Tang Yusin heard Xiao Fei say this number with her own ears, she was still shocked. After all, this is more than 20 million. As a university teacher, I am considered to be in the upper middle class in society. But even so, her monthly salary is less than 20,000 yuan. Calculated based on more than 200,000 yuan a year. Even if she didn't eat or drink, it would take her 100 years to buy this house. Thinking of this, Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei with eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Fei. Tell me honestly, what does your family do? Hearing this question, Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. He thought about it and felt that there was no need to hide anything. After all, she is about to meet her parents, so it would be good for Tang Yusin to know about her family situation in advance. My family is pretty ordinary. My father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and my mother is a housewife. I bought this house with my own efforts. It has nothing to do with my parents. Did you buy it through your own efforts? Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei with eyes full of admiration. But soon, she thought of something and frowned. A house worth more than 20 million. How much is the mortgage? Xiao Fei must be under a lot of pressure all alone, right? Xiao Fei, why don't we return the house? The mortgage payments for a place like this must be scary, and we have 3 babies to raise. Seeing Tang Yusin's worried look, Xiao Fei smiled helplessly and said, I bought this house in full, without a mortgage. What? A house worth more than 20 million. You bought it in full. Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei as if she was looking at a god. However, the property certificate was right in front of her, and Xiao Fei's name was written on it, so she had no choice but to believe it. Xiao Fei, please don't do anything stupid. It's okay for me and the baby to have a hard time, but... After the car arrived at the underground garage, Tang Yusin was still a little nervous. She didn't want Xiao Fei to take out a huge loan for her. Xiao Fei parked the car, turned around, and held Tang Yusin's hand tightly. Honey, don't worry, I didn't do anything stupid. At first, I made hundreds of thousands of dollars by writing novels. Then I took the money and invested it in the stock market, slowly accumulating a sum of initial capital. At this point, Xiao Fei paused, then said jokingly, I saved 20 million with great difficulty, but after buying this house, my pocket is completely empty. So, wife, you have to support me from now on. Seeing Xiao Fei's funny look, Tang Yusin couldn't help but sneer. Okay, just stay here and feel at ease. I'll add your name in after we meet the parents. Hearing this, Tang Yusin was deeply moved. She doesn't care whether her name is on the property certificate. But Xiao Fei took the initiative to bring it up, which meant that he had himself in mind. Thank you, Xiao Fei. Thank you for being so nice to me. Xiao Fei smirked, then leaned close to Tang Yusin's ear and whispered, Wife, how are you going to thank me tonight? Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Tang Yusin's face suddenly turned red. Hateful, so frivolous. Tang Yusin gave Xiao Fei a coquettish look. Then she opened the car door and walked out first with her long beautiful legs. Seeing Tang Yusin's graceful back, Xiao Fei showed a sly smile on his face. I thought to myself, tonight, I must find a way to take her down. Chapter 16 My mom called. Soon. 2 people were pushing a baby stroller. Arrived at the door of room 808 of Jinyu Huafu. Normally, there are 2 households per elevator on each floor. The large flat is quite special in that there is 1 household per elevator. Very quiet. No need to worry about being disturbed by neighbors next door. Standing at the door, Xiao Fei stretched out his thumb and pressed the fingerprint unlock button. The next second, the door opened. Xiao Fei didn't rush in, but walked up to Tang Yusin and took her hand. Come. I'll help you record your fingerprints. The system has already recorded Xiao Fei's fingerprint. But Tang Yusin didn't. Tang Yusin smiled and let Xiao Fei hold her hand and enter her fingerprint into the access control system. After recording fingerprints, Xiao Fei turned sideways, made way, and then made a gesture of invitation to Tang Yusin. Wife, please come in. Look at our cozy little home in the future. Tang Yusin pursed her lips, with a smile on her face, and said sweetly. Okay, hubby. Tang Yusin's call of husband made Xiao Fei very happy. With excitement, Tang Yusin pushed the stroller and walked in first. Wow! As soon as she entered the door, Tang Yusin exclaimed. This house is decorated extremely luxuriously. It's comparable to a 5-star hotel. The whole house is in beige tones, with beige and yellow walls, the furniture is European style, and the walls are covered with various paintings. There are many masterpieces by famous artists among them. The huge living room is equipped with a curved screen TV that is over 100 inches in size. Thick carpet, spotless. Through the balcony, you can also see the night view of the Huangpu River, which is beautiful and spectacular. It's really beautiful. Tang Yusin felt like she was in a dream and couldn't believe that all this was real. Xiao Fei smiled and said, How is it, do you like it? Like? Tang Yusin nodded repeatedly. This was a scene she had never dared to imagine before. I never thought that it would come true now. The system was also very considerate. Knowing that Xiao Fei had 3 babies, it directly gave him a 4-bedroom house. With curiosity, Tang Yusin walked into the master bedroom. Wow! There's even a bathtub. Tang Yusin couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw that there was a huge round bathtub in the master bedroom bathroom. Xiao Fei, this is too amazing. What did you say? Hearing this, Xiao Fei's face immediately frowned. Well. Tang Yusin blinked, looking a little embarrassed. You just called me husband. Xiao Fei moved forward and pressed Tang Yusin directly onto the bathtub. Now, you're calling me by my name again. Feel Xiao Fei's hot breath. Tang Yusin's pretty face flushed and her delicate body began to tremble. This man is so bad. He always finds the opportunity to bully me. Old husband. Tang Yusin said shyly. Good. Xiao Fei raised the corners of his mouth and leaned down to kiss Tang Yusin's lips. Tang Yusin let out a moan. At first, she wanted to resist. But slowly, she climbed onto Xiao Fei's shoulders with her hands and began to respond to him. After a passionate love affair, Tang Yusin's clothes became a little messy. Xiao Fei leaned his arms on the edge of the bathtub, wanting to have a deeper communication with Tang Yusin. But, at this moment, the baby in the living room suddenly cried out. Tang Yusin regained consciousness instantly, pushed away Xiao Fei who was pressing on her, and ran out. What's the matter, little darling? Are you hungry? In the living room, Debao was lying in the stroller, twisting his body constantly. Maybe it's pulled. Xiao Fei followed him into the living room and spoke softly. Then he squatted down, picked up Debao and examined him carefully. Sure enough, it was poop. After changing Debao's diaper, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the sunset over the magic city. How beautiful! Looking at the lights on the Huangpu River. Like stars, shining brightly. Tang Yusin subconsciously took Xiao Fei's arm and slowly leaned towards him. Although Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei had already had a relationship and even had a child. But between them, it was like first love. There is an indescribable throbbing feeling. Wife. Let's move in tomorrow. From now on, I'll drive you to school in the morning. I also have classes. Good. Tang Yusin nodded sweetly. Soon, she thought of something else and suddenly said, What about the children? We're moving tomorrow, and Aunt Wang is moving to a new place again. This place is quite far from Aunt Wang's house. Tang Yusin frowned, a little worried. She didn't mind moving here with Xiao Fei. But, Aunt Wang can't come all the way here every day just to take care of the baby, right? Fine. Xiao Fei touched Tang Yusin's hair and said with a smile, The babies are still young now, and there are so many rooms at home, so it's completely possible for Aunt Wang to move in, right? In the future, I can let my baby sleep with Aunt Wang at night. We won't be bothered. Hearing this, Tang Yusin didn't know what she was thinking about and her pretty face turned slightly red. Oh well. Tang Yusin responded. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. She took it out and looked at it, and her face changed immediately. Xiao Fei glanced curiously and found that the caller ID was, Mom. Xiao, husband, what should I do? My mom called. Tang Yusin said in a panic. She may not realize that now that she has encountered problems, she has become accustomed to relying on Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei held her trembling hand and said with a firm look, "It's okay, take it, I'll take care of everything." Tang Yusin nodded. Then she turned on the speakerphone and pressed the answer button. Chapter 17, How old is the child's father? Hey, Mom. After the call was connected, Tang Yusin said a little nervously. Yusin, where are you now? On the other end of the line came Tang's mother's anxious voice. I'm in the Magic City. I know. I'm asking where you live now. I've already arrived at the Magic City airport. Hearing this, Tang Yusin's eyes widened suddenly. Mom is coming to the Magic City. Xiao Fei was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that his mother-in-law would come to the Demon City without making any noise. Tang Yusin began to panic. Seeing this, Xiao Fei took her hand and mouthed to her, "Tell my mother-in-law to come over here." Tang Yusin hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and said to the other end of the phone. Mom, I'm in the HP area, Golden Domain Mansion. Okay, I'll call a car right away. It takes about an hour to get from the airport to the Huangpu River. If you encounter a traffic jam, it will take even longer. Therefore, Xiao Fei gave up the plan of taking Tang Yusin with him to pick up his mother-in-law. After all, there are 3 babies to take care of. How have you been lately? At this moment, Tang's mother on the other end of the phone asked again. I'm doing fine. Upon hearing this, Tang Yusin replied without thinking. Well. Mother Tang paused, then asked, what about the child? How is the child? The kids are good too. They are 2 months old. They are triplets. Tang Yusin replied. 3 triplets. When Tang's mother heard this, she was completely stunned. You kid, why didn't you say so earlier? Your dad was angry at the time and scolded you a few times, but why didn't you tell Mom about such a big thing as giving birth to triplets? There was a strong sense of self-blame in Tang's mother's tone. Tang Yusin wanted to explain, but suddenly choked up. She wiped the tears from her face, and tried to force a smile, saying, Mom, don't worry, I'm doing well now, the child's father is very good to us, and we are very happy now. Having said that, Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei shyly. Did you find the child's father? Didn't you say you didn't know who the child's father was? Tang's mother said with some surprise. Mom, this matter cannot be explained in a short time. Wait until you come over, I'll tell you, the child's father is here too. Tang Yusin said to the person on the other end of the phone. Good. I'll be right there. After saying that, Tang's mother hung up the phone. An hour later. 2 people are in the living room, watching TV and playing with their baby. Suddenly, Tang Yusin's phone rang again on the table. Yushin. I've already arrived at this golden domain. Do you really live here? This place doesn't look cheap. On the other end of the phone, Tang's mother's tone was obviously a little surprised. Yes, it is here. I'll go down and pick you up now. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yusin quickly kissed Xiao Fei, then put on her shoes and ran downstairs. Along the way, we got closer and closer to the entrance of the community. Tang Yusin's mood became more and more nervous and anxious. She recalled that a year ago, her parents found out that she was pregnant unexpectedly and forced her to have an abortion, and even slapped her. She still can't forget what happened that night. Finally, I hurried and hurried. Tang Yusin came to the gate of the community and saw the familiar figure. Mom! Tang Yusin shouted. Not far away, a dignified woman turned around and saw Tang Yusin. Yushin. Because of Tang Yusin's appearance. Tang Yusin's mother was also let in by the security guards. She walked quickly to Tang Yusin and looked at her carefully. She had a rosy complexion and looked energetic, and didn't look like she had been abused at all. A relieved smile finally appeared on Tang's mother's face. Mom. Looking at Tang's mother in front of him. Tang Yusin couldn't help but pounce on him. He hugged his mother tightly and burst into tears in her arms. Be good, don't cry. Tang's mother gently patted her daughter's shoulder and comforted her. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said such harsh words to you, and I shouldn't have ignored you after you ran away from home. Mom is sorry for you. Hearing this, Tang Yusin cried even harder. Mom, you are right. It's me, I'm wrong, woo-woo. Tang Yusin said while sobbing. It took her a long time to calm down. Then, shyly, she took Tang's mother's hand and walked towards home. On their way back, Mother Tang couldn't help but ask, Yusin, what is going on with you guys now? What's going on between you and the kid's father? Tang Yusin hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, didn't I tell you before that I jumped off the building to commit suicide because of Lulu, and then ran to the bar to get drunk? Then, I accidentally had sex with a man. Tang Yusin paused, then explained, you and Dad both know about this matter. Then, I had a falling out with you guys. I went to the Magic City by myself and gave birth to 3 babies. In order to support my baby, I found a teaching assistant job at Shanghai Jiaoda University. As a result, I unexpectedly met Xiao Fei, the child's father. Having said this, Tang Yusin even glanced at Tang's mother. When he found that she didn't seem to reject him, he continued, Mom, I know you are all angry with Xiao Fei. But Xiao Fei didn't leave me on purpose. He didn't know that after that night, I got unexpectedly pregnant. And that day, he was as drunk as I was. Since I got together with him, he has taken good care of me and my baby. For me and my child, he even took out all his savings and bought a house here for more than 20 million. Along the way, Tang Yusin told her mother a lot about Xiao Fei. When Tang's mother heard that Xiao Fei actually took out 20 million to buy a house here, the shock in her eyes became even greater. She began to become hesitant. Yusin. How old is the child's father? To be able to come up with so much money to buy a house here, you must be old, right? She doesn't want her daughter to marry an old man. Xiao Fei. Very young, a few years younger than me. Speaking of this, Tang Yusin felt a little embarrassed. It's more than just a few years younger. He is still my student. Hearing Tang Yusin's words, Tang's mother frowned even more tightly. Younger than you? Where did he get so much money? What does his family do? Tang's mother continued to ask. After all, Tang's mother had heard too many bad things about rich families. My daughter won't suffer any harm if she follows him, right? Tang Yusin did not notice her mother's abnormality and introduced happily, Xiao Fei's family is quite ordinary. Like us, they are from Sichuan and Chongqing. His father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and his mother is a housewife. He earned all the money to buy the house himself. He spent all his savings to buy this house. At the end of the conversation, Tang Yusin felt a little guilty. If it weren't for myself, Xiao Fei would not spend so much money to buy a house here. But then I thought, now that I have my own house, I don't have to move all the time. This is also a good thing for the growth of babies. Thinking of this, Tang Yusin's frown began to relax. After listening to her daughter's introduction, Tang's mother finally felt relieved. This Xiao Fei. It looks pretty good. Be responsible. I also have the ability. However, Tang's mother planned to investigate the details after they met. If you find something wrong, Tang's mother would never agree to her daughter being with him. Chapter 18 Teachers and Students. Not long after, Tang Yusin took her mother back home. Xiao Fei. We're back. In front of her mother, Tang Yusin was embarrassed to call him husband. In the living room, Xiao Fei, who was playing with 3 babies, heard Tang Yusin's voice. He immediately stood up, straightened his clothes, then walked to the door and opened it. Yusin, you're back. At the door, Tang Yusin was holding the hand of a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was about 50 years old and was wearing a loose sweater and casual trousers. With fair skin and dignified features, she looks like a noble lady. This should be your aunt, right? Hello, auntie. My name is Xiao Fei. I'm Yushin's boyfriend, and also, the father of the children. Xiao Fei walked up to him with a confident smile on his face and greeted him politely. Looking at Xiao Fei in front of her, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang's mother's eyes. What a handsome guy. And, she looks so young. Before meeting Xiao Fei, Tang's mother had wondered what kind of person he would be. But I never expected that Xiao Fei would be so handsome. Even compared with those male stars, she is not much inferior. But it's useless for a man to be good-looking. Mother Tang raised her head and looked at Xiao Fei with a scrutinizing gaze. I found that he was strong, masculine, and very organized in his dealings with others. Perfect first impression. Mother Tang nodded slowly and said, Hello Xiao Fei, I am Yushin's mother, my name is Chen Yui. Hello, auntie, let's go in and talk. No need to change shoes. Yushin and I just came to see this house today. I plan to move here tomorrow. I haven't had time to clean yet. Just bought a house. Hearing this, Tang's mother became even more curious. She followed Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei into their house. Looking at the bright living room, luxurious decoration, and the gorgeous river view outside, Mother Tang felt that her eyes were about to be dazzled. But soon, she then turned her attention to the three dolls not far away. I saw three little kids sitting on the sofa, having a lot of fun. Oh. Hummo. Ba. Looking at Tang's mother approaching, the three babies seemed a little scared. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin hurried over. Seeing their dad and mom, the three kids waved their hands hurriedly. Are these three my grandchildren? So cute. Seeing these three babies, Tang's mother's heart was almost melted. Yeah, mom. Tang Yusin sat on the sofa and began to introduce them one by one. The oldest one is Debao, a boy. The one in the middle is the second child, and the one next to it is the third child. They are both girls. Tang Yusin picked up Debao, and seeing that he showed no resistance, she gently placed him in her mother's arms. Mother Tang carefully took Debao and a kind smile appeared on her face. Debao. I'm your grandma, call me grandma. Debao opened his black eyes and looked at Tang's mother curiously. Then he opened his mouth slightly and started to chuckle. Hey! Debao smiled, so good Tilda. Hearing Debao's laughter, the smile on Tang's mother's face became even more intense. After playing with the first child for a while, Tang's mother tried to hold the second and third children. Neither of them is as close to me as Debao. Before I even picked him up, he started crying loudly. Tang's mother had no choice but to give up and asked, what are the children's names? It has been named yet? Xiao Fei stood up and said, Auntie, do you have any good ideas? Tang's mother thought for a few seconds, then shook her head and said, you can decide what to name the child. By the way, Xiao Fei, where do you work? Hear this question. Tang Yusin suddenly became nervous. Xiao Fei held her hand and gave her a comforting look. What's wrong? Seeing the two people's strange behavior, Tang's mother had a bad feeling. Xiao Fei wouldn't. Are you doing some shady job? That's true if you think about it carefully. No family to rely on, just yourself. At such a young age, he was able to save 20 million yuan, and he took out all the money to buy a large flat in HP district. If it doesn't have something to do with criminal law, it would probably be difficult to achieve. Seeing the expression on Tang's mother's face, Xiao Fei hurriedly explained, Auntie, I don't have a job yet. I'm a student at Shanghai Jiaoda University. Tang's mother opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Are you still a student? Yes, I'm a junior at Shanghai Jiaoda University. Yushin is a teacher in our school. That's why we met at the school gate. Teachers and students. Hearing this, Tang's mother was extremely shocked. But she soon regained her composure. Now it's different from the past, everyone is an adult and has reached the legal age for marriage. Even if it is between teachers and students, it is not something immoral. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, Tang's mother reluctantly accepted the fact that Xiao Fei was still a student. Soon, a question arose in her heart. Xiao Fei, since you are still a student, how do you make money? Xiao Fei had expected that Tang's mother would ask this question, and he did what he had said to Tang Yusin before, saying, when I was in college, I started writing novels online and made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then I took the money and invested it in the stock market, slowly accumulating a sum of initial capital. Then it snowballed, and I made more money from money. Before long, I had earned more than 20 million yuan. After I met Yushin and learned that we had a child, I used the money to buy a car and a house. Now I don't have much money left. Xiao Fei spread his hands and continued. But don't worry, Auntie. Since I can make 20 million, I can definitely make more money. I will never treat Yushin and the three babies badly in terms of quality of life in the future. After hearing this, Tang's mother was stunned. She knew that it seemed easy to make money in the stock market during this period. But a young man in his early 20s who was still in college actually made more than 20 million yuan in just a few years with a capital of only tens of thousands of yuan. Isn't this a bit too horrifying? Xiao Fei. You are amazing. Although Tang's mother was somewhat skeptical of what Xiao Fei said. But with such a big house in front of her, she couldn't help but believe it. But Xiao Fei, stock trading is risky. After you graduate, it's better for you to find a stable job, like taking the civil service exam or something. Before she knew it, Tang's mother had already taken on the attitude of a mother-in-law and started educating Xiao Fei. Hearing this, Xiao Fei nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would not do anything rash. As for the civil service exam, Xiao Fei had never thought about it at all. Now that he has the system and the stock market trend chart to help him, wouldn't he be betraying the system's trust if he doesn't enter the stock market and make a fortune? Oh, by the way, Auntie. Yusin and I rented a house near the school before, and we were planning to move here tomorrow. But today, since you are here, why don't we move in tonight? There is no spare room over there for you to rest, Auntie. Xiao Fei suddenly suggested. Okay. Mother Tang nodded without objection. Chapter 19. He is a responsible man. Immediately, Xiao Fei drove and took Tang Yusin back to the Rose Garden community. Tang's mother stayed in Jinyu Huafu to take care of the 3 babies. Without having to take care of the children, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin moved very quickly. Since I just moved yesterday, I haven't had time to take out a lot of luggage, so it's very convenient to pack up. It took less than half an hour to pack all the luggage. When the two returned home, Tang Yusin couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that in just 2 days, I moved twice. Moved twice? Tang's mother, who came out to help carry the luggage, asked curiously. Xiao Fei hurriedly explained, Auntie, it's like this. Before I met Yusin, she rented a small house of 30 square meters in the suburbs. After I knew about this, I immediately rented a 3-bedroom apartment near the school for her. Later, I felt that renting an apartment was not convenient enough, so I bought one. Upon hearing this, Tang's mother showed a relieved smile on her face. Well, you're thoughtful. Xiao Fei said with a smile, it's nothing, this is what I should do. By the way, Auntie, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll go cook for you. When he came to see the house just now, Xiao Fei opened the refrigerator at home and took a look. I found that it was filled with all kinds of fresh ingredients. It seems that the system is still very considerate. Xiao Fei, can you cook? Mother Tang asked in surprise. Before Xiao Fei could speak, Tang Yusin said, Mom, you don't know, Xiao Fei's cooking is delicious. It tastes better than what the hotel chefs outside make. When Tang Yusin heard that Xiao Fei was going to cook, her eyes lit up. Tang's mother also showed an expectant expression. Then, Xiao Fei went into the kitchen and started to get busy. Tang Yusin and her mother sat in the living room, looking towards the kitchen from time to time. With 2 audiences, Xiao Fei's cooking skills became more fancy. The hand holding the kitchen knife seemed to be dancing, spinning and jumping on the chopping board. The movements were graceful and flexible, which was pleasing to the eye. The two were dazzled and exclaimed in amazement. In less than half an hour, 5 delicious meals were served on the table. In order to please Tang's mother, Xiao Fei used all his life's knowledge to prepare these for dishes and one soup. The rich fragrance instantly filled the whole house, arousing all the gluttony in Tang's mother's stomach. After Tang's mother tasted these dishes, Xiao Fei, your craftsmanship is amazing. If you open a restaurant after graduation, you will definitely become rich. Tang's mother couldn't help but praise. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. Xiao Fei said with a smile, compared with those real chefs, I'm still a little bit behind. Old. Xiao Fei, you are too modest. Just then, Tang Yusin interrupted while stuffing food into her mouth. His cheeks are puffy from eating so much, and he looks so cute. Xiao Fei didn't expect that his wife had such a cute side. After dinner, Tang's mother took Tang Yusin into the bedroom. She left the door ajar, then held Tang Yusin's hand and said distressedly, Yusin, thank you for your hard work during this period. Mom, it's okay. Tang Yusin held her mother's hand and comforted her, I have finally come to the end of all the hardships. I am very happy and blessed to be with Xiao Fei. Well, as long as you are happy. Tang's mother took out a bank card from her pocket and put it into Tang Yusin's hand. Here is 200,000 yuan. Your father gave it to me before he left. The password is your birthday. Don't blame your dad. He just cares about his reputation. In fact, he has already forgiven you a long time ago, and he misses you very much. He regrets slapping you in the face. Tang Yusin took the bank card and her eyes suddenly turned red. Doesn't she miss her father too? Yusin, don't worry. When I get back, I'll do some ideological work on this old guy. Wait until he puts aside his pride, then you can go back. By the way, do you really think that Xiao Fei is trustworthy? Tang Yusin nodded and said firmly, well, Xiao Fei is very good to me. He is a responsible man. Upon hearing this, Tang's mother didn't know what to say. I could only nod and say, okay, then you should pay more attention next time. Although judging from his performance just now, Xiao Fei is a very good person. But men tend to get bored with the old and love the new. After being together for a long time, their true nature will be exposed. If you encounter anything unpleasant in the future, remember to tell me. I'll be there to support you. Tang Yusin curled her lips and said, I know, Mom, I believe Xiao Fei. Mother Tang sighed. These few days, Mom will stay to take care of the baby for you, and also observe Xiao Fei. I'll go back when Mom is relieved. Tang Yusin nodded vigorously. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so long, and she was reluctant to let her mother go back so soon. At the same time, she also believed that Xiao Fei would definitely be able to pass her mother's test. In the living room, while Tang Yusin were having a heart-to-heart talk in the bedroom, Xiao Fei took out his cell phone and called Aunt Wang. Tell her about your move. I learned that Xiao Fei bought a house in Jinyu Huafu and wanted me to move there to take care of the baby. Aunt Wang hesitated at first, but soon agreed. After all, being a confinement nanny was her job, and the salary Xiao Fei offered was much higher than the market price. Even taking care of the baby at home is a very normal thing. After talking to Aunt Wang on the phone, Xiao Fei returned to the sofa and played with the three babies for a while. Then take out your laptop, open the QQ Reading official website, and log into your writer background. He serialized a novel on it, which was about the love affair between a university tutor and his student. This novel is nearing its end and will be finished soon. Xiao Fei plans to stop writing after finishing this novel. After all, now that he has the system, he no longer has to rely on writing online articles to support his wife and children. It only took less than half an hour. Xiao Fei wrote 2 chapters and posted them. Then I opened Bilibili and prepared to see if there were any new episodes recently. What are you looking at? Just at this moment, Tang Yusin and Tang's mother came out of the bedroom. Seeing Xiao Fei watching anime, Tang Yusin came over curiously and joked. Hey! You're already an adult, and you still watch anime. Xiao Fei shrugged and said helplessly. Who says anime is only for kids? There are many anime for adults. Tang Yusin smiled and said nothing more. Although she doesn't like watching anime, but she is extremely passionate about Korean dramas. Seeing Xiao Fei following the anime, Tang Yusin also felt a little itchy. Ever since she had 3 money-eating beasts, she hasn't watched any TV series seriously for a long time. There happened to be a 100-inch curved screen TV in the living room. Tang Yusin simply picked up the remote control, pulled her mother to sit on the sofa, and started watching the latest Korean drama. Xiao Fei was watching the show on the side and teasing the 3 children from time to time. A big family, happy and harmonious. Chapter 20. Brother Xiao is in love? The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, Aunt Wang takes the subway to work. Xiao Fei took her on a thorough tour of the house. Looking at the nearly 300 square meter house in front of her, Aunt Wang's eyes were full of envy. Mr. Xiao, you are so amazing. At such a young age, he can actually buy such a big house in the HP area. Hearing the praise, Xiao Fei smiled and said, Auntie Wang, you are too kind. I did this all for Yushin and the baby. By the way, if it's inconvenient for you to go back in the future, you can stay in this room. Okay. Aunt Wang nodded. At this time, the door of the next bedroom opened and Tang's mother walked out. Xiao Fei quickly introduced the two to each other and then went to cook. After quickly preparing breakfast, Xiao Fei made lunch for Tang Yusin and thoughtfully put it in a lunch box. At this time, Tang Yusin also walked out of her bedroom in her pajamas. She stretched herself, obviously having slept well last night. After 2 days of rest, Xiao Fei found different ways to make delicious food for her. Tang Yusin's complexion is getting better and better, her face is rosy and her appearance is even better. Finish breakfast. Xiao Fei helped Tang Yusin pack her things and said goodbye to Tang's mother. Auntie Wang, Auntie. I'll leave the baby in your hands. I'll go take Yusin to work. After saying goodbye to the two, Xiao Fei took Tang Yusin to the underground parking lot. On their way, Tang Yusin kept holding Xiao Fei's arm. The fullness of her breasts rubbed against Xiao Fei's arm from time to time, which made him think of some impure things. Why, are you in a good mood today? He. Of course. Tang Yusin smiled playfully. Tang Yusin's mood has never been worse since she learned that her father has forgiven her. Looking at the pretty lady in front of him, Xiao Fei suddenly remembered something and said, I only have one class this Friday, and I have no classes in the afternoon. What about you? I happen to have no classes that day, what's wrong? Tang Yusin looked up at Xiao Fei and asked with some confusion. In that case, then let's go get the baby's birth certificate. Okay. Tang Yusin nodded. At this moment, Xiao Fei stopped, lowered his head and looked at Tang Yusin affectionately and said, After we get the baby's birth certificate, we'll find a time to visit my parents. How about taking their household registration booklet and getting a marriage certificate? Hearing this, Tang Yusin's body suddenly stiffened. She widened her eyes, looked at Xiao Fei with surprise and said, Are you serious? Certainly. Xiao Fei smiled and nodded. If it wasn't for registering the baby, I would have thought about getting the marriage certificate with you after the wedding. But now, for the sake of the baby, we can only get the marriage certificate first and then get married. After all, it is more important to register the baby. Although Tang Yusin was very happy in her heart. But she said, Who said she wanted to marry you? There wasn't even a proposal ceremony. Xiao Fei smiled and said nothing. Proposal ceremony? How could such an important thing not exist? Seeing that Xiao Fei didn't continue talking, Tang Yusin felt a little disappointed. But she soon calmed down. It's just a ceremony. Xiao Fei has already given enough for this family and can't ask for anything else. Seeing the lunchbox in Xiao Fei's hand, Tang Yusin laughed again. I am very happy now. There is no need to force it. Before they knew it, they arrived at the gate of Shanghai Jiaoda University. Seeing that the car was about to drive into the school, Tang Yusin said hesitantly. Husband. Can you put me down here? Why? Xiao Fei asked in confusion. I was worried about being seen. After saying that, as if she was afraid that Xiao Fei would misunderstand her, Tang Yusin added, You are still a student. If people knew that you were with me, it might have a bad influence on you. I don't care. But Tang Yusin wanted to say something else. Xiao Fei took the lead and said, You are the wife I will marry and the mother of my child. What do I have to be afraid of? Let others say whatever they want. I don't care anyway. After a pause, Xiao Fei continued, On the contrary, you are a school teacher. If others knew that we were together, it would have a greater impact on you. So, I agree with you. Having said that, Xiao Fei stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. However, Tang Yusin did not get off the car. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xiao Fei and said seriously, Husband, since you are not afraid, then what should I be afraid of? Just drive in. If you get caught, just admit it. Anyway, this is not the old society anymore. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei laughed and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove directly into the school parking lot. Although Tang Yusin said so. But before getting off the bus, she still looked around. After making sure that there was no one in the parking lot, she pushed open the car door and quickly slipped out. Soon, Friday arrived. Xiao Fei only has one class in the morning. After class, Xiao Fei was the first one to rush out of the classroom as soon as the teacher left. Looking at Xiao Fei, who was in a hurry, Zhang Bo frowned. Brother Xiao has been acting a little weird lately. Although he has rented a house outside, there is no need for him to run away at a certain time every day, right? Wu Zitao touched his chin and spoke with a detective look. I think Brother Xiao is in love. Are you in love? Hearing this, Liu Chao immediately became interested and interrupted. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Otherwise, why would he be so anxious to finish class every day? You can't just go home and play games, right? Playing games alone is not as fun as playing with a group of us. Just at this moment, squad leader Liu Yu passed by. Hearing the three people's discussion, she immediately came over and asked out of curiosity. What did you say? Xiao Fei has a girlfriend. Xiao Fei was originally very handsome, and he also took the marrow cleansing pill. He now, be it figure or appearance, they have reached the pinnacle level. Many girls are coveting his body. These days, his reputation has spread to the neighboring colleges. During the open class, many girls who were not from the school came to attend the class just to catch a glimpse of Xiao Fei's brilliance. Some were even bold enough to confess their love to him in public. However, he was ruthlessly rejected by Xiao Fei. Yes. Hearing Liu Yu's words, Zhang Bo hurriedly said, "Brother Xiao has moved out to live alone now. I guess he probably has a girlfriend." "You said he was living with someone else," Liu Yu said in disbelief. Although it is not uncommon for college students to live together. But Xiao Fei is the dream lover of all the girls in the school. Not to mention their finance department. Following the principle of keeping their wealth within the family, there are countless girls eyeing this handsome guy Xiao Fei. Class monitor Liu Yu is one of them. Unfortunately, Liu Yu knew her own strength. Although she has a good figure, she is not very good looking. However, she is a warm-hearted person and often helps her classmates solve their problems. Especially the male classmates, they like to look for her as the class monitor whenever they have something to do. Many people secretly have a crush on her. However, what they don't know is that the person they have a crush on has already been secretly in love with someone else. This guy. It was taken down so quickly. Hearing Zhang Bo's words, Liu Yu curled her lips in dissatisfaction. I feel sad. Chapter 21 Xiao Xinghe, Xiao Qianshui, Xiao Qingmeng. Just as the roommates were discussing, Xiao Fei had left the classroom and came to the school parking lot. After getting into the car, Xiao Fei did not rush to start the car, but opened the stock trading app on his mobile phone. Follow the prompts of the stock market trend chart. The stock he bought will reach its highest point at noon today. Xiao Fei calculated the time precisely and threw them all out. Bought for 1 million and sold for 6.2 million at the highest point. In just 2 days, the net profit was more than 5 million. This feeling is so cool. Of course, this little money is nothing. Xiao Fei has too little capital now. If he had enough funds, making tens of millions would be easy. After selling the stocks, Xiao Fei heard the system's voice in his mind. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing the task of earning money from milk powder for the baby. Reward, 5 million in cash. Host, please make good use of this money to earn more money from milk powder for your baby, so that your wife and children can live a better life. Har. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just made 5 million. Now the system rewards me another 5 million? Tongzi, you are so awesome. Looking at the string of numbers in his bank card, Xiao Fei felt extremely relieved. In just a few days, he went from a poor student. He suddenly became a multi-millionaire. He lives in a big house, drives a luxury car, and has tens of millions of dollars in the bank. Even in the Magic City, where rich people are everywhere, Xiao Fei can be considered to have some assets. Looking at the screen of his mobile phone, Xiao Fei counted carefully. He now has a total of more than 10.5 million yuan in his bank card. Xiao Fei thought about it and decided to take out 10 million and invest it in the stock market, leaving 500,000 for reserve. I made so much money. It's time to buy something for my wife. Xiao Fei always remembered how Tang Yusin went out with a bare face. And in the closet in her room, there are always the same few pieces of clothes hanging, which she wears over and over again. Although Tang Yusin is naturally beautiful, even without much dressing up, it is difficult to conceal her noble and cold temperament. But as his wife, how could he live in such poverty? Xiao Fei must let her wear the most beautiful clothes, put on the most beautiful makeup, and be the most dazzling woman. While driving home, Xiao Fei was thinking about what to buy for Tang Yusin. However, the most urgent thing is to get a birth certificate for the baby. Not long after, Xiao Fei returned home. Tang Yusin had no classes today, so she didn't go to school. When he opened the door, Xiao Fei saw Tang Yusin sitting on the sofa, watching TV with Tang's mother. Yusin, let's go. Let's go get a birth certificate for the baby before they get off work. Xiao Fei said to Tang Yusin. Upon hearing this, Tang Yusin immediately stood up from the sofa. Seeing this, Tang's mother put down the remote control and followed Tang Yusin out of the house. Come to the underground parking lot. Xiao Fei sat in the driver's seat, Tang Yusin sat in the passenger seat, and in the middle sat Tang's mother and Aunt Wan, who followed them. In the last row of safety seats are 3 little kids. Just like that, the whole family drove towards the suburbs of the Magic City in a mighty procession. At the beginning, Tang Yusin gave birth to her 3 babies in the maternal and child health care hospital there. Xiao Fei looked at the map navigation and drove carefully. Xiao Fei. Your car is not cheap, how much does it cost? On the way, Tang's mother couldn't help but ask. It's okay, less than $1 million. Xiao Fei drove the car seriously and said without turning his head. Hearing this, Tang's mother showed a look of surprise. For an average family, it is already very good to have a car worth around 200,000 yuan. But Xiao Fei is still young, and not only has he bought a big house in Shanghai, but he also drives a million-class car. Tang's mother is becoming more and more satisfied with this future son-in-law. By the way, Yushin. While waiting for the traffic light, Xiao Fei suddenly said, my junior year courses are basically coming to an end. It doesn't matter whether I go to class or not. Look, how about I just take a leave of absence and stay at home to take care of the baby full time? No. Tang Yusin refused without even thinking about it. Tang's mother also objected, Xiao Fei, you are still studying, so your studies are more important. We will take care of the child, you don't have to worry. Hear the conversation between the 3 people. Only then did Aunt Wang realize that Xiao Fei was still a student. She looked up in surprise, wanted to say something, but finally shut up. After all, this is someone else's business. As an outsider, she couldn't say much. All right. I'll think about it. Faced with the opposition from Tang Yusin and the others, Xiao Fei did not insist. This kind of thing cannot be convinced by just a few words. 20 minutes later. The car arrived at the maternal and child health hospital. After parking the car, Xiao Fei got out first and took out the baby stroller from the trunk. Then he took the 3 babies in one by one. Xiao Fei was pushing a 2-seat stroller with his second and third babies in it. Tang Yusin pushed a bow, and the whole family walked neatly towards the maternal and child health hospital. Soon, everyone arrived at the hospital front desk. Hello. We're here to get a birth certificate. Xiao Fei said with a smile. The hospital staff couldn't help but take a few more glances at the whole family when they saw how good-looking they were. I thought they were celebrities in the entertainment industry. Okay. Excuse me, do you have your ID with you? Xiao Fei nodded, took out his and Tang Yusin's ID cards and handed them to the hospital staff. After checking and confirming their identities, the staff member came out from the front desk and looked at the baby in the stroller. Wow. Your baby is so cute. Seeing the 3 babies in the stroller, the nurse at the front desk felt her heart melt. Wait, these are triplets. I remember 2 months ago, a pair of triplets were born in our hospital. They were in our hospital at the time and caused quite a stir. That couple, could they be you? Faced with the nurse's question, Tang Yusin smiled bitterly and nodded. Her words reminded Tang Yusin of the difficult days when she gave birth alone in the hospital. Feel the change in Tang Yusin's mood. Xiao Fei came over and put his arm around her shoulders. In the stroller, 3 babies pursed their lips. He looked around vigilantly, seeming a little scared. After all, there are too many people here. After confirming the baby's identity, the front desk nurse immediately returned to work. Start operating the computer to apply for a formal birth certificate for the baby. By the way, what are their names? The eldest treasure is Xiao Xinghe, the second treasure is Xiao Qianshui, and the third treasure is Xiao Qingmeng. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin looked at each other and spoke slowly. What's the meaning? These 3 names are taken from a 7-character quatrain by Tang Gong, a poet in the late Yuan dynasty. After getting drunk, I don't know the sky is in the water, and the boat is full of clear dreams that press down the stars. This was the name he and Tang Yusin had discussed together at home before. After hearing this, the nurse at the front desk couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, I didn't expect that parents are cultured people. Here, she has processed birth certificates for many newborns and has seen all kinds of names. For someone with the surname Wu, it doesn't matter if he calls his own child that. A man named Zhu named his child Happy Weekend. There is even more bizarre, that is, a man with the surname Du named his child Jurex. However, it is still very rare for someone like Xiao Fei to name his 3 babies after a line of poetry. Chapter 22 Complete Life Achievements. With the seal stamped, the birth certificates for the 3 babies were finally processed. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing life's achievements, applying for a birth certificate for the baby, and registering the name. Get a critical hit reward, 1% of JP Morgan Chase shares, worth $6.3 billion. The relevant equity certificates have been placed in the vehicle storage box. See this reward. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment, then became a little unbelievable. 1% of JP Morgan Chase. You know, JP Morgan Chase is one of the most influential financial groups in the United States. Founded by JP Morgan, it has gradually expanded into various economic fields through banking businesses such as investment and credit. Along with the Rothschild family and the Rockefeller Group, it is known as one of the three major financial groups in the United States. System. The last second, I was still thinking about how to support my family. And the next second, you gave me such a big gift package. Are the rewards for accomplishing something in life so amazing? If I could register my babies, send them to school, and raise them to adulthood. System, don't you have to send all the world's industries here? But the babies are still small now. Some life achievements can only be completed when they grow up. Xiao Fei also didn't want to make the babies too tired. As long as they could grow up healthy and happy, that was enough. Xiao Fei, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xiao Fei standing there in a daze, Tang Yusin couldn't help but ask. No. I'm fine. Xiao Fei said with a smile. Then, he took 3 birth certificates from the nurse and led everyone back to the car. The car quickly left the hospital and headed towards Jinyu Huafu. On the way, Xiao Fei glanced at the storage box on the co-pilot's side. The share certificate was obtained. But the dividends have not been paid yet, and Xiao Fei still doesn't have much money. Unless this 1% stake is sold. Then Xiao Fei would immediately be financially free and live the life of a wealthy man. But he is not a fool. These are shares of JP Morgan Chase. Given his Chinese identity, it is easy to imagine how difficult it would be for him to obtain 1% of the shares of the top American consortium. What's more, JP Morgan Chase has penetrated almost every industry in the world. As long as you can see the industry, you can basically see its presence. In other words, Xiao Fei owned 1% of JP Morgan Chase. That would be equivalent to indirectly controlling many industries around the world. These 3 little guys. It really is my lucky star. Xiao Fei looked back at the 3 babies and couldn't help but say. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fei drove back to Jinyu Huafu. After lunch, Xiao Fei suddenly said to Tang Yusin, Yusin, let's take the baby and go shopping in the mall. Going to the mall? Tang Yusin was a little surprised. What are you going there for? Xiao Fei came over and put his arms around Tang Yusin's waist. What else can I do? Look at you, you always wear these clothes. You don't have many cosmetics. Let's go to the mall later and I'll buy you some daily necessities. Tang Yusin felt a little shy when she heard that, and started to move awkwardly. No, it's too expensive. Let me go first, Mom and Aunt Wang are still here. Aunt Wang, who was cleaning up the dishes in the dining room, said she saw nothing, while Tang's mother sat on the sofa, pretending to watch TV seriously. Don't be afraid of wasting money. Your husband still has money to buy clothes now. My wife is so pretty and has such a great figure. It would be a shame if I didn't dress her up. Upon hearing this, Tang's mother also echoed. Yusin, it's rare that Xiao Fei is so kind, so go out with him. Auntie Wang and I can take care of the child. But Xiao Fei, don't spend too much money. You will have to spend a lot of money when you raise children in the future. Yes, Auntie. Xiao Fei nodded and agreed, but we can also take the baby out for a walk. They are now over 2 months old. It will be good for their growth if they are exposed to the outside world more. Auntie, why don't you come out with us? I won't go. Mother Tang shook her head. She doesn't want to go out and be a light bulb. After hearing what her mother said, Tang Yusin didn't know what to say. So the 2 of them took their children, drove out of the community, and came to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. After parking the car, Xiao Fei took out the stroller and put the 3 babies in it. After the previous experiences of going out, the babies are not as scared as they were at the beginning. Along the way, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women quickly became the focus of everyone. Passers-by all paid attention to it. Tang Yusin is already stunningly beautiful, and she also has a hot body. Even without makeup, it is difficult to conceal her amazing charm. As for Xiao Fei, there is no need to say more. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, he can be said to be a walking hormone. No matter whether they are old or young, as long as they are women, they can't help but secretly glance at him. If you don't know him, you might think he is some male celebrity. Facing the people's hot gazes, Xiao Fei was no longer surprised. He pushed the cart carefully and took Tang Yusin into a Chanel store. As soon as I entered, then a beautiful woman in a silk stocking uniform came up to us. "Good afternoon, distinguished guest. Wow, these 3 babies are so cute, are they triplets?" Tang Yusin smiled and nodded. When the beautiful saleswoman saw the baby in the stroller, her heart melted instantly because of how cute it was. When she looked up and saw Xiao Fei's handsome face, a hint of surprise flashed in the beautiful saleswoman's eyes. "My husband is so handsome. The 3 babies are so cute. How much virtue did this young lady accumulate in her previous life? Help her pick out some suitable clothes," Xiao Fei said to the female salesperson. "Yes, sir." Hearing this, the smile on the saleswoman's face became even more obvious. Tang Yusin was still a little hesitant. She knew that Chanel was a luxury brand and buying a few pieces of clothing would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Xiao Fei just bought a house, where does he get so much money? However, Xiao Fei waved his hand, indicating that she shouldn't worry about it. Seeing this, Tang Yusin had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow the female shopping guide to start choosing. While they are choosing, Xiao Fei found a place to sit down and take care of the 3 babies. The babies lay in the strollers, looking around with their eyes rolling. He didn't cry or make a fuss and was very well behaved. Even the second child, who loved to cry the most, was just rubbing his fingers and babbling something to Xiao Fei. At this time, a passerby saw this scene. I couldn't help but come closer. Are these triplets? How cute. All 3 babies are so cute. Hello, can I hug them? They are so cute. When Erbao saw a stranger approaching, he pouted his mouth and looked like he was about to cry. Xiao Fei hurriedly picked up Erbao and coaxed her, "Be good, baby, these aunties are all good people, don't be afraid." Wow Erbao buried his head in Xiao Fei's arms. Xiao Fei raised his head, looked at the beautiful women in front of him and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a little timid." "It's okay, it's us who were abrupt. But these 3 babies are so cute. It makes me want to have a second child." As several beautiful women spoke, they immediately glanced at their husbands. The men shrank their necks. Tonight, it is bound to be another tough battle. Chapter 23. Bye. Not long after, Tang Yusin changed her clothes. She returned to Xiao Fei somewhat shyly. "Honey, does it look good?" Xiao Fei raised his head and his eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, Tang Yusin changed her usual simple clothes and put on this beige suspender dress. Although there is no high waist design, but it still brings out her exquisite figure to the fullest. Especially that pair of long and white beautiful legs, which makes people want to reach out and touch them. Xiao Fei couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and praised generously, "Beautiful, my wife, no matter what you wear, you are so charming." As he spoke, Xiao Fei stood up, walked to Tang Yusin, and gently stroked her cheek with his hand. Seeing this scene, the women around them suddenly felt jealous. "Do you want to show your love in public like this?" Tang Yusin's face suddenly turned red. Because I'm too shy." Tang Yusin could no longer organize her words. Xiao Fei smiled, pulled his hand back, and then said to the salesperson beside him, "I want this skirt. Please pick a few more for my wife." "Yes, sir." "Miss, your husband is so good to you?" After receiving praise from the salesperson, Tang Yusin felt a little dizzy and was dragged to try on clothes again. That's all. On the recommendation of sales. In less than half an hour, Tang Yusin changed more than a dozen sets of clothes. Without exception. As long as the clothes are worn by Tang Yusin, Xiao Fei will say something directly. "This is a nice one, wrap it up. Go choose again. Continue." The other customers in the store looked on in astonishment. "You know, this is a Chanel store. A piece of clothing would cost at least several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. How did it get to you? It's like buying vegetables in the market. That's too rich." By the end of the try, the beautiful saleswoman's legs felt a little numb. When she carried various clothes, shoes, and bags of different sizes to the checkout counter, Xiao Fei directly took out his bank card and handed it over. "Swipe the card. Also, can you send someone to deliver these things to my house?" The beautiful saleswoman smiled and nodded. No problem, sir. Don't even mention sending these things to your home. Even if you pack yourself up and send yourself over, that's no problem. As long as she can complete today's order, she can get tens of thousands of dollars in commission alone. Sir, your total spending today is 238,000 yuan. I'll give you 230,000 after rounding off the decimal point. The beautiful saleswoman picked up the bank card and swiped it on the POS machine. Hearing this number, Tang Yusin found it a little unbelievable and was about to reach out to stop it. But, the next second, the POS machine then spits out a white invoice. It shows that the payment was successful. The beautiful saleswoman picked up the bank card and invoice and handed them to Xiao Fei respectfully. Xiao Fei put the bank card and invoice into his pocket without even looking at them, then left the Chanel store with Tang Yusin. Husband. After leaving the store, Tang Yusin suddenly spoke. How do you still have so much money? She remembered that Xiao Fei had told her this before. After buying their house, he had little money left. Now, why are you spending so much money to buy things for yourself? Xiao Fei put his arm around her waist, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, when I said I didn't have much money left, it was compared to the 20 million in savings. But it's no problem to take out hundreds of thousands to buy you clothes. Besides, I won't live off my savings. You have to believe in your husband's ability to make money. Tang Yusin nodded, and then said with some concern. Hubby, you are so outstanding. I suddenly feel that I am not worthy of you. Xiao Fei had this feeling after he bought the house. Tang Yusin began to feel something. My husband has to make money and take care of the baby at the same time, which is really too hard. Who said you don't deserve it? Xiao Fei frowned, tapped Tang Yusin's forehead, and said jokingly, You are so beautiful, of course you deserve it, and you are a good match for me. If you don't believe it, you can ask the baby. Hearing what Xiao Fei said, the three babies cooperated and started babbling. Look, the babies all said they deserve it. Puff. Seeing the three babies and Xiao Fei singing the same tune, Tang Yusin couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Her smile made Xiao Fei stunned. His gaze moved all the way down along Tang Yusin's charming face. Finally it fell on her plump breasts. Husband. What are you doing? You're still outside. Tang Yusin patted Xiao Fei shyly. Wife, don't let your mind wander. Xiao Fei raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, I looked at you and wondered if you were still short of some jewelry. Come on, let's continue shopping. Before Tang Yu could react, Xiao Fei took her and walked into a jewelry store. Half an hour later, Xiao Fei walked out of various stores carrying large and small bags. This time, he spent nearly 500,000 to prepare everything for Tang Yusin. Various jewelry, cosmetics, and bags. He bought everything you could think of. While Tang Yusin was trying on jewelry, Xiao Fei secretly bought an engagement ring at the counter next to him. Of course, he couldn't let Tang Yusin know about this. When Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin came out of the mall, it was already evening. Wife. Shall we eat out tonight? I looked at the time and went back to cook, but it was too late. So, Xiao Fei said to Tang Yusin. Eating outside. Yeah, come to think of it, we haven't had a date outside yet. Hearing what Xiao Fei said, Tang Yusin burst out laughing again. Then he pointed at the three babies in the stroller and said, How can anyone go on a date with babies? Aren't we? Looking at Xiao Fei's face approaching, Tang Yusin's heart began to beat wildly again. Faced with Xiao Fei's gentle attack, Tang Yusin felt that she was about to fall. Honey, do you want anything to eat? She shook her head to regain consciousness and asked Xiao Fei. Look at you. Xiao Fei said softly. Tang Yusin thought for a moment, then blinked playfully. Then, how about we go eat Japanese food? Xiao Fei nodded and said with a smile, Okay, I remember there is a very famous Japanese restaurant in Magic City, it seems to be called Kuroki Cuisine, let's go there to eat. Kuroki Cuisine is the most expensive Japanese restaurant in Shanghai and is known as the pinnacle of kaiseki cuisine. The average per capita consumption is as high as 3,000 yuan. Having stayed in Shanghai for so long, Tang Yusin had of course heard of this store. She had wanted to try it for a long time. But unfortunately, I was short of money and I had 3 babies to raise, so I never had the chance to eat it. Now hearing Xiao Fei talk about it, she immediately became interested. Immediately, Xiao Fei drove the car, carrying Tang Yusin and the three babies towards the location of Kuroki cuisine. Chapter 24 Store Anchor. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fei drove his wife and children to the restaurant entrance. As soon as they entered the door, two waiters in kimonos came over and bowed to Xiao Fei and the others. Welcome. Excuse me, would you two like to have dinner? Xiao Fei nodded and said, well, I have already booked a seat online in advance. Yes sir, please follow me. The waiter made a gesture of invitation to Xiao Fei with a smile on his face. Then he took small steps and brought Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin to a tatami-like room. This room is decorated very elegantly. There are also several paintings from the Warring States period hanging on the wall. The curtains were drawn tightly, and as long as the door was closed, you could basically not see what the people inside were doing. On the dining table, there were several plates of exquisite fruit snacks and a pot of tea. Xiao Fei took Tang Yusin and sat down. The three babies were placed on the tatami and allowed to move freely. At this moment, outside the room, a beautiful girl in a JK uniform suddenly passed by holding a selfie stick. Good evening, everyone. Today I came to Kuroki Cuisine and I am going to take you to taste it. Is this Japanese restaurant, which claims to be the best in Shanghai, really that delicious? The beautiful girl spoke to the camera while looking around. Judging from her appearance, she should be a store visitor. Just at this moment, she saw three babies in the tatami room. Seeing these three little angels, the beautiful girl couldn't help but exclaim. Wow! What a cute baby! Tang Yusin was in a good mood when she saw someone praising her child. Originally, she was planning to close the door to prevent anyone passing by from disturbing the baby. But looking at the beautiful girl holding the selfie stick in front of them, the babies seemed very curious and kept blinking their eyes. So she gave up the idea of closing the door. Thank you, you're cute too. Tang Yusin politely replied to the beautiful girl. We. Hearing the compliment, the beautiful girl seemed a little embarrassed. After all, the woman in front of him had been carefully dressed up by Xiao Fei. Her whole body exudes an aura like a flower from a high mountain, which makes people dare not look directly at her. Sister, you are so beautiful. The beautiful girl said this subconsciously. Then, she looked at Xiao Fei opposite her, and hearts began to form in her eyes. This little brother, are you a star? No. Xiao Fei raised his head and said to the beautiful girl. The next second, his extremely handsome face appeared in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, all the netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. Oh my god, who is this? He's so damn handsome, isn't he? He is even more handsome than myself, Daniel Wu. Such a handsome boy, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I really want to give birth to a baby for him. Girls, stop talking, I'm fine now. Huh? That's it. That big guy upstairs who picks his feet, stop pretending to be a cute girl. Wow, I think I saw a baby just now. Could it be that the little brother is already married and has a baby? I don't want to live anymore. Dense barrage of comments instantly filled the entire live broadcast room. Seeing this scene, the beautiful girl hurriedly moved her phone away and stopped taking pictures of Xiao Fei's family. This behavior made Xiao Fei nod secretly, thinking that she was sensible. I'm sorry. I accidentally took your picture just now, I'm so sorry. Seeing the beautiful girl's guilty look, Tang Yusin waved her hand and said, It's okay, you didn't mean it. Thank you, little sister. The beautiful girl nodded gratefully, then left with her phone. This little episode did not disturb Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin, and soon the Japanese food they ordered was served. After a few bites, Tang Yusin suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Tang Yusin shook her head. It's okay, but after eating the food you cooked, these things seem a bit too ordinary. If you like, I can cook it for you at home. Xiao Fei pointed at the food on the table and said with a smile. Can you cook Japanese food? Tang Yusin looked a little surprised. Look at what you said. Xiao Fei curled his lips and said confidently, I can cook the 8 major cuisines in China, as well as various foreign cuisines, including Japanese, French, and Vietnamese. Is this true or false? Tang Yusin looked at him in disbelief. If you don't believe me, I'll make it for you some other day. Okay. Tang Yusin nodded expectantly. Night. After returning home. The clothes I bought in the mall today have also been delivered. Xiao Fei accompanied Tang Yusin back to her bedroom. I watched her put the clothes she bought today into the closet one by one. The wardrobe in the bedroom is custom made and is very large. Even if I put all the clothes I bought today in there, it wouldn't take up much space. Thank you, husband. After tidying up her clothes, Tang Yusin turned around. She looked at him tenderly, her eyes filled with deep love. Seeing this, Xiao Fei naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. He walked forward, put his arms around Tang Yusin's waist, and lowered his head to kiss her cherry lips. This kiss was very intense. Tang Yusin was kissed so hard that she could hardly bear it. She felt as if her body was struck by an electric current. It felt numb and limp. Just when she felt she was about to fall. Only then did Xiao Fei let her go. Looking at Tang Yusin, whose pretty face was flushed by his kiss, Xiao Fei said with a smile. Wife Tilder. You can go to work without makeup tomorrow. He pointed to the various cosmetics on the dressing table next to him. This is the cosmetics that Xiao Fei asked the store clerk to select for breastfeeding women when they were shopping in the mall today. Of course, the price is definitely much higher than usual. Tilder. Thank you, husband. Tang Yusin snuggled in Xiao Fei's arms and spoke like a little wife. Not knowing what she was thinking of, Tang Yusin suddenly said, by the way, husband, do you still remember the female anchor today? What's wrong? Xiao Fei asked curiously. I was just thinking about her, and it occurred to me, why don't we take some videos of the baby as well? I don't seek to make money, I just want to record my baby's daily life. The babies are so cute, they will definitely be very popular. Okay. Xiao Fei nodded. The urge to show off your child is a desire that every new parent has. Seeing that Xiao Fei agreed, Tang Yusin kissed him again. Then she sat down in front of the dressing table and started to put on her makeup. Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel a little excited. It's easy to get into trouble if you put on makeup late at night. Tang Yusin has great makeup skills and she finished her makeup in less than 10 minutes. She even ran to the bathroom, changed into a short skirt that she had just bought today, and walked out. When Xiao Fei saw Tang Yusin with full makeup on, he was completely stunned. Tang Yusin had long legs, smooth skin, and exquisite facial features. Especially the two plump breasts in front of her, standing proudly and seeming to burst out. It's so tempting. Husband Tilder. Let's start shooting the video. Tang Yusin walked over and smiled sweetly at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. Then take out your phone and turn on the front camera. Tang Yusin cleared her throat, looked at the camera, and began to introduce the three babies. She looked very sweet. Soon, the video was shot. But Tang Yusin was in a dilemma. Honey, where do you think we should post the video? Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, then said, how about posting it on Bilibili? I happen to have an account there. Immediately, Xiao Fei opened Bilibili. He changed his account name to 3 Treasures at Home and posted his first video. The video has just been released. The voice of the system came into Xiao Fei's mind. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing the task of publishing a baby's life video for the first time. Reward, mastery of folk music. Note, parents are the best teachers for their children. Please work hard to unlock tasks, get more rewards, and strive to become an all-around dad who is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Chapter 25. Which department is your girlfriend from? The system just finished speaking. A large amount of knowledge about folk music flooded into Xiao Fei's mind. Like the common guzheng, dongxiao, flute, erhu, pieper, etc. There are also some ethnic minority musical instruments. Xiao Fei mastered all the knowledge about these musical instruments. It can be said that he is comparable to a master of folk music. Xiao Fei has now mastered the knowledge of the 4 arts, music, chess, calligraphy and painting. According to the system's notes, if I continue to unlock tasks, won't I be able to get the next 3 items as well? It seems that it won't take long. You can become a master of national art. After acquiring the new skill, Xiao Fei felt itchy and wanted to find a guitar to try it out. Unfortunately, there are no musical instruments in the house. It seems that I have to buy some musical instruments to practice tomorrow. The next day. Even though it's the weekend. But Tang Yusin still had to go back to school for a meeting. Xiao Fei left the baby to the care of Tang's mother and Aunt Wang, and drove Tang Yusin to school himself. Taking advantage of her break in the meeting, Xiao Fei drove to a musical instrument store. With his proficiency in folk music, Xiao Fei's ability to appreciate musical instruments has also been greatly improved. He strolled around the store and selected the best guqin, guzheng, and various other traditional musical instruments. Then he drove back to the school parking lot and waited for Tang Yusin to finish the meeting. With nothing to do, Xiao Fei took out his mobile phone and started playing Genshin Impact. Just started playing for a short while. Someone knocked on the car window. Xiao Fei looked up and found that it was Wu Zitao and Liu Chao. Rolling down the car window, Xiao Fei asked with a smile, "Why are you two here? Where's Bozy?" "Don't mention it." Liu Chao curled his lips and said, "Zhangbo has hooked up with a schoolgirl these days. We had agreed to go to the internet cafe to play games together today, but now I don't know where he is with that schoolgirl." Bozy is no longer single, that's a good thing," Xiao Fei said with some surprise. "I didn't expect that Zhangbo found a girlfriend just a few days after I moved out. Let's find some time to get together and see what his girlfriend looks like." "Hey, sure." Wu Zitao took out a pack of Furongwang cigarettes and lit one for himself, while handing one to Liu Chao and Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei simply waved his hand. "For the sake of the baby, he can't smoke anymore. I quit." So sudden." Wu Zitao was a little surprised, but quickly turned the topic to Xiao Fei. "Speaking of which, Brother Xiao, do you have a girlfriend too?" Xiao Fei nodded. "Really?" Wu Zitao and Liu Chao looked at each other and asked gossipingly, "You moved out just to live with your girlfriend, right?" "I guess so." Xiao Fei did not hide it. "Okay, let's have a dorm party some other day, and you can bring your girlfriend along. Let's get together. Oh, by the way, which department is your girlfriend from?" Hearing this question, Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, "I think he can be considered as one of our finance department." "What do you mean by should? Could it be that she is also a junior who just entered college?" Liu Chao and Wu Zitao were confused when they heard this, but they didn't pay too much attention to it. Anyway, by then, they will be able to meet Xiao Fei's girlfriend. "Brother Xiao, you parked the car here, are you waiting for your girlfriend?" Hey, then. Wu Zitao and Liu Chao immediately laughed wickedly. Having lived in the same dormitory for 3 years, Xiao Fei certainly knew what they were laughing at. It seems that they will not leave until they see with their own eyes what their girlfriends look like today. The other side. Inside the school meeting room. "Let's end today's meeting here. The meeting is adjourned." Following the principal's order, the teachers present began to clean up the things on their desks. Jiang Yu, who was sitting next to Tang Yusin, nudged her with his elbow. "Teacher Tang. Why are you dressed so beautifully today?" Looking at Tang Yusin beside him, Jiang Yu's face was full of envy. "Because she is so beautiful. On ordinary days, even without makeup, Tang Yusin is already the most beautiful among all the girls. Today, she not only put on light makeup, but also changed into a Chanel suspender skirt. She looked so seductive. No way. Not much like usual." Hearing this, Jiang Yu showed a sly smile on his face. She pointed at the necklace on Tang Yusin's neck and the pendant on her ear and said with a smile, "That's different. Is this a gift from your husband?" Seeing that she was exposed, Tang Yusin had no choice but to nod. "Your husband is so good to you. These shouldn't be cheap, right?" Tang Yusin smiled and didn't respond. "All right. I have to go back first." She packed her things, stood up and prepared to leave the meeting room. "Hey, Mr. Tang, wait a minute. Today is a rare day off, shall we have dinner together tonight?" Jiang Yu held Tang Yusin's hand, and several female teachers around her nodded. Obviously, they had colluded long ago. But Tang Yusin shook her head. Xiao Fei was still waiting for her in the parking lot. She couldn't let her husband wait so long in vain. When I think of Xiao Fei, the corners of Tang Yusin's mouth rose unconsciously. She showed a sweet and happy smile, which made Jiang Yu feel a little jealous. "You smile so sweetly, you must want to go back to your husband as soon as possible, right?" "Yes," Tang Yusin said frankly. Teacher Yuan Tong, who was sitting opposite Jiang Yu, interrupted. "Teacher Tang, you are too blatant in spreading dog food. I, a married man, can't bear to see this. What are you going to do with those single teachers?" "That's right, you caused 1 billion critical hits to a single guy like me, I want compensation." Jiang Yu pretended to be dying and supported teacher Yuan. Okay. How do you want me to compensate you? Tang Yusin asked with a smile. When Jiang Yu heard this, a sly smile appeared on his face and he said, I want to go to your house for dinner. Your husband's cooking skills are really great, just let me have a taste. Tang Yusin was stunned when she heard this. Go to my house for a free meal? Wouldn't this expose him? Etc. Jiang Yu, like himself, only teaches freshmen. She doesn't seem to know Xiao Fei. In this way, even if I go to her house for a meal, she shouldn't notice anything, right? Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Yuan Shan, who also has a good relationship with Tang Yusin, also became interested. These 2 days, she watched Tang Yusin eat lunch in the office and was already very greedy. Yes, Mr. Tang. Just let us go to your house for a meal. These past 2 days, you brought your lunchbox to school, but it made us really hungry. Finished. If I remember correctly, Yuan Shan seemed to be the one teaching the third-year students. And he happens to be Xiao Fei's teacher, so there is a high possibility that he will recognize Xiao Fei. Although she teaches a public course with several classes gathered together, she may not be able to recognize all the students. But what if she remembers Xiao Fei? Tang Yusin was very nervous. But on the surface, he still pretended to be calm. It may not be possible today, my husband. Before Tang Yusin could finish her words, her cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out, I found that it was Xiao Fei calling. In desperation, Tang Yusin had to walk out of the office and answer the phone. Jiang Yu poked his head out, looking curious. Hello, husband. I think it's almost time. Haven't you finished the meeting yet? Well, it's over. Okay then. I'll wait for you in the parking lot. One more thing, that is, my 2 roommates are here too. Tang Yusin, are? Although Tang Yusin had said before that it didn't matter even if their relationship was discovered. But at the critical moment, Tang Yusin became worried again. If you still don't want to be exposed, I can let them go first. Hearing Xiao Fei say this, Tang Yusin took a deep breath and seemed to have made up her mind. No, husband. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yusin turned around and waved to Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan. Okay, let's go. But let me make it clear in advance. My husband works very hard at cooking, so you all have to control yourself. TSK, I haven't even had the meal yet and I'm already feeling sorry for my husband. Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain. Then he walked up to her with a smile, took her arm, and left the meeting room together. On their way to the parking lot, Tang Yusin prayed silently in her heart. I hope my husband won't be scared. Chapter 26 Relationship Exposed. School parking lot. Xiao Fei just hung up the phone. Wu Zitao and Liu Chao couldn't help but roll their eyes at Xiao Fei. Sure, brother Xiao. What else? If you don't want to be exposed, let's go first. You are forgetting your friendship for the sake of beauty. You forget your brothers because you have a woman, right? What are you talking about? Xiao Fei sat in the car and shrugged helplessly, saying, I say this because her identity is quite special. Never mind, you will know what's going on when you see it later. But I warn you in advance, don't spread it around. What nonsense are you talking about? Liu Chao and Wu Zitao were a little confused. You will find out soon. Xiao Fei kept the question in suspense. Soon. Not far away, 3 women with graceful figures walked towards this side. The sharp-eyed Wu Zitao recognized Tang Yusin at once. Fuck. Look, isn't that Goddess Tang? At the entrance of the parking lot, Tang Yusin and Jiang Yu were seen walking hand in hand, with Yuan Shan following behind them. The 3 of them walked towards Xiao Fei together. Teacher Tang is dressed so beautifully today. You are worthy of being my goddess. Wu Zitao was drooling at the sight. Xiao Fei glared at him with disdain, thinking he was truly worldly wise. At this moment, Tang Yusin and the other 2 were getting closer and closer to where Xiao Fei parked his car. Wu Zitao and Liu Chao began to get a little nervous. Tang Yusin is so beautiful today. Not only did she put on full makeup, she also wore an extremely sexy suspender skirt, and her 2 slender, white legs were exposed to the air without reservation. Her curvy figure becomes even more attractive with the short skirt. A head of long wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders. Their whole person looks extremely sexy and charming. Tang, Teacher Tang. Teacher Yuan. When Tang Yusin came up to her, Wu Zitao immediately greeted her. Hello, classmate. Although she didn't know Wu Zitao and Liu Chao, Tang Yusin still greeted them politely. Yuan Shan also nodded. Then, everyone saw Tang Yusin waved at Xiao Fei in the car and said sweetly, Honey, I'm coming. Seeing this scene, everyone was collectively stunned. This Nima. What is going on? When Wu Zitao and Liu Chao saw Tang Yusin calling Xiao Fei husband, their brains suddenly shut down. Did I hear it right? Could it be that the girlfriend Xiao Fei was talking about was teacher Tang? At this time, Xiao Fei walked out of the car. He looked at Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan beside Tang Yusin and greeted them politely. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Yuan, hello. Hello. Jiang Yu obviously didn't know Xiao Fei, but he greeted him foolishly. But Yuan Shan on the side narrowed her eyes. She has a deep impression of Xiao Fei. After all, Xiao Fei is so handsome, even if there are hundreds of people taking the open class. As a woman, our memories of handsome men are often more profound. But after taking the marrow cleansing pill, Xiao Fei's overall appearance has reached a new level. She was also a little unsure whether the boy in front of her was the student in her memory. Are you also a student of the Department of Finance? Didn't I teach you before? Teacher Yuan, the previous open class on the situation and policy was made possible thanks to your guidance. Xiao Fei admitted it very frankly. His words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting everyone hard on the head. Teacher Tang, he is your husband. At this time, Jiang Yu seemed to realize that something was wrong and turned to ask Tang Yusin. Tang Yusin nodded. Then he walked up to Xiao Fei, took his arm, and said slowly, Let me introduce you to them. This is my husband and the father of my child, Xiao Fei. The father of the child. Teacher Tang, you have a child. Jiang Yu looked at Tang Yusin in disbelief and asked. She never expected that she had a better figure and a better appearance than herself. As soon as she entered the school, Tang Yusin was respected as the goddess teacher by all the teachers and students. They even have a baby? Let's get in the car. Hubby, Teacher Jiang and Teacher Yuan said they want to come to our house for dinner. Yes, welcome. Xiao Fei smiled and nodded. Wu Zitao and Liu Chao on the side heard this and hurriedly said, Brother Xiao, we want to go too. Xiao Fei looked at them with disdain and warned them, You can go, but you are not allowed to smoke in my house, understand? Okay, everything is for the children. The two of them said with a grin. Then he opened the car door and sat in the back seat first. Fortunately, Xiao Fei's car is a 7-seater SUV, so there is no problem in seating 6 people. But I saw 3 safety seats in the car. Jiang Yu couldn't sit still anymore and asked curiously, Teacher Tang, you have 3 children. Yes, they are triplets. They are all very cute. When you see them later, you will definitely be fascinated by them. I heard they were triplets. Liu Chao and Wu Zitao looked at Xiao Fei as if they were looking at a god. Not only did he win the goddess teacher, and let her give birth to 3 babies in one go. Brother Xiao, when did you meet Teacher Tang? We don't know. Xiao Fei, who was driving, said without turning his head, I met Yushin a year ago when I went back to my hometown to attend a friend's birthday party. Xiao Fei said evasively. Everyone just assumed that they met each other through friends. After some conversation, the surprise on everyone's faces gradually faded. After all, we are all adults, and we often hear news about teachers and students having romances in schools. What's more, Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei are less than 5 years apart in age. Even getting married and having children is not a strange thing. Soon, the car drove into Jinyu Huafu. Wow, Teacher Tang. You actually live in this neighborhood. Jiang Yu said in surprise, the housing prices here shouldn't be cheap, right? Well, it's quite expensive. Tang Yusin nodded and explained, this house was bought by Xiao Fei. I didn't know it before. If I knew, I would definitely not buy it. Is the mortgage very stressful? How much do I have to pay back every month? Yuan Shan cares more about this issue than others. Tang Yusin smiled and said, there is no mortgage. Xiao Fei paid for it in full. Everyone opened their mouths and gasped. No. Brother Xiao, are you so rich? Wu Zitao and Liu Chao couldn't help but complain. Not long ago, I just bought a Land Rover Defender. Now, I have bought another house in Shanghai, and it is a river view house. Writing online articles is really profitable. If I had known this would happen, why would I have gone to college? Chapter 27. I'm full just by eating dog food. After parking the car, Xiao Fei returned home with a large group of people. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Erbao crying. Xiao Fei quickly changed his shoes, put down the guzheng he had just bought and some other musical instruments, and walked towards the living room. At this time, Tang's mother was holding her second baby and coaxing him. "Auntie, let me do it." Xiao Fei walked over and took Erbao. Then he reached out and gently scratched Erbao's nose. Erbao, who was originally crying with tears in his eyes, stopped crying immediately when he saw his father appear. The little hands tightly grasped Xiao Fei's clothes and looked at Xiao Fei eagerly. It seems like he is complaining, why did his father come back only now? Good boy Tilder. Don't cry, Dad is back. Xiao Fei spoke softly while comforting Erbao. Auntie, what happened to Erbao? Why are you crying so hard? Tang's mother waved her hands and said helplessly, I don't know either. After you left, she refused to drink milk or sleep, and kept squirming in bed. But she stopped crying when you came back. It seems like she missed her daddy. I see. Xiao Fei lowered his head and looked at his second baby who fell asleep in his arms in an instant. He made a secret decision in his mind. After a while, when Tang's mother returns, he will definitely take leave to stay at home and take care of the baby full time. At this time, Tang Yusen, Jiang Yu and others also walked in from outside. Seeing so many people gathered, Tang's mother asked in surprise. Who are these people? Tang Yusen introduced casually, Mom, these two are my colleagues, Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan, and the other two are Xiao Fei's college roommates, they are. Hello, Auntie. My name is Wu Zitao. Hello, Auntie. My name is Liu Chao. Before Tang Yusen could speak, the two roommates introduced themselves politely. But at this time, they were obviously shocked by Xiao Fei's luxurious house. How big is this house? Looking at the huge living room in front of him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. Tang Yusen smiled and said, about 280 square meters, nearly 300 square meters. How much will this cost? After hearing this, Yuan Shan asked in surprise. A community like Jinyu Huafu, located on the bank of the Huangpu River, is extremely expensive and land is very valuable. Moreover, from the balcony of this house, you can directly see the entire Huangpu River and overlook the most prosperous night view of the entire Magic City. It is one of the best apartments in the community. At least tens of millions, right? On their way here just now, Tang Yusen said that this was bought in full by Xiao Fei. This is too tycoon. You guys chat. I'll go cook first. Yusen, what do you want to eat tonight? I can do anything. Tang Yusen said with a smile. Hey. Brother Xiao, why don't you ask me? When Wu Zitao saw that Xiao Fei didn't even ask him a question, he immediately got angry. It's good enough for you to eat. Still whining. Xiao Fei glanced at him unhappily and walked into the kitchen. Not long after, there was a series of ping-pong sounds coming from the kitchen. Tang Yusen took Jiang Yu and three others to tour the house. The more they looked, the more surprised the expressions on their faces became. Brother Xiao's house is really big. Wu Zitao sighed and looked around the room. His eyes were full of envy. Yes, the key location is still so good. I'm so envious. Yuan Shan said with some emotion. After visiting the house, led by Tang Yusen, the four of them played with the three babies for a while. Seeing these three cute little angels, Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan were instantly fascinated by them. I wanted to take a sack and steal the three cute kids back. Even Wu Zitao and Liu Chao, two straight men, showed a fatherly smile on their faces. Is this Brother Xiao's cub? She's so cute, even more handsome than Brother Xiao. Yes, look at this Dabao, when he grows up, he will charm thousands of girls, right? Alas. After seeing Brother Xiao's cub, I dare not have children anymore, for fear that they will continue the life of an old father like me. That's right, let's just stay single. The four of them were teasing Sanbao while chatting. Soon, Xiao Fei prepared dinner. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, Jiang Yu and his friends' jaws dropped and their stomachs began to growl. However, Tang's mother and the other two, who had long been accustomed to Xiao Fei's cooking, seemed very calm. Honestly, Mr. Tang. I really envy you. Not only is your husband handsome, but is also such a great cook. How do you want me to live? Tang Yusin felt very proud when she heard others praising her husband. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and sit down and eat. Tang Yusin greeted everyone and sat down at the dining table. The four of them couldn't wait any longer and wanted to feast on the food. Seeing Tang Yusin take the lead in picking up her chopsticks, she picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in Xiao Fei's bowl. Everyone started to taste the food. He kept praising the food while eating it. It smells so good. This boiled fish is even more delicious than Tyre's. It's amazing. I've never eaten such delicious food in my life. I want another bowl. Let me die of fullness tonight. Brother Xiao, it would be a waste if you don't open a shop with your skills. Faced with everyone's praise, Xiao Fei smiled and shook his head. He was no longer surprised. While everyone was wolfing down the food, Tang Yusin's hands were not idle either, and she kept picking up food for Xiao Fei. You've worked so hard cooking so many dishes. Eat quickly. Xiao Fei looked at the mountain of food in his bowl and smiled bitterly. However, my wife's love is heavy. Of course he had to accept it all. So he picked up his chopsticks and started working hard. During this process, Tang Yusin seemed to be afraid that others would finish the food and leave her husband hungry. He kept picking up dishes from under other people's chopsticks and putting them into Xiao Fei's bowl. During this time, he was also poured a full bowl of chicken soup. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Teacher Tang, do you want to do this? We're still eating. If you keep doing this, I'll be full just from eating dog food. Facing Jiang Yu's complaints, Tang Yusin smiled and said, that's perfect. Xiao Fei can eat more. How vicious. Jiang Yu covered his chest and began to act wildly. I feel bad for my husband, what's wrong? Tang Yusin said with a slightly blushing face. This was the first time that she formally called Xiao Fei husband in front of so many people. Hearing this, Xiao Fei's hand holding the chopsticks paused and he couldn't help but smile on his face. Seeing the two of them sitting together, constantly showing their love and exuding the sour smell of love, Tang's mother's face was full of relief. Others, on the other hand, were extremely envious and jealous. I had no choice but to turn my grief and anger into strength and stuff the food into my mouth as hard as I could. They have to fill their stomachs before the dog food is thrown to them. Chapter 28. How about we go together? After dinner, Jiang Yu and 3 other friends stayed in the living room, playing with the 3 babies for a while before getting ready to leave. Before leaving, Jiang Yu bravely said to Tang Yusin, Teacher Tang, can you ask your husband to make a lunchbox for me in the future? I can pay for it. What do you think? Tang Yusin gave her a look. Okay, but after eating the food your husband cooked, I can't eat anything else. What should I do? I'll be hungry later. Jiang Yu pouted her lips, looking aggrieved, trying to win Tang Yusin's sympathy. That's perfect. Don't you say you want to lose weight all day long? Tang Yusin replied jokingly. Facing Tang Yusin's teasing, Jiang Yu hurriedly waved his hands and admitted defeat. Forget it. I don't have the good fortune to do so. Teacher Tang, and classmate Xiao, thank you for your hospitality today. We'll be leaving first. Walk slowly, Tilder. After sending all the people away, Tang Yusin closed the door, turned around, hugged Xiao Fei, and gave him a kiss. Honey, are you tired from cooking so many dishes today? Not tired. In the living room, I saw 2 people standing at the door, looking at each other affectionately. Tang's mother's desire to go home became stronger. Night. The family sat on the sofa and watched TV happily. Tang's mother suddenly spoke. Yusin, Xiao Fei. Seeing you guys living such a happy life, I feel relieved. Hearing this, Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei turned around, looking a little confused. Tang's mother continued, I came here specially because I was worried about Yusin. But now, I feel relieved to have you taking care of Yusin. So I want to go back first. After all, Yusin's father is still home alone. I heard my mother say she wanted to go back. Although Tang Yusin was a little reluctant, she also understood. But the next second, Tang's mother suddenly said, Xiao Fei, Yusin, when are you going to go home together? Tang Yusin subconsciously glanced at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei thought for a while, then said, Auntie, the children are still young, it is not appropriate for them to take a plane or a high-speed train. So I plan to buy an RV after a while. Then we'll take Yushin back together. Finally, Xiao Fei added another sentence. Go back and propose marriage. Hear these 4 words. Tang Yusin covered her mouth with her hand, her face full of emotion. When Tang's mother heard Xiao Fei's words, the heavy stone in her heart was finally put down. She nodded and said, Okay, Xiao Fei, since you said so, I feel relieved. I will buy a plane ticket and go back tomorrow to do some ideological work on Yushin's father. Don't worry, Auntie. Xiao Fei smiled and said, As for my uncle, no matter how much he dislikes me, I will just bear with it. I won't fight back when he hits me, and I won't say anything back when he scolds me. It's not that serious. Mother Tang's eyes almost narrowed from laughing. That old guy has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In fact, he has already forgiven Yushin a long time ago. You don't know, this time when I came here, he secretly slipped me a bank card and asked me to give the money to Yushin, and he didn't let me tell Yushin that the money was from him. Hearing this, Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei both smiled helplessly. Before going to bed, Xiao Fei quietly slipped into Tang's mother's room. Xiao Fei, what can I do for you? Seeing Xiao Fei coming to see her alone, Tang's mother asked in confusion. Auntie, it's like this. Xiao Fei looked outside the door and whispered, When is Yushin's birthday? Oh, this one. Hearing this, Tang's mother immediately understood. If I remember correctly, in 3 days, it will be Yushin's birthday. When Xiao Fei found out Tang Yushin's birthday, he was delighted. That's perfect. I plan to propose to Yushin in the next 2 days. Since her birthday is in 3 days, I will propose to her on her birthday. Hearing that Xiao Fei was going to propose to his daughter, Tang's mother became more and more satisfied. Leave Tang's mother's room. Xiao Fei returned to his bedroom. I just happened to see 3 little babies entertaining themselves on the bed. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Fei opened the door and saw that it was Tang Yusin. At this time, she was wearing a silk pajamas, and it seemed that there was still nothing inside. She stood outside the door, looking at Xiao Fei shyly. Honey, are you tired today? It's fine, what's wrong? Xiao Fei hugged Tang Yusin and kissed her on the face. The more Tang Yusin spoke, the redder her face became. At the end, she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, Do you want to take a shower first? The bathtub in my bedroom is very comfortable for taking a bath. You don't seem to have used any. Hearing this, Xiao Fei showed a meaningful smile on his face. He put his arm around Tang Yusin's waist, pressed her against the wall, and said in an extremely ambiguous tone. Sure, but it's so boring to take a bath alone. How about, we go together? Well. Tang Yusin lowered her head shyly, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, she finally hummed softly. Seeing this, Xiao Fei was overjoyed. He quickly picked her up and walked towards the master bedroom bathroom. The 2 of them took a bath in the bathroom for a full 2 hours. In the end, Tang Yusin's face was red from washing and she felt a little overwhelmed, so she walked out holding onto the wall. She climbed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Fei put on his clothes and moved the crib from his bedroom to Tang Yusin's room. Then he put the 3 babies in and fell asleep in Tang Yusin's arms. Of course, I slept for half an hour. Xiao Fei regained his energy. He also has to keep watch over the babies. Like before, Xiao Fei stayed by the beds of the 3 babies, playing King of Glory while looking after them. From time to time, he glanced at Tang Yusin who was sleeping soundly on the bed. As the sky gradually brightened, Xiao Fei suddenly heard the voice of the system in his ears. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing their spend a week with the baby mission. Reward, Martial Arts Master. With this skill, their host will gain superb martial arts, be able to better protect his wife and baby, and stand up in times of crisis. The system just finished speaking. Xiao Fei's muscles tensed up instantly. A powerful aura surged out from him. Xiao Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light burst out, like 2 sharp swords. He felt that even if he met boxing champion Tyson or Wudang master Zhang Sanfeng, he would be able to knock them down. After all, in addition to being a martial arts master, he also took the marrow cleansing pill. On physical fitness, I guess there is no one in the entire Blue Star who can compare to him. With this skill, Xiao Fei will be able to protect his baby and wife when they are in danger in the future. Chapter 29: The Shaking RV. The next day. Finish breakfast. Xiao Fei drove Tang Yusin and Tang's mother away from home. He first sent Tang Yusin to school, and then turned around and took Tang's mother to the Magic City airport. Tang's mother had already bought the plane ticket last night. Arrived at the ticket gate, Xiao Fei looked at Tang's mother and said with a smile, "Auntie, be careful on the road. Remember to let us know you are safe when you land." "Okay, Xiao Fei, go back quickly. I'm going in." After watching Tang's mother walk into the ticket gate, Xiao Fei turned around and left the airport. Today is Monday. Although he had classes in the morning, Xiao Fei did not plan to go. He planned to only attend the key professional courses in the future and skip all the others. He spent the extra time at home taking care of the baby. He had discussed this decision with Tang Yusin last night. Although Tang Yusin was still worried that this would affect Xiao Fei's studies. But under Xiao Fei's repeated insistence, and because he was exhausted last night, she agreed. Xiao Fei felt very relaxed as he didn't have to go to class. Drive directly back to Golden Mile, Washington. After parking the car, he did not rush back, but took out his mobile phone and looked at the stocks he held. Last week the system rewarded him 5 million, plus the money he earned from stock trading. Xiao Fei directly invested all of his 10 million yuan in the stock market. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few days, the 10 million will increase in value to 18 million. Net profit of 8 million. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, with sufficient funds, making money became easier. This is also the reason why the assets of rich people will continue to increase even if they do nothing. As for JP Morgan Chase's shares, there are still several months before this year's dividends are distributed. Xiao Fei had long forgotten about this matter and pretended that he didn't have this thing. Back home, Xiao Fei saw Aunt Wang feeding Sanbao. "Auntie Wang, thank you for your hard work." "Mr. Xiao." Seeing Xiao Fei suddenly coming back, Aunt Wang asked with some surprise. "Don't you have class today?" "Yes." Xiao Fei nodded and said with a smile, "But I want to go home and take care of the baby. I won't go to those unimportant classes." "I see." Aunt Wang looked thoughtful. Xiao Fei walked up, hugged the 3 little babies, and kissed them on the face in turn. Just then, the system's voice sounded. "Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing the task of making the baby a little famous and having over 1,000 fans. Reward, a Concorde RV worth 5 million. Note, the RV has been parked in the community parking space, all relevant procedures are complete, the driving license is placed in the storage box, the vehicle has been fully insured, and the fuel tank is full." Hear the sound of the system. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. Then a smug smile appeared on his face. "I was thinking about whether I should buy an RV so that I can take my baby to meet my parents-in-law. As a result, the system now directly rewards 1 car. This is really a timely help." Out of curiosity, Xiao Fei returned to his room, turned on his laptop, and logged into the back end of Bilibili. I found that the number of followers of my account had indeed increased to more than 1,500. The number of video comments and comments gradually increased. Most of them are talking about babies. Of course, many people are also very interested in Tang Yusin, praising her for being the most beautiful mother on Bilibili and saying things like she maintains a great figure. Looking at the backstage, Xiao Fei became a little confused. More than 1,500 fans. However, the system said that the baby's number of fans had just exceeded 1,000. Doesn't that mean that the extra 500 fans are not following the baby, but his wife? Interesting. Xiao Fei had been wondering before, if he posted a video of his baby and got attention, would he get a reward? I didn't expect it to be true. Turn off the computer. Xiao Fei came to the living room and told Aunt Wen that he was going downstairs. Then I changed my shoes and went to the parking lot. Sure enough, in another parking space, I saw an RV as big as a container. Take out the key. Xiao Fei walked straight in. Seeing the interior decoration of the RV, Xiao Fei couldn't help but exclaimed. "Isn't this too luxurious?" Spacious interior space with no partitions in the middle. The space behind the cab is fully utilized to facilitate the activities of passengers in the car, and 2 spacious sofas provide a comfortable resting space. The kitchen is small but fully functional. Stoves and sterilizing cabinets are fully equipped to meet simple cooking needs. In the bedroom, the double bed has a unique design with a canopy design. At night, lying in the RV and looking up at the stars must be a different experience. It's worthy of being a motorhome worth 5 million. System, give you a thumbs up. Xiao Fei couldn't help but say something in his heart. After visiting the RV, Xiao Fei returned home and looked at the 3 babies on the sofa. He couldn't help but pick them up again and kiss them one by one. Mr. Xiao, you really love children. Antoine stood aside and said enviously. My babies are my lucky stars. How could I not love them? Xiao Fei replied with a smile. Evening. Xiao Fei went to the school to pick up Tang Yusin on time. On their way back, Xiao Fei said mysteriously. Wife, I'll give you a surprise later. What's the surprise? Tang Yusin asked curiously. She was originally thinking that she would be able to go home and see her baby soon. As a result, when she heard Xiao Fei's words, her attention was immediately drawn to him. You'll find out soon. Xiao Fei kept the question in suspense. Oh. Seeing that Xiao Fei didn't say anything, Tang Yusin didn't ask any more questions. Wait until you get home. I saw the RV parked in my parking space. Tang Yusin was completely stunned, and subconsciously covered her mouth and said. Is this our RV? It's so huge. Tang Yusin was so excited that she almost screamed. She ran over impatiently, walked around the entire RV, and then said, Honey, open the door quickly and let me go in and take a look. Okay, Tilda. Xiao Fei treated him like a child. He led Tang Yusin into the car and let her take a look around. Tang Yusin was like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden. Everything she saw was new to her. She looked left and right, touched things, ran into the bedroom, and then slipped into the bathroom. Finally, she hugged Xiao Fei's neck excitedly. Husband Tilda. When did you buy it? Xiao Fei touched her face and said with a smile, I just bought it today. I made some money from stock trading a few days ago, and I used it to buy an RV. With this car, I can drive it. Take him to meet my parents, and your parents, and then go get our marriage certificate. From now on, our family can go out to travel anytime and anywhere whenever we want. It's a real trip that we can take whenever we want. After listening to what Xiao Fei said, the expectant expression on Tang Yusin's face became more and more intense. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and give Xiao Fei a gentle kiss on the face. Hubby, you're awesome. There are many more great things about me. Looking at the pretty lady in front of him, Xiao Fei was somewhat moved. After saying that, he picked her up by the waist and walked into the bedroom of the RV. Then, closed the door tightly. Honey, we're still in the car. What are you afraid of? There's a bed anyway. Soon, this RV weighing several tons began to shake in place. It shook for more than half an hour. Only then did Xiao Fei help Tang Yusin, whose legs were weak, back home. Entering the living room, seeing Tang Yusin walking in a strange posture, Antoine asked with concern. Miss Tang, are you okay? No, it's okay. Tang Yusin glared at Xiao Fei unhappily. It's all your fault. Like a bull, he just charges forward. Chapter 30. Will you marry me? The next few days. Xiao Fei prepares lunch for Tang Yusin every day as usual. Then I pick her up and drop her off at work, and when I am free, I stay at home to take care of the children. If I have professional courses to take, I will go to school to attend the classes. Finally, it's Tang Yusin's birthday. That night, Xiao Fei prepared a dinner at home that was even better than a state banquet. Honey, how did you make such a rich feast today? Made this especially for you. For me? Tang Yusin pointed at herself, looking a little confused. She even forgot that it was her birthday today. However, she was still very touched. Thank you, husband Tilda. Tang Yusin said sweetly. After dinner, Xiao Fei took Tang Yusin's hand, led her to the living room, and asked her to sit on the sofa. Then, he took out the Sony camera he had bought specially for the occasion. Mount the camera on a stand and point it at the sofa in the living room. Press the record button to start recording. Husband, what are you doing? Tang Yusin was a little confused. I've got a surprise for you. Another surprise. Tang Yusin blinked and looked at Antoine not far away. I noticed that she looked equally confused. Wait a moment. After saying that, Xiao Fei ran into the bedroom. When he came out, Tang Yusin and Antoine were stunned. Just see. He changed into a white hanfu. The whole person looks energetic and exudes a charming glow. In his arms, he was holding a guqin. Looking at Xiao Fei dressed like this, Tang Yusin's eyes were filled with pink hearts. The three babies nearby, seeing how handsome their father was, also started babbling. Seeing this, Xiao Fei took out the guqin. Then he sat in front of Tang Yusin and started playing. Zheng. 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 The sound of the piano is melodious and graceful. Xiao Fei is proficient in folk music, and his performance level is completely comparable to that of professional masters. Tang Yusin was attracted by the beautiful music and stared at him intently. I saw his slender fingers gently stroking the guqin. The fingertips plucked the strings. The sound of the piano is like the gurgling flow of a mountain spring. It seems to be transmitted from all directions, making people feel extremely comfortable. Even though they didn't understand music, Tang Yusin and Antoine could tell that the song Xiao Fei played was full of love. Tang Yusin covered her mouth and tears flowed down unconsciously. The song is over. Xiao Fei gently pressed his hands on the strings. Then he stood up, walked to Tang Yusin, and knelt on one knee in front of her. Happy birthday, wife. Woo. Tang Yusin was so moved that she choked up. With tears in her eyes, she couldn't help but hug Xiao Fei. Thank you, husband. If it weren't for you, I would have forgotten that it's my birthday today. Xiao Fei gently stroked Tang Yusin's back and said softly, Don't worry, I still have a gift for you. And any gifts? Certainly. After saying that, Xiao Fei took out an exquisite little box from behind him. Looking at the box in front of her, Tang Yusin seemed to realize something and her lips began to tremble. Xiao Fei gently opened the box. A dazzling diamond ring appeared in front of Tang Yusin. Xiao Fei stood there, looking at her affectionately. Yusin, will you marry me? His words made Tang Yusin's heart beat faster. Next second. Tang Yusin said loudly without any hesitation. I do. At this moment, Tang Yusin's eyes were already red from being moved, and her tears could not stop flowing out. She nodded and said with a sob. Hubby, I'm so happy. Being able to marry you is the luckiest thing in my life. Wow wow. By the end, Tang Yusin couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Aunt Wang, who was standing by, had a huge smile on her face. She couldn't help but wipe her eyes. At the beginning, Tang Yusin invited her to her home to be a confinement nanny. She still lives in a small house of less than 30 square meters and raises 3 children with great difficulty. Now, seeing that she has finally gotten the happiness she deserves after all their hard work, Antoine was also very touched. She stood up silently and left their house, leaving the space to the young couple. In the living room, Tang Yusin gradually stopped crying, wiped the tears from her face, stretched out her left hand and said, Honey, can you help me put it on? Certainly. Xiao Fei held Tang Yusin's little hand. Then he took out the ring and slowly put it on Tang Yusin's ring finger. Looking at this dazzling diamond ring, Tang Yusin couldn't help crying again. Oh, husband. How did you know that today is my birthday? Xiao Fei wiped the tears from Tang Yusin's face and said with a smile, I heard it from my aunt. No, I heard it from my mother. Woo, husband, I love you so much. Faced with this affectionate confession, Xiao Fei didn't say anything and hugged Tang Yusin tightly. By the way, honey, what song did you just play? The phoenix seeks the phoenix. Phoenix, beg. Phoenix. Hearing these 3 words, Tang Yusin smiled foolishly, not knowing what she was thinking. Night. Before going to bed, Xiao Fei simply edited the video. Then this video was posted on the account of 3 treasures in the family. After posting the video, Xiao Fei went back to feeding his 3 babies, occasionally looking up at Tang Yusin. He discovered that this girl was lying on the bed with a tablet, playing the video he had just posted. There was a silly smile on his face from time to time. Wife, shall we take a day off tomorrow? Why do you want to take leave? Tang Yusin looked at the video and asked without raising her head. Please ask for leave and go home. It just so happens that we now have an RV, so we can drive the baby back. Meet both sets of parents, and then get the marriage certificate. Hearing this, Tang Yusin nodded sweetly. Since she has accepted Xiao Fei's proposal, it is time to put meeting his parents on the agenda. Well, then we will go to school and ask for leave tomorrow. The baby is almost 3 months old, so we need to hurry up and register him, and get him vaccinated. So, the wedding may have to be put off for a while, but don't worry, I will definitely give you a wedding you will never forget. Thank you, husband. Tang Yusin put down her phone and looked at Xiao Fei intently. Thank me for what? Thank you for making me no longer lonely. Thank you for giving me and my baby a warm home. Xiao Fei returned to the bed, hugged Tang Yusin, and said with a smile, isn't this what I should do? Do I need to say thank you? Tang Yusin burst out laughing. She nestled into Xiao Fei's arms, looked up at his face, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. Honey, you are really handsome. He's not only handsome, but is also very good at making money, he cooks delicious food, and he can play the piano. Hubby, you're so outstanding, I'm really under a lot of pressure. Xiao Fei held Tang Yusin's hand and said softly, wife, you should also work hard to become better. Together we can become better people, so that we can set a good example for our baby. Aha! Tang Yusin nodded obediently. Then, the two hugged each other tightly and kissed passionately. They lingered for quite a while. Tang Yusin couldn't bear it anymore, so she lay in Xiao Fei's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 31. The young are to be feared. The next day, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin went to school together to ask for leave. It's about the two of them. Now in the entire school, only Jiang Yu, Yuan Shan, and Xiao Fei's three roommates know about it. They were not big mouths and did not expose the matter. However, Zhang Bo, who went out for a tryst with his girlfriend that day, learned that Xiao Fei actually had a child with his goddess teacher Tang Yusin. I called him that evening. On the phone, Zhang Bo was heartbroken. At the same time, we strongly condemn Xiao Fei's behavior of concealment. Xiao Fei smiled and said nothing. After asking for leave, the two returned home and temporarily said goodbye to Aunt Wang, allowing her to go back and rest for a few days. After all, they want to take their children back to their hometown to meet their parents. It's not appropriate for Aunt Wang to live here alone. Before leaving, Aunt Wang looked at the three babies reluctantly, with tears in her eyes. Spending so much time with the kids, she had already treated the three babies as her own grandchildren. After Aunt Wang left, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin packed their luggage and brought their three babies to the RV. The evil map is continuing to guide you. From Shanghai Jinyu Huafu to Chuanyu Yaoyuan Community, the total distance is 2,186 kilometers, and the estimated driving time is 20 hours and 38 minutes. When driving long distances, please take a rest and avoid driving while tired. I heard the navigation voice coming from the car computer. Tang Yusin, who had just settled her three babies, came over and asked with concern, husband, are you tired after driving for so long? Fine. Xiao Fei waved his hand and jokingly said, don't you know my physical fitness? Tang Yusin's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she walked to the back of the RV somewhat embarrassedly. Xiao Fei smiled, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the RV out of the basement. Tang Yusin sat in the lounge, caressing the three babies, muttering, babies, you must grow up quickly and healthily, so that when you go back home in the future, you won't have to rely on your dad to drive you out. Dad must have worked hard driving for so long. The three babies stared at Tang Yusin with curiosity. Although I couldn't understand what she was saying, I danced happily. Seeing this, Tang Yusin suddenly thought of something, took out her mobile phone, turned on the camera, and started recording. Hello everyone, I am Sanbao's mother. Today my husband drove me and my baby back to our hometown. Let me show you three cute babies. As she spoke, Tang Yusin pointed the camera at the three cute kids. ARR. Woo woo. Puff. The babies seemed to know that they were being filmed. They waved their hands wildly and mumbled something, but no one knew what they were saying. After taking pictures of the baby, Tang Yusin turned the camera to Xiao Fei who was driving. Honey, don't drive while tired. If you are tired of driving, go to the service area and take a rest. Okay, honey, here's a refill for you Tilda. Seeing Tang Yusin filming a video, Xiao Fei cooperated very well and made a heart shape to the camera. Finished the video. Tang Yusin opened the editing software, made some minor modifications on her phone, added subtitles, and then uploaded it to Bilibili. After 2 days of accumulation, the account Jiaoyu Sanbao doesn't have many followers. Probably less than 2,000. Therefore, after the video was uploaded, the number of views was only less than a few hundred. Tang Yusin didn't care and left the backstage directly. At the same time, in a courtyard in the capital, Yu Peipei was in the yard, basking in the sun and browsing Bilibili. Sudden. A video titled "Traveling 2,000 kilometers to bring 3 kids back home" caught her attention. She clicked on the video and was instantly attracted. Hello everyone, I am Sanbao's mother. At the beginning of the video, Tang Yusin's noble and cool face appeared. Seeing Tang Yusin, Yu Peipei's face was full of envy. Even after giving birth to 3 babies, she is still able to maintain such a good figure, and her 2 pairs of slender legs are simply stunning. As for the RV, Yu Peipei was not too surprised. Because her family is also very wealthy, this courtyard house alone is worth hundreds of millions. So when she saw this RV, she was just slightly amazed. When Xiao Fei appeared on the screen, Yu Peipei's eyes widened immediately. Wow wow wow. What a handsome little brother. That's right. Yu Peipei is a face control freak. She likes any handsome guy. When Yu Peipei saw Xiao Fei appear, she almost screamed. The video finished playing quickly. Out of curiosity about Xiao Fei, Yu Peipei clicked on the homepage and found that UP had released a video yesterday. She quickly clicked it and started reading. When she saw the video, Xiao Fei appeared in front of her in a white robe, like a banished immortal from heaven. Yu Peipei's eyes began to show hearts again. However, when Xiao Fei started playing the zither, Yu Peipei was stunned. The more she looked, the more surprised her face became. Watch the entire video. She jumped off the chair as if she had gone crazy, and ran towards the central hall of the courtyard. Grandfather! Come and look at this. In the central hall, an old man with a gaunt face was talking to the old man in front of him. Hearing his granddaughter's voice, he turned his head curiously. Pepe, what are you rushing for? Grandpa, look at this little brother, he plays the song "Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix" so well. Old man Yu laughed in silence and took the phone reluctantly. This old man is a well-known folk music performer in Yinxia, a master known as a national treasure, and also the president of the Yinxia Folk Music Art Association. Yu Gaishan, Mr. Yu, is known as the one who seeks a soulmate in the mountains and flowing water. Previously, he had appeared on Bilibili's New Year's Festival, major satellite TV stations' galas, and even on the Spring Festival Gala. Has millions of fans on Bilibili. When Yu Gaishan took the phone from his granddaughter, he didn't take her words seriously at first. I think she just doesn't have much experience. But when he saw Xiao Fei on the screen, Yu Gaishan couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a handsome young man." Hearing Yu Gaishan's praise, the white-haired old man opposite couldn't help but ask, "Old Yu, what a handsome young man, he can make you so amazed." "Old Zhang, take a look for yourself." Yu Gaishan placed the phone between the two of them. Not long after, Xiao Fei in the video began to play "Feng Qiu Huang," accompanied by the prelude. Yu Gaishan and Lao Zhang, who had originally not taken it seriously, immediately closed their eyes. At the same time, the withered old hand, still on the table, tapped gently. See this scene. Yu Peipei knew that her grandfather must have been attracted by this song. Wait until the song ends. Yu Gaishan opened his eyes reluctantly. His eyes, which had been somewhat cloudy, suddenly became clear, as if filled with passion. He stood up suddenly, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good! Good! Good! You are indeed the one who is to be feared for what you have." He suddenly shouted, which scared Yu Peipei. "Grandfather! You scared me." Yu Gaishan smiled heartily, patted Yu Peipei on the shoulder and said, "Peipei, Grandpa is so happy. I didn't expect that there is such a young man in our Yinxia country. It seems that I have someone to take over my throne." As he spoke, Yu Gaishan picked up his phone again and watched the second half of the video. After watching the entire video, Yu Gaishan sighed again. Using a phoenix to propose marriage, this young man is really interesting. Har har har. Seeing Yu Gaishan in high spirits, Mr. Zhang on the opposite side also became interested and asked, "Old Yu, do you want to meet this child? I must meet this young man." Yu Gaishan put down his phone, stroked his beard, and said, "Pepe. I remember I also had a Bilibili account. Please use that account to send a message to this young man, saying, Grandpa wants to meet him." "Okay, Grandpa." Yu Peipei nodded. Then he picked up his mobile phone, logged into his grandfather's account, and quickly edited the content. "Grandpa, do you think this is okay?" Yu Gaishan looked down and nodded with satisfaction. After getting her grandfather's approval, Yu Peipei sent the message directly. After sending the private message, Yu Gaoshan still felt unsatisfied. So he used his own account to repost the marriage proposal video of and attached a sentence. The young are formidable. My granddaughter showed me a video that allowed me to discover an excellent folk music performer. It seems that I, old Yu, can slowly step back. Chapter 32 Fans surge, 3 consecutive rewards. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing their baby's fans exceed 5,000 mission. Reward, Go Mastery. With this skill, even a professional 8th dan chess player is no match for you, and you can evenly compete with AlphaGo. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing their baby's fans exceed 10,000 mission. Reward, Mastery of Painting. With this skill, you will acquire perfect painting skills, and you can make paintings come alive on paper with just a few strokes. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing their baby's fans exceed 20,000 mission. Reward, Mastery of Calligraphy. With this skill, you will acquire calligraphy skills that are no less than that of the calligrapher Wang Shiji. You are good at Li, Cao, Xing, Kai, and various fonts. Whatever you write, it will be at the top level. Xiao Fei is driving. I heard the system's voice coming from my mind. He was completely confused and had no idea what was going on with the system. He was given 3 rewards at once. I looked at the time and realized we had been driving for almost 5 hours and would soon reach the next service area. Xiao Fei turned on the right turn signal and drove into the service area. After parking the car, Xiao Fei unbuckled his seatbelt and went to the lounge behind the car. At a glance, I saw Tang Yusin, who was watching a TV series, and 3 babies who were sleeping soundly. Honey, are you tired? Lie down for a while, Tilda. See Xiao Fei coming over. Tang Yusin thought he was tired from driving. He patted the bed, indicating that he wanted to lie down and rest for a while. Xiao Fei sat next to Tang Yusin, hugged her slender waist, and asked, Wife, did you send a video just now? Yes, Tilda. Tang Yusin nodded. Oh, let me take a look then. Xiao Fei took out his mobile phone, opened his watch list, found the video that Tang Yusin had just shot and started watching it. However, as soon as I opened the video, Xiao Fei was shocked by the dense barrage of comments in front of him. What a handsome little brother. The babies are so cute. The 3 look alike. Oh my god, are they triplets? Mother Bao is so beautiful, she is so pretty. What kind of fairy family is this? All the members are so good looking. Do they want us to live? This RV doesn't look cheap. It must be worth several million, right? He's so young, but he drives a RV like this, and he married such a beautiful wife. He's really a whore. Various comments almost occupied the entire screen. Seeing this, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin looked at each other, both confused. Husband. What's going on? We seem to be famous. I saw that the number of followers of the account soared from 2,000 to more than 50,000. Tang Yusin was a little confused. I thought I was dreaming and couldn't believe this was real. Well, it seems like the traffic was brought by the previous video. Let me take another look. Xiao Fei saw the proposal video he uploaded. The number of views reached an astonishing 2 million. When I clicked on the video, I saw that the comments were several times more than the previous video, and the number of people watching in the upper left corner actually showed tens of thousands. The overwhelming barrage of comments almost drowned out the screen. The collection came from Mr. Yu. Young man, your Guqin playing is so good, comparable to Boya's breaking string. The guy above, stop showing off your intelligence. Yes, is that how you use the idiom? Har har har, no matter what, this little brother plays the Guqin really well. This song should be Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix, right? I never thought that proposing could be done this way. It turns out that city people really know how to have fun. Am I the only one whose focus is on those 3 cute babies? It's so cute, it's killing me. You're trying to trick me into having a baby again. After looking for a long time, Xiao Fei finally discovered the truth of the matter through various barrages and comments. It seems the account became extremely popular, probably because of this old man Yu. So he immediately found Yu Gaoshan's Bilibili account and clicked on the homepage to take a look. Found this a few hours ago. Yu Gaoshan reposted his proposal video and highly praised his piano skills. Who is this Yu Gaoshan? Looking at the dynamic interface on Xiao Fei's mobile phone, Tang Yusin asked curiously. This Yu Gaoshan is a famous folk music performer in Yinxia, known as a national treasure level master, and is also the president of the Yinxia Folk Music Art Association. Xiao Fei briefly explained to Tang Yusin the identity of Mr. Yu. All in all, he's awesome. Xiao Fei pointed at the number of Mr. Yu's fans and continued, look, he has more than 2 million fans on Bilibili alone, which is more than many popular UP hosts. Now, the number of followers of the account, Jiaoyu Sanbao, has exceeded 50,000. However, the reward the system gave to Xiao Fei only reached 20,000. That means, out of these more than 50,000 fans, nearly 30,000 are fans of me. In other words, I am a fan of him and Tang Yusin. According to the push mechanism of the small broken station, the number of views is expected to increase slowly in the next period of time. The number of fans will definitely increase. At that time, I don't know whether the system will still give him rewards. After all, Xiao Fei now has all the skills related to music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Husband tilde. There is a private message from Mr. Yu in the background. At this moment, Tang Yusin opened her mobile phone and saw a message from Yu Lao in the background of her account. Xiao Fei took the phone. When I clicked on it, I found that it was indeed a private message from Yu Gaoshan himself. Officially certified accounts are generally not fake. My dear friend, your piano skills really impress me. As an old man, I have finally seen what it means that there are always people better than you and there are always better things beyond you. I wonder when you are free, can you meet with me? After reading this private message, Tang Yusin said in surprise. Husband. This Mr. Yu seems to want to see you. Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei with admiration. Through Xiao Fei's popular science just now, Tang Yusin already knew how awesome Grandpa Yu was. But now, such big shots not only actively forward their husband's videos. Still want to see him. What kind of godly husband did I find? Faced with Tang Yusin's admiration, Xiao Fei just smiled faintly. He doesn't really care about this matter. However, I was able to receive 3 consecutive rewards from the system at once, thanks to Yu Gaoshan's forwarding. It is only right and reasonable that we should thank him. So, Xiao Fei took the phone and edited a message to thank him for helping to forward the video, but he was too busy and had to go back to his hometown. When I have free time, I will definitely contact the other party. Then, I quit Bilibili. Hubby, don't you want to add his contact information? No hurry. Xiao Fei hugged Tang Yusin and bent down to kiss her. For me, you and the baby are the most important. Everything else can be put on hold. Tilde. It's amazing to see that even when facing a national treasure level artist, Xiao Fei always puts himself and his baby first. Tang Yusin was extremely moved and snuggled into Xiao Fei's arms. Honey, you've been driving for so long, do you want to take a break? Okay tilde. Xiao Fei nodded, hugged Tang Yusin's delicate body, and lay down on the bed to rest. Chapter 33 Bringing My Wife Home. Next. Xiao Fei did not stop. After driving for more than 10 hours, we finally arrived in the Sichuan and Chongqing area. Looking at the endless mountains and familiar scenery in front of him, Xiao Fei felt inexplicably excited. I remember a year ago, I went home for vacation and attended a friend's birthday party. Therefore, I unexpectedly met Tang Yusin. And a year later, when he set foot on this land again, Xiao Fei had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only does he own luxury cars and mansions, he also has a beautiful wife and 3 adorable babies. He is truly a winner in life. Honey, are we in Sichuan and Chongqing? At this time, Tang Yusin poked her head out from behind and asked excitedly. Well, we'll probably be home before 6 in the evening. Xiao Fei nodded, and then said to the phone mounted on the car, Xiao Ari, please help me call my dad. Xiao Ari's voice was immediately heard on the MI phone. Okay, calling dad. Hearing this, Tang Yusin, who was sitting in the lounge, suddenly tensed up. After a while, the call was connected. Hey, brat. What's the matter? Why are you calling me suddenly? From the other end of the line came Xiao's father's deep voice. Nothing, what are you doing, Dad? At work. Oh, I just wanted to tell you that I should be home around 6 in the evening. You're back. Upon hearing this, Father Xiao was obviously delighted. But soon, he asked again in confusion, aren't you in school? It's not a holiday yet, why are you back? Well. Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, then said, you'll know when we get home. I've brought my wife and children back with me. Ask mom to cook more. You little brat, you're teasing your dad again, aren't you? Obviously, Mr. Xiao on the other end of the phone did not take this matter seriously. Xiao Fei didn't care. He would know when he saw the three babies. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yusin asked worriedly, "Husband, will your parents accept me?" "Why don't you accept it?" Xiao Fei smiled and comforted her. "I wonder how many people would want to find a daughter-in-law as good as you. Don't worry, my parents get along well with us. Especially my mom. When I first went to college, she wanted me to bring a girlfriend back home. Now I am not only taking care of my wife, but also 3 children. She will definitely be very happy." After Xiao Fei's comfort, Tang Yusin finally let go of her worries. 6 o'clock in the evening. When the sun is about to set, Xiao Fei drove the RV off the highway and arrived in the urban areas of Sichuan and Chongqing. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of an ordinary residential area in the old city. Rolling down the car window, Xiao Fei waved to the security guard, "Uncle Wang, please open the door." "Hey, isn't this Xiao Fei? Why are you back? And your car is so big." When the security guard saw that it was Xiao Fei, he immediately opened the door for him with a smile. "Thank you, sir." Xiao Fei said something to the security guard. Then he drove to the parking space downstairs of his house. When the car stopped, Tang Yusin, who had already prepared herself mentally, started to get nervous again. "Husband. I'm afraid." Seeing Xiao Fei park the car, Tang Yusin grabbed his arm tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Don't be afraid, I'm here, and my parents don't eat people." Tang Yusin responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Then, Xiao Fei opened the car door, took out the stroller, and put the 3 babies in. Tang Yusin hesitated for a moment, but still followed him out. Yaoyuan community is the housing allocated by Xiao's father's unit. It is a bit old, so there is no elevator. Xiao Fei's home is on the 3rd floor. The 2 of them carried the stroller and climbed up the stairs until they finally arrived at the door of their home. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Fei knocked on the door. "Here it comes." The door opened, and a kind and gentle face with a smile appeared in their sight. "Xiao Fei, you're back, eh?" Halfway through her words, Mother Wang Fang was stunned. She widened her eyes and looked curiously at Tang Yusin, who was standing at the door pushing a stroller. At the same time, he lowered his head and looked at the 3 babies in the stroller. This. She opened her mouth, speechless with surprise. "Mom, I'm back." Xiao Fei walked in and introduced her. "This is Tang Yusin, these are my and Yusin's children." "Hello, auntie. I am Xiao Fei's girlfriend." Tang Yusin followed her in and greeted Wang Fang. Seeing this scene, Wang Fang covered her mouth, looking somewhat unbelievable. After a while, he put on slippers and ran to the kitchen. "Old man, this is bad. Our son. What happened to our son? Our son brought back many sons." Hearing this, Xiao Jun, who was cooking in the kitchen, was stunned. He hurriedly followed Wang Fang and walked out of the kitchen. At a glance, I saw Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin putting their 3 children on the sofa one by one in the living room. This is. Xiao Jun's eyes almost popped out when he saw the 3 cute babies. He slapped his forehead and asked loudly, "Stinky boy, what the hell is going on?" "Dad, Mom." Xiao Fei held Tang Yusin's hand, walked to Xiao Jun and Wang Fang, and introduced them. "This is my girlfriend, and my fiancé Tang Yusin, and these are my children, and your grandchildren." Xiao Jun. Wang Fang. The 2 of them stood there, staring blankly at the 3 babies, with extremely complicated expressions on their faces. Sudden. Xiao Jun suddenly grabbed Xiao Fei. He took him aside and asked quietly, "Are you taking over?" "My own child. So, these 3 are all my good grandchildren?" "Yes." The smile on Xiao Jun's face could no longer be hidden. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the 3 babies on the sofa. "When did you get together?" Let me tell you slowly about this." Xiao Fei walked back with his father, then took Tang Yusin to sit down opposite them and spoke slowly. "Here's what happened. Yushin and I met unexpectedly last year. And then, we had a child. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I've been keeping this a secret from you." Seeing that Xiao Fei did not tell his parents the whole truth, Tang Yusin knew that he was protecting herself. However, she still chose to stand up and said, "Uncle and Aunt, actually the thing is, Xiao Fei and I." Tang Yusin told the whole story of how they met. After hearing this, Xiao's father and mother were also filled with emotion. Wang Fang's eyes were red. She stood up, walked to Tang Yusin and hugged her. "Girl, you've worked so hard. It's really heartbreaking for a person to be pregnant for 10 months and take care of 3 babies. You went out to work again not long after giving birth. You didn't even have confinement, so you didn't have any underlying health problems, did you? Was that brat good to you?" Tang Yusin felt warm in her heart when she saw Wang Fang hugging her tightly and asking about her well-being. Originally, she thought that she had told the truth. Will be criticized by Xiao's father and mother. But now, not only did they not blame me, they were also so nice to me. The pressure in Tang Yusin's heart disappeared in an instant. She hugged Wang Fang tightly, choking a little as she said, "No. Xiao Fei is very good to me. If this brat dares to bully you, just tell mom, and I promise to teach him a lesson for you." As Wang Fang spoke, she glared at Xiao Fei fiercely. Then he sent Xiao Fei away, sat next to Tang Yusin, took her hand, and started chatting with her. Before leaving, Xiao Fei winked at Tang Yusin. It seems to be saying, "Well, I told you my mom is easy to get along with, right?" Tang Yusin returned a look, smiled and nodded. Chapter 34, Brat, where did you get so much money? My dear grandson. I'm Grandma, call me Grandma. Hey, Debao is laughing. Boys who love to laugh are always lucky. In the living room, Wang Fang looked at the 3 babies, pinching the eldest baby's face, touching the second baby's nose, and playing with the third baby's ears, with an expression of doting on her face. Seeing the mother's childish behavior, Xiao Fei couldn't help but complain, "Mom, why do I feel like you're treating the baby as a toy?" Wang Fang was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, "If you don't give birth to children for fun, then why give birth to them?" Hearing these tough words, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin were speechless on the spot. When you were a kid, your mom played with you a lot. Xiao Fei? I saw Wang Fang holding Tang Yusin's hand and muttering something. What is she talking about? Embarrassing incidents like Xiao Fei was a little crybaby when he was a child, all his relatives have played the guitar for him, he was even made to wear women's clothes kept coming out of her mouth. In desperation, Xiao Fei had to flee the living room and hide in the kitchen. Usually, it is Wang Fang who cooks at home, but if there are important guests or Xiao Fei goes home for vacation, his father Xiao Jun will cook. From this we can see that Xiao Jun's cooking skills are still better than Wang Fang's. This situation seems to be very common in the Sichuan and Chongqing areas, and it is also the case in many of Xiao Fei's classmates' homes. Dad, let me help you. Then you cut the carrots. Seeing that Xiao Fei wanted to help, Xiao Jun did not refuse. However, when Xiao Fei picked up the kitchen knife and displayed his knife skills, Xiao Jun was obviously frightened. Stinky boy, that's fine, are you secretly learning how to cook? No, I learned it all by myself. So, you can be alone. Hearing this, Xiao Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. Okay? Then I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to go play with my grandson. After saying that, Xiao Jun didn't give Xiao Fei any time to react and just slipped out. Xiao Fei smiled helplessly. My old father, who is over 50 years old, is still like a child. Wait for Xiao Fei to finish cooking. Serve the dishes on the table and invite everyone to eat. Only then did Xiao's father and mother reluctantly put the baby down and sat at the dining table to eat. You want a couple of drinks, little brat? Okay. Xiao Fei didn't refuse either. It's a rare opportunity to go home, so it's okay to have a couple of drinks with dad. The father and son were toasting each other. Wang Fang kept picking up food for Tang Yusin. Dad, Mom. After 3 rounds of wine, the meal has 5 flavors. Xiao Fei suddenly said, the main reason we came back this time is to get the household registration booklet and go to register for marriage. Okay. Upon hearing this, Wang Fang nodded quickly. However, my in-laws. Xiao Fei and I plan to go back tomorrow. Tang Yusin put down her chopsticks and interrupted. Okay, after you meet your in-laws, our 2 families can find a time to have dinner together. Can. Come on, stop talking about this and eat. At this moment, Xiao Jun said shamelessly, Xiao Fei, this kid, has improved his cooking skills a lot, and the food he cooks is really delicious. If you keep going like this, you'll soon catch up with my craft. Wang Fang couldn't help but roll her eyes. As for your craftsmanship, it's only slightly better than mine, and it's still far from what our son can do. Faced with Wang Fang's ruthless exposure, Xiao Jun could only lower his head and work hard to eat. Seeing this, Xiao Fei smiled helplessly. After dinner, Wang Fang and Tang Yusin are feeding their baby in the living room. Xiao Jun pulled Xiao Fei to the balcony. He took out a pack of soft Yushi cigarettes and lit one for himself. Then he was about to hand one to Xiao Fei, but suddenly stopped halfway. You're not smoking now, are you? No, I quit. That's good. You can't smoke when you're with children. As he spoke, Xiao Jun took a deep breath, put out his cigarette, and then said in a deep voice, You are such a kid, this thing happened to you, alas, you are still studying now. I just asked Yushin, she is your university teacher. You said you don't have a job right now, and you have to raise 3 kids. Dad will transfer 100,000 yuan to you later, you go first. Dad, no need. Before Xiao Jun could finish his words, Xiao Fei waved his hand and said, Why not? Don't you want to be a gigolo? Xiao Jun glared at Xiao Fei fiercely, expressing his disdain for his behavior. I have money. You have no money. Xiao Fei was too lazy to explain. He took out his cell phone, opened his online banking account, and handed it to Xiao Jun to see. See for yourself. When Xiao Jun took the phone and looked at it, his eyes almost popped out. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Millions of dollars in savings. Smelly boy, where did you get so much money? Xiao Fei took back his phone and said with a smile, I have been writing novels since I finished the college entrance examination. You also know this. I have made a lot of money over the years. Your novel writing is useless. Xiao Fei smiled and explained, although it's not much, I used this money to make more than 10 million in the stock market. More than 10 million. Xiao Jun widened his eyes and said in disbelief, You are kidding me, right? No kidding. Let me show you something. Xiao Fei opened Bilibili and called up the 3 videos under his account. You can see for yourself, the house in the video was bought by me. I also bought that RV, and it's parked downstairs in the community now. I bought a house and a car. Now I still have several million left. It's no problem to support my family. After hearing what his son said, Xiao Jun stood on the balcony and looked down. I found a huge RV parked downstairs. Did you really buy this? Xiao Fei nodded. If you don't believe me, you and Mom can come to the Magic City some other day to have a look. After a long time, Xiao Jun reluctantly accepted this fact. He patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, Well, you are worthy of being my son, Xiao Jun. But, the stock market is risky. You are still studying, so you should focus on your studies and try to find a good job after graduation. This way, even if the stock market is not doing well, you can still have a stable income to support the family. Facing his father's instructions, Xiao Fei didn't say much, just nodded heavily. After saying that, Xiao Jun seemed to have thought of something and changed the subject. Wait a minute, you said you drove back from the Magic City. Yes. Xiao Fei shrugged and said, The babies are still young, and it's not convenient for them to take a plane or a high-speed train. I can only buy an RV and bring them back. Look at what you did. Xiao Jun didn't know what to say. But soon, he turned his attention to the RV. Go, go, go. Show me your RV. I've never seen such a big thing before. Xiao Jun said excitedly. Then he pulled Xiao Fei back to the living room and prepared to change shoes and go out. Seeing that they were about to leave, Wang Fang immediately asked, Where are you going? Let's go. Let's go down together to digest the food and take a look at the RV my son bought. Xiao Fei bought a car. Wang Fang didn't react for a moment. Chapter 35, Not even Dad can do that. It's time to go downstairs. Xiao Jun told Wang Fang about Xiao Fei's purchase of a house. I heard that my son had bought a house in Shanghai and had several million in savings. Wang Fang staggered and almost fell down the stairs. The housing prices in Shanghai are not cheap. A house costs at least several hundred or even tens of millions. Not only did my son buy a house, he also had several million in savings. He is so capable. Soon, Xiao Fei and his whole family came downstairs to their community. At this time, the RV was surrounded by neighbors, pointing and talking at it. Hey! Director Xiao, you're here to see this RV too. Hey, isn't this Xiao Fei? When did you come back? Most of the people in this community are former employees of state-owned enterprises, and everyone knows each other. When they saw Xiao Fei, everyone greeted him enthusiastically. Hey, I just got back today. Xiao Fei looked at these familiar faces and replied with a smile. Who is this? Everyone then turned their attention to Tang Yusin. This is my daughter-in-law. Without waiting for Xiao Fei to speak, Wang Fang introduced them proudly. And these three are my good grandchildren. Hearing this, the neighbors immediately gathered around. Hey, Xiao Fei got married. Why didn't he tell us? What a beautiful wife here. Yeah, she looks like a big star. These are triplets. Old Xiao, you are so lucky. Unlike the boy in our family, he can't give birth no matter how hard he tries. Everyone was praising her so much that Tang Yusin felt a little embarrassed. Facing the flattery of the crowd, Xiao Jun smiled complacently and said, We just found out about this today. When they hold a banquet next time, they will definitely invite you. At this time, Xiao Fei took out the car keys and opened the door of the RV. Dad, Mom. Let's go in and take a look. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This car. My son bought this car. Wang Fang said with pride. Everyone has lived in the same community for so many years and has long been accustomed to Wang Fang's personality. Faced with her showing off, everyone just smiled, with envy on their faces. Then, they all followed Xiao Jun and Wang Fang into the car to take a look. After they finished the tour, their faces were full of unsatisfied looks. This car must cost a lot of money, right? The space inside is really big. It's just like my home. Yes, it has a living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and everything. It's also very well decorated. No wonder it's called an RV. With this car, can't we go wherever we want? That feeling is really TSK. Hearing the neighbors' praise, Xiao Jun and Wang Fang's faces lit up. After all, we are neighbors who have lived together for decades, and everyone would show off some good things. Before, these neighbors often showed off in front of Xiao Jun and Wang Fang. Now the tide has turned, and it's their turn to show off. This feeling is really great. Everyone sat in the pavilion downstairs and started chatting. Until 10 o'clock at night. Everyone went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. At night, lying in Xiao Fei's original bedroom, looking at Tang Yusin who always had a smile on her lips. Xiao Fei smiled and asked, How is it? Are you relieved now? Tilde. Tang Yusin turned around and hugged Xiao Fei tightly. The uncles and aunts are all very nice. Before coming here, I was worried that they would have prejudices against me because of my pregnancy before marriage. I didn't expect that they would care about me so much and treat me so well. Tang Yusin felt like she was dreaming. That's good. Hearing this, Xiao Fei stroked Tang Yusin's hair and said, Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we will go visit my parents-in-law. At the same time, in a residential area in the Sichuan-Chongqing urban area, Tang Yusin's father Tang Dingyuan. At this time, he was sitting on the sofa, frowning and smoking. Tang's mother sat next to him and sighed helplessly. Old man, please don't be angry. Didn't I tell you that these two children are living happily in the magic city? I have also investigated Xiao Fei. He is a very responsible man. He is also very capable. He bought a house and a car in Shanghai. Yushin will definitely not suffer if she follows him, so don't worry. HMPH, relieved. Hearing what Tang's mother said, Tang Dingyuan slammed the table heavily and said, How can I be at ease? Who knows if that boy is with Yushin for other purposes? Besides, Yushin has been pregnant for such a long time, why hasn't that boy come out? Hearing this, Tang's mother suddenly became anxious. Didn't I tell you? Xiao Fei didn't even know Yushin was pregnant at the beginning. Later, he found out about this and has been taking good care of Yushin and the three babies. He also bought a house and a car. What could be his purpose? Are you the richest man or the director? What purpose could he have for our family? After being scolded by Tang's mother, Tang Dingyuan suddenly fell silent. He took a few puffs of his cigarette and said, No, Yushin really makes me angry. She had sex with a man she didn't know before she got married and gave birth to a child. She has completely disgraced me. Hearing this, Tang's mother punched him angrily and asked, Is your face more important, or your daughter's happiness? Besides, I've met Xiao Fei. He's a very good man. There will be no problem if our daughter marries him. I'm warning you, Xiao Fei and Yusin will be bringing the child back tomorrow. You must not give them a cold shoulder. If you dare to lose your temper, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. After being scolded by his wife, Tang Dingyuan immediately lost his temper. After a while, he asked quietly, "Is Yusin that girl healthy? Look at you, you still say you don't care about her." Tang's mother smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although my daughter hasn't had confinement, her work is relatively easy and she is in good health. Plus, Xiao Fei has been taking good care of me these days, so what can go wrong?" Tang Dingyuan nodded, put out his cigarette, got up and went back to the bedroom. Sleep. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. After breakfast, Xiao Fei said goodbye to his parents. Taking his wife and children, he drove towards Tang Yusin's home. On the way, Tang Yusin fed her 3 babies, then came to the driver's seat and sat next to Xiao Fei, looking uneasy. "Husband. Wait, my dad's attitude might not be very good. Don't worry." Xiao Fei drove with one hand and held Tang Yusin's hand with the other, comforting her, "I will bear whatever my father-in-law says later. As long as he agrees that we can be together, I will accept it even if he beats me or scolds me." "No. I won't let him do that." Tang Yusin hurriedly shook her head and said seriously. She loves her precious husband so much that she can't express enough. How could he allow others to beat or scold him? Not even Dad. Chapter 36, Meeting the father-in-law and mother-in-law. Not long after, Xiao Fei drove to the community where Tang Yusin lived. This community is newer than the one Xiao Fei lives in, and has more complete supporting facilities. Park your RV in a public parking spot. Xiao Fei got out of the car, took out 2 strollers, and put the 3 babies in them. Then, Xiao Fei brought with him the various expensive gifts he had bought from the mall, as well as 4 bottles of Moutai. Then he smiled at Tang Yusin and pushed the stroller downstairs. Tang Yusin's home is on the 8th floor. The entire community is divided into 12 buildings, each with 2 elevators and 8 households. Take the elevator to the 8th floor. Tang Yusin looked at the familiar door of her home and began to hesitate. It was not until the baby in the stroller began to babble that Tang Yusin took a deep breath and knocked on the door. At this time, in the living room, Tang Dingyuan looked extremely anxious and kept pacing back and forth. Tang's mother sat on the sofa, watching TV calmly, and couldn't help but complain. "Look at you, you were still angry yesterday. Today, when I knew my daughter was coming back, I was as nervous as a monkey." "I'm not." Bang bang bang. Tang Dingyuan was about to refute. Then I heard a knock on the door. He immediately sat back on the sofa, putting on a serious look. Tang's mother quickly got up, walked to the door and opened it. When Tang Yusin saw her mother, her eyes turned red. "Mom, I'm back." "Yushin." Seeing her daughter, Tang's mother couldn't control herself. After a year, the daughter who had been away from home for so long finally returned home. This is undoubtedly a great happiness for parents. Seeing this, Tang Dingyuan coughed lightly. "Come into the house." Tang's mother also reacted and quickly extended her hand to let her daughter and son-in-law in. Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei pushed the stroller into their house and put it away. Looking at this extremely familiar home, Tang Yusin felt very complicated. Especially after seeing him sitting on the sofa and staring at his father, Tang Yusin's heart began to tremble inexplicably. "Dad, I'm back," Tang Yusin said with a choked voice. "You still remember to come back?" As soon as Tang Dingyuan finished speaking, his mother glared at him fiercely. I don't know if it was because Tang Dingyuan's voice was too loud, but the baby in the stroller was scared. After he yelled at them, the 3 babies started crying. "Look at you, you scared the kids," Tang's mother complained. Seeing this, Tang Yusin hurriedly comforted the baby. Tang Dingyuan became a little anxious and stood up to come over, but was pushed away by Tang's mother. "Go! Go! Go! The child was scared to tears by you, why are you here now?" Tang Dingyuan wanted to say something, but finally shut up. Xiao Fei stepped forward, smiled and stretched out his right hand to Tang Dingyuan, breaking the awkwardness and said, "Hello uncle, my name is Xiao Fei, and I'm Yushin's boyfriend." Tang Dingyuan shook hands with Xiao Fei perfunctorily, keeping his eyes on the 3 babies. With the comfort of Tang's mother and Tang Yusin, the babies finally stopped crying. Even the most timid Erbao was lying in Tang's mother's arms, staring with his dark eyes, looking at his grandmother curiously. Look, the child is smiling. So cute, let grandma kiss you. Mother Tang's heart melted when she saw this. Seeing this scene, Tang Dingyuan also wanted to hug the child, but due to his face, he could only sit on the sofa. It was difficult to divert my gaze away from the three babies. He cleared his throat and looked at Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei, who were sitting side by side in front of him. I'll call you Xiao Fei, is that okay? Sure. Tang Dingyuan was silent for a moment, then continued, I know everything about you and my daughter. I heard from Yushin's mother that you bought a house in Shanghai. Yes. Xiao Fei nodded and said, I made some money from stock trading before, and I wanted to use it to continue investing. But after I met Yusin and the kids, I used the money to buy a house. After all, money can be earned at any time, but the babies must have a home as soon as possible. Tang Dingyuan was very satisfied to hear Xiao Fei's reply. He nodded and tried to take out a cigarette. But when he saw the baby, he put the cigarette box back. I heard that you are still a student. Tang Dingyuan continued to ask. Yes, uncle. Xiao Fei did not hide it, and said with a firm look in his eyes, I am already a junior, and I don't have to go to many classes. I have plenty of time to take care of Yushin and the baby, so you don't have to worry about this, uncle. Good. At this point, Tang Dingyuan no longer had any opinion about Xiao Fei. He then turned his gaze to Tang Yusin and asked, do these three babies have names? Yes, Dad. Seeing that her father took the initiative to talk to her, Tang Yusin said happily. These three babies, from left to right, are Debao, Erbao, and Sanbao. The first child is a boy named Xiao Xinghe, and the second and third children are girls named Xiao Qianshui and Xiao Qingmeng. Xiao Fei found these three names from a 7-character quatrain by Tang Gong, a poet from the late Yuan dynasty. After getting drunk, I didn't know the sky was in the water, and the boat was full of sweet dreams that pressed down the stars. Tang Dingyuan is a Chinese teacher and is well versed in poetry and songs. Hearing the names of the three children, he nodded in praise. Good. That's a good name. Then he looked at the three babies. Puff Bar Barber. Seeing them babbling and their chubby faces, Tang Dingyuan felt itchy again. He really wants to hug his grandchildren. But for the sake of face, he could only sit there. Seeing him like this, Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile. At this time, Xiao Fei picked up Debao and sat next to him. Come, uncle. Look, this is Debao. He's the bravest one. Debao stared at Tang Dingyuan with watery eyes, curiously, and kept blowing bubbles from his mouth. Seeing his naive look, Tang Dingyuan's heart melted. Uncle, do you want a hug? Can I? Tang Dingyuan said this. But his hands had already stretched out and took Debao from Xiao Fei's arms. When Debao left his father's arms, he was a little scared at first. But slowly, perhaps she felt Tang Dingyuan's love for her. Debao gradually calmed down and even stretched out his chubby little hands to grab Tang Dingyuan's beard. Oh, dear grandson, don't pull grandpa's beard. Puff. Debao was grabbing and grabbing, but suddenly stopped moving. He sat there with his eyes wide open, looking a little embarrassed. Tang Dingyuan didn't know what had happened. He thought that his words had scared his grandson. At this time, Xiao Fei hurriedly brought Debao over. This kid. It must be pooping again. Immediately, Xiao Fei sat on the sofa and started to take off Debao's pants. Tang Yusin went to the stroller and took out the diaper. The two of them cooperated very well and changed Debao's diaper in no time. Seeing Xiao Fei's skillful movements, Tang Dingyuan and Tang's mother nodded secretly. My daughter has chosen the right person. Chapter 37, Certification Required. Night. Just like how he conquered Tang's mother, Xiao Fei walked into the kitchen, showed off his cooking skills, and cooked a large table of food. Tang Dingyuan ate it and almost swallowed his tongue. He is not an unreasonable person. It's just that because she felt sorry for her daughter's experience in the past year, and because she didn't know Xiao Fei well, she was hostile towards him. Now, looking at the dinner table, the two of them look very affectionate, picking up food for each other from time to time. The knot in Tang Dingyuan's heart was gradually untied. Uncle, aunt. We came back this time mainly because we have something to discuss with you. Halfway through the meal, Xiao Fei suddenly spoke. You say. Tang Dingyuan put down his chopsticks and looked up at Xiao Fei. It's like this. Yusin and I plan to get our marriage certificate tomorrow so that we can register our 3 children. As for the wedding, I plan to hold it after I graduate from college. What do you think? Tang Dingyuan and his mother looked at each other and nodded. Okay. For the sake of the child, I really have to get the certificate. Tang Dingyuan pondered for a moment, then said, then let's meet your parents in a couple of days so we can get to know each other. Both children are about to get married, but the in-laws haven't even met each other yet. What nonsense is this? Seeing that her father agreed, Tang Yusin happily held Xiao Fei's hand, her face full of joy. Okay, uncle and aunt. My parents also said that they want to meet you. Tang's mother looked at Xiao Fei with a smile and joked, you're getting ready to get married, but you're still calling me uncle and aunt. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment, then immediately changed his tone and said, Mom and Dad, eat the food quickly before it gets cold. Hey! Tang Dingyuan and his wife responded happily. The next day, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin got up early. They didn't sleep in the same room last night. There is a custom in Sichuan and Chongqing. Or in other words, many places have such customs. That is, when a couple returns to their wife's parents' home, they cannot sleep in the same bed. Xiao Fei didn't quite understand the meaning of this custom, but he didn't care too much about it. However, Tang Yusin couldn't sleep last night when she thought about getting the marriage certificate today. Seeing her come out with a pair of panda eyes, Xiao Fei asked curiously. Did you not sleep well last night? Well. Tang Yusin blushed, her eyes flickered, and she was too embarrassed to answer. After a long while, she said, maybe I'm used to sleeping in my bed at home, so I'm not used to the sudden change of place. Then do you want to sleep a little longer? Fine. Tang Yusin waved her hand and said, I'll just put on some makeup later. After a while, Tang Yusin finished her makeup and walked out of her bedroom. When she appeared in front of Xiao Fei again, even Xiao Fei, who saw her every day, had a flash of surprise in his eyes at this moment. Her facial features are naturally delicate, especially her high nose and small lips, which become even more charming and attractive after being modified with makeup. Tang Yusin even specially changed into the clothes that Xiao Fei had bought for her before. With a necklace and earrings, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Like a bright star, shining brightly. She looked at Xiao Fei shyly and suddenly raised her eyebrows. Really? I wanted to dress you up, too. But now I see that there is no need for this at all. At this time, Xiao Fei was wearing a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong arms. A black tie hung around his neck, accentuating his elegant figure. Coupled with his handsome appearance and elegant temperament, he is simply stunningly handsome. Tang Yusin was stunned by what she saw. Before meeting Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin was very confident about her appearance. But now, compared with Xiao Fei's face with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, she found herself so weak. Xiao Fei looks so good no matter how he dresses up. Finish breakfast. The 3 babies were left to be taken care of by Mr. and Mrs. Tang. Xiao Fei and his friend took their household registration books and left home. Because the Civil Affairs Bureau is relatively close. Plus it's still early. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin did not drive but chose to walk there. On the way, Tang Yusin hugged Xiao Fei's arm affectionately with a happy smile on her face. 2 people were walking on the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. After all, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women is always an eye-catching presence no matter where they go. Not long after, the 2 arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. There are generally only 2 types of people who come to the Civil Affairs Bureau. One is to register for marriage and the other is to register for divorce. Although they are all male and female groups, the married and divorced ones can be distinguished at a glance. Those who came to get married were all holding hands, with happy smiles on their faces. People who come for divorce are all different. Some have sad faces, some have no expression, and some are even secretly happy. Standing at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin smiled at each other, then walked in arm. Today is a weekday and not many people come to get their certificates. Soon, it was their turn. Hello, we are here to get a marriage certificate. Xiao Fei looked at the staff at the window and said lightly. The staff member looked up and saw the newlyweds in front of them with a somewhat surprised expression. She had never seen such a good-looking newlywed couple. Okay, do you have all your ID with you? Yes. Xiao Fei handed over their ID cards. The staff member took the certificate and took out a form. Come on, fill in the information. Then take a photo of you two together. According to the staff, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin first filled in the information and then took photos. The photo shoot went smoothly. The photographer who was in charge of taking pictures of the two people looked at the finished film and kept exclaiming, "I've been working here for so many years, and I've never taken such a good-looking ID photo. You two are really a match made in heaven. Congratulations, your baby will definitely be very good-looking in the future. Thank you, we already have a child." The staff was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Congratulations, you are so lucky." After submitting various information and photos, not long after, the two red books were handed to Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin. Looking at the marriage certificate in her hand, Tang Yusin suddenly felt unreal. "Honey, am I dreaming?" "No." Xiao Fei put his arms around Tang Yusin's waist and kissed her right on the street. Tang Yusin's pretty face turned red, but she did not refuse. Because now, they are already a legal couple. Then, she took out her cell phone, turned on the camera function, took a picture of the marriage certificate in their hands, and then said to the camera, "Today is a day worth remembering. From today on, my husband and I are officially a legal couple. Please give me your guidance for the rest of my life." The two hugged each other tightly and made a heart shape to the camera. A sweet scene. The passers-by around were envious.